A genius at the Magic Academy challenged an extra character. But in just the blink of an eye, she was defeated without even realizing what happened. It turns out that extra character is our main guy. 7 years ago, he transmigrated into this novel. He originally planned to wait for the novel's protagonist to defeat the final boss so he could return to the real world. But somehow, the protagonist ended up getting defeated before the final boss. The world collapsed, and he went back to the moment he first transmigrated. If the protagonist can't do it, then this extra will defeat the final boss instead. And okay, without further ado, let's get started. The story begins with a TV news broadcast, the anchor's voice ringing out, breaking news. Tonight at 8 p.m., S-rank mage Lee Sojin died in the line of duty. Kim Sung-gu is stunned. Lee Sojin is dead. The news keeps updating. Lee Sojin was killed while fighting the evil dragon K-Rut that appeared in the center of Seoul. He trembles, unable to believe his ears. No way. Lee Sojin, 25 years old this year, debuted as a mage in 2034. He solved countless incidents and earned the public's adoration. The broadcast shows footage of Lee Sojin surrounded by crowds. Memorials for Lee Sojin have been set up all over the country. The public was completely devastated upon hearing the news of Lee Sojin's passing. He decisively grabs the remote and the TV screen goes black. He's horrified, eyes wide open in sheer terror. How could this happen? He slumps back into his chair, devoid of strength. Can the main character die too? Right now? This is fake news, right? The news of Lee Sojin's death is currently being broadcasted. He is a 25-year-old genius mage. At the same time, he's a young hero admired by an entire generation. But more importantly, he's the MC's classmate and the protagonist of the novel Modern Magician, the very foundation of this world. If things developed according to the original story, there would definitely be a happy ending. He firmly believed that he could return to his original world when that happened. He can't help but sigh, panic written all over his face. But why did the protagonist die? Why? What's going to happen now? He thought he could see his friends again after the novel ended. Memory surfaces of Kim Sung-gu drinking with his buddies. They're happily chatting. If you transmigrate as an extra in a novel, should you hog all the lucky encounters? Which side are you taking? Of course you should hog them. Are you stupid? Hearing his friends say that, he immediately waves his hands. Ah, absolutely not. Are you crazy? His friend asks in surprise, why? He quickly explains, if I casually show off and accidentally get the protagonist killed, wouldn't that be the end of it? His friends wonder, you're not planning to step up yourself. You have to suffer a lot, it's not that easy. And not confident I can work as hard as the protagonist. But that's true, you're not wrong about that. The group clinks glasses again, the chatter still ongoing. Kim Sung-gu, even if you're right, why does it sound so annoying? Cheers, cheers. Right then, the phone in the MC's pocket suddenly vibrates wildly. Huh? I think I won some event or something? What? What event? Two messages pop up on the screen. Hello, Mr. Kim Sung-gu. I am the author of Modern Magician. 01K. Congratulations on winning this time. Here is a ticket for a trip to a special place. Would you like to accept it? He shouts with joy, showing his phone off to his friends. Hey, this is awesome. They're sending me on a trip. Really? That's great, Kim Sung-gu. When did you participate in that? He quickly taps the accept button and wonders, where are they going to send me? Could it be overseas? Then he happily raises his phone to the sky, never expecting that his life is about to reach a fateful crossroads. A blinding light flashes, and just like that, 7 years ago, the MC transmigrated into his favorite novel, Modern Magician. He suddenly appears in the middle of a magic circle. The people around him are extremely shocked and yell, "Who is he? We're performing a magic ritual. Don't go up there." The flashback ends. Back in the present, Kim Sung-gu clutches his head and grits his teeth. I can't believe the novel's plot has changed like this. Because he couldn't alter the original plot, he always acted outside of the main storyline. Where did things go wrong? The TV screen he had turned off suddenly lights up again. He's stunned. Huh? What's going on now? He walks over, touches it a bit, and looks left and right, searching everywhere, but still can't figure out where the malfunction is. Just then, he notices something abnormal. He looks up outside, the sky is emitting a strange purple light. He screams, What's happening now? He rushes to the door in shock and looks outside. What unfolds before his eyes is unbelievable. The entire space seems enveloped in that sparkling purple light. The scenery blurs and the people walking on the street look like they are about to vanish. What on earth is... His eyes widen, his mouth hanging open so wide you could fit an egg in it, and he screams, What the hell is going on? Suddenly, a red system-like panel appears in the air reading, "Warning from the Creator God. Lee Soo-jin has died. The entire main plot is deemed a failure, initiating world destruction due to..." His face darkens, feeling like the world is about to shatter. Trembling in disbelief, "What?" Then his world seems to sink into a pitch-black void, and he hears someone calling out to him, "Hey you. Hey there. Stop sleeping. We're at the school." The person practically yells, "Hey you." Kim Sung-gu startles and snaps his eyes open, screaming, "Whoa!" The driver up front looks annoyed and yells angrily, "Aren't you getting off? We've arrived at the school." He replies in confusion, "Ah yes, I'm sorry." He thinks to himself, "Did he just call me a student? Come to think of it, I was definitely in my room. Why am I on a bus when I opened my eyes?" The whole world was clearly destroyed just then. Was it a dream? If not. The harsh sunlight beats down, forcing him to squint and shield his face with his hand. Ugh, it's so bright. When he opens his eyes and sees his surroundings clearly, he finds himself standing in front of an incredibly massive school. He's bewildered. This is. Seeing the banner, "Welcome new students of the Korea Magic Military Academy, class of 2032. He looks dumbfounded. Isn't this the school I graduated from? But it's a bit strange. 2032. 2032 was 7 years ago. Realizing something is off, he quickly looks down in his clothes and finds himself wearing a student uniform. Could it be? He breaks into a cold sweat in sheer panic and yells, "Arg, this is insane. Did I really travel back to 7 years ago?" Right at that moment, the speaker announcement rings out, "Welcome to the Korea Magic Military Academy. Entrance and opening ceremony is about to begin. Students, please take your seats." Kim Sung-gu stands amidst the crowd looking as gloomy as if he lost everything. "Ah, I'm going crazy." This familiar sight leaves him feeling helpless. It's exactly like 7 years ago. At this point, I have no choice but to accept it. Finally, he can only accept the harsh reality. I've returned to the past. He then reaches up to scratch his head in utter confusion. But Lee Soo-jin, why did he end up dying? Pondering over the plot for a moment, according to the original story, Lee Soo-jin shouldn't have died. The evil dragon K-Rut's rampage is a plot point from the original story. Lee Soo-jin successfully destroyed the dragon after a fierce battle. Could there be another reason for Lee Soo-jin's death? Unable to figure out the reason, he groans in frustration. I don't know. He looks around again and sees everyone acting normally, thinking to himself, if Lee Soo-jin dies in this life too, what else is going to happen? Will I regress again? Or will the world be destroyed? Though I'm not entirely sure. One thing is certain. Lee Soo-jin absolutely must not die. Kim Sung-gu sighs and clenches his fists. Looks like I have to take action in this life, so that I can return to my original world. He looks towards the novel's protagonist, determined to prevent Lee Soo-jin's death. He must make sure this novel reaches its proper ending. Having made up his mind, he thinks to himself, then first of all, a hand holding a phone suddenly reaches out and a girl appears next to Kim Sung-gu. He cheerfully waves and says, hello. He figures it's best to build good relationships with the main characters, right? The other person is a beautiful girl with a cold expression named Yu Ah-ra, ranked second in the second year. She is one of the people he needs to get close to from now on. The girl looks a bit surprised and turns to ask, do you know me? Whenever he met for you to act so familiar? The MC freezes, not expecting to be given the cold shoulder so quickly. His raised hand turns rigid. The girl next to him asks in annoyance, what? Do you have something to say? Sweating, he replies, no, nothing. She furrows her brows, turns her head away, and says coldly, then look away. You doing that is annoying me. His face darkens, wondering why this girl is so difficult. This isn't going to be easy, is it? In the auditorium, the crowd is buzzing. Suddenly, someone speaks up. Representatives from each year, please step up to the podium. The representatives step up one by one, standing neatly in a row. In the very center is the first rank of the second year, Lee Soo-jin. The crowd below immediately starts murmuring upon seeing him. His aura is intense. I heard he's Chairman Kim Jin-chol's disciple. That just proves he's super talented. Kim Sung-gu sits below and thinks to himself. Even as a student, Lee Soo-jin is already a celebrity. Modern Magician is a power fantasy novel revolving around an overpowered male lead. Next to Lee Soo-jin is an incredibly gorgeous girl, gently flashing a sweet smile that makes the crowd gasp in awe. Wow, the top first-year student is really pretty. He thinks again that smile of hers is entirely calculated. Her goal is to expand her connections. On the left is an upperclassman with glasses. The students below are still buzzing. I heard this senior has ranked first for 3 years straight. You wouldn't be able to tell by looking at him. That's amazing. He rests his chin on his hand in thought. As for this guy, and not too sure. He barely had any screen time in the original story. Then an announcement echoes. Now the student oath-taking will commence. Everyone stands upright, raising one hand to take the oath, I swear. Right then, the MC suddenly notices the girl next to him trembling and clenching her fists. She glares up at the podium, looking like she's on fire with a furious expression. He breaks into a sweat and thinks, it's getting too hot. He silently plots, time to grind some affection points, right? Then he speaks up. What a shame. The girl turns to him and asks, are you talking to me? He immediately replies, yeah. Huh, what's a shame? To be honest, I think you're way stronger than those two up there. Hey, what the hell do you know? This is ridiculous. Have you ever seen them use magic? He waves his hands, sweating. No, never. The girl immediately points at his face, furious. Then how dare you talk such nonsense? I can tell just by looking at them. This statement leaves the girl stunned, her eyes widening. What? He confidently pointed at himself and replied with a smile. My intuition is spot on. Yua Ra was furious, clenching her fists, ready to punch the MC at any moment. Are you kidding me? Huh? Ha, no. He scratched his head. Not this one. Let's change the subject then. Have you been worrying about your future lately? She thought in surprise. How does he know? Looking at the name tag on his chest, she muttered, Kim Sun-gu. Then she glared at him fiercely with a savage expression. I've remembered. Your name. Don't ever talk to me again. Saying that, she stood up and walked away decisively. He blankly reached out his hand, thinking in despair, oh man, this. Looks like. I've already messed it up right from the start. On the first day of the new semester at the Magic Officer Academy, ranks would be decided through the evaluation test. It was the oath ceremony to show oneself in front of all the students in the school. The students whispered in depression, the evaluation test, what should we do? Hey, at least you have the skills. And the one who's truly doomed. Hearing that, Kim Sun-gu smirked, such cute kids. My goal is to make it into the top 10 of the second year. In my previous life, I was offered promotions to be ranked several times, even though I ultimately stayed at C rank. If I just hover around the middle among these kids, my pride will be really hurt. With a smug and wicked smile on his face, let me show you guys what professional skills look like. Yua Ra, seeing this from behind, secretly despised him. What's wrong with him? The ability evaluation test began. A beautiful girl started her test, and countless sharp ice crystals appeared around her. Less than greater than. The pile of ice crystals shot straight towards the running dummies ahead, directly piercing through them. The witnessing crowd exclaimed, wow, she's really incredible. Anyone would believe this level is top of the second year. Both her looks and skills are top-notch, truly amazing. Next is the second year's turn. Please step up when your name is called. This time it was Yua Ra, whose power belonged to the fire magic. Raising her hand, a fireball instantly appeared. Then she hurled the fireball straight ahead, the overwhelming power causing a massive explosion. Students were dumbfounded again. Is she really our age? This is crazy, her level is just like a professional's, right? Honestly, if it weren't for Lee Sujin, Yua Ra would also be a natural-born genius. The next to perform was the male protagonist of the novel. He held a sharp sword and dashed like the wind. He swung his sword across, and with just a single slash, all the dummies were cut in half. This sight made everyone gasp in awe. The MC thought to himself, Yua Ra is excellent, but Lee Sujin just now was no different from a true professional magician. Yua Ra gets the first place stolen by Lee Sujin every time. She must be furious. Right at this moment, the announcement echoed. Student Kim Sun-gu from Class 2A, please step forward. He smiled and stood up with an incredibly confident expression. Is it finally my turn? The teachers on the podium were surprised. Kim Sun-gu? Who is he? I was in charge of the first years last year, right? He is a student in our class. His presence is very faint. It's normal that you don't remember. Looking at his record from last year, he has talent in enhancement magic. Enhancement magic? But he's empty-handed? He might have switched to manifestation magic. Switching magic? Well, there are such students sometimes. Preferring to choose what they want as their special skill rather than what they are actually good at. He reached out his hand, focusing his power as streams of blue light slowly gathered in the center of his palm. The teachers were still talking non-stop. He looks more ordinary than I thought. What else did you expect? A woman wearing glasses seemed to recognize him. Huh, this child. She looked at the blue sphere in his hand, slightly stunned. Wait, is what he's using the compressed manifestation technique? The first stage of manifestation magic is materialization, compressing the materialized mana, then releasing it. This high-level technique that requires highly precise control is the compressed manifestation technique, a technique that only seasoned magicians can use. Both Yu A-Ra and Lee Seujin below saw this and dropped their jaws in astonishment. How can a second-year student use a technique like this? He confidently showed off, but the beam of blue light shot out suddenly turned into countless tiny bubbles, failing to cause even the slightest damage to the dummies. The crowd below was bewildered for a moment. The entire hall fell into silence, holding their breath as they watched. A moment later, someone reacted first, immediately covering their mouth and bursting into laughter, and soon after, the whole crowd roared with laughter. Is he like this because of a mana shortage? He can't even do this. What's the use of only knowing materialization when you can't even release it? Kim Sung-gu froze, so humiliated he wanted to bury his face in a hole. I'm doomed. What the hell is going on? Suddenly, right at this moment, a blue system panel appeared before his eyes. Then countless blue screens popped up one after another. He was stunned, thinking in disbelief, why is it opening up now? Returning to his room, Kim Sung-gu sat on the bed in confusion, recalling the scene during the ability evaluation test. Why did the system window appear back then? In my previous life, it appeared at this time. He rubbed his chin and thought, why did everything become so different? Flashing back to the scene at that time, he was shocked and broke into a cold sweat, unable to comprehend what was happening yet. Huh? The system panel displayed a notification. Outlander's benefit has been unlocked. The main plot has begun. Completed the achievement, Second Life. Reward received 3,000 points. You have completed the achievement Clown's Talent. Reward received 5,000 points. The crowd below clamored, hey, if you're going to pull that stunt, get out of here. This guy is ridiculous. Who is he? The system continued to notify. 232 people have remembered your face. Reward received 1,000 points. The character Lee Seujin is interested in you. Reward received 1,000 points. 4 main characters have started noticing you. Reward received 3,000 points. Back in the present, the MC sat cross-legged on his bed, closed his eyes and thought, I got 10,000 points in such a short time. In order to use these points, the Outlander's benefit had to be unlocked. The Outlander's benefit is a transmigrator's privilege that only someone who entered this world like him could use. Activating the achievement system. Information can be checked through the system windows. Points can be earned through the achievement system. Simply accumulating achievements will grant them. Through the reputation system, the more famous you are, the more points you receive. Among the benefits for Outlanders, his favorite was the point shop. True to its description, points could be used to buy traits, skills, or equipment. This was truly an overpowered setting. Having a lot of points is a good thing. Still, magic that makes mana disappear. A clown's talent. That's really harsh to say. I completely forgot about the fact that I'm currently lacking mana. Combining both my past and present lives, this is the first time I've received so much attention. I earn the points even though I don't really like this clown's talent. So what is his current ability level? Thinking this, he voiced out, check the stat window. Looking at the stats on the ability board, he couldn't help but yell angrily. Ha! I spent so many points, yet my stats got reset to 0. Clenching his fists, he was trembling with rage but couldn't do anything about it. He could only close his eyes and cry silently. How long will it take to grind it all back? Then he suddenly woke up. No, wait. In this life, I can allocate the stat points myself. Magic in this world is divided into 4 main types: enhancement, manifestation, support, and summoning. Magic in this world is divided into 4 main types: enhancement, manifestation, support, and summoning. Is close combat magic used to strengthen weapons and the body, so for enhancement magic, physical strength is extremely important. Is magic used to materialize and release magical power, the more traditional types. And support magic are exactly as their names suggest, used for summoning and supporting. For reference, the main skill he chose was manifestation magic. If he's going to the trouble of using it, he had to pick something somewhat cool. If you pursue manifestation magic, then first of all, you have to increase your mana points. Suddenly, the system notified again, 350 people have remembered your face. Reward, you receive 1,000 points. He was stunned and thought, huh? It increased by 50 people in the blink of an eye. Just one act of making a fool of myself, and yet I can earn this many points. This is actually pretty sweet. As if seeing a path to success right before his eyes, he happily gave a thumbs up. No, wait, this situation is absolutely perfect. The system kept notifying and his jaw dropped in shock. What? 400 people have remembered your face. Reward, you received 2,000 points. How is the number of people recognizing me even greater than the total number of students in the whole school? At this moment, as if realizing something, he hurriedly picked up his phone to check. Could it be? He opened his phone and suddenly discovered an anonymous post. Who posted the video of the second year's lowest-ranked students' public evaluation test today? Haha. Feeling humiliated and helpless, he thought, I didn't expect my test video to be leaked online. Even though it's a bit embarrassing, the points I received are pretty decent. Thinking of that, he felt cheerful, slightly licking his lips in calculation. I wonder if I'll still get more points. Suddenly, as if he just came up with an idea, his eyes lit up like car headlights. Ah. With an extremely excited expression, holding his phone, using this, guarantees 100% drawing aggro. I'll use this to rake in a bunch, then buying that thing will be just perfect. The next day, Kim Sun-gu arrived at school. Wherever he went, there were whispers. Has that guy, right? Must be from yesterday. That video? He didn't care and whistled cheerfully. Haha, you guys just keep making a fuss. Seeing the post, the shocking scandal of the S-rank magician has caused a huge uproar today, had reached 1.54 million views. He thought with satisfaction, my effort to draw aggro everywhere last night wasn't in vain. The more people watch, the better. Bring it on. He was overjoyed inside. Thanks to them, he earned 5,000 points. He opened the door and walked into the classroom. The whole class buzzed again. Oh, he's here. It's Kim Sun-gu. Suddenly, an arrogant blonde guy pointed a finger at his face and laughed. Hey, you. Then he lunged over and slung an arm around his shoulders, smiling brightly. You were hilarious yesterday, you know that? After you left, everyone laughed their heads off. A few other guys crowded around to tease him. How could you run out of mana red at that moment? Hey, is your family super rich? You donated money to get into the academy, didn't you? Otherwise, how could you have passed the exam? The blonde guy joked playfully. Hey, don't be too harsh on him. Hell, get sad. The MC didn't reply. He just silently looked up and thought to himself, Park and-won. This guy is a total psycho. At the beginning of the novel, he sighed and shook his head. Getting involved with him has no benefits. It's best to just ignore him. That guy suddenly leaned in close to his ear, revealing a ferocious expression. Hey, from today on, your name is Idiot. From now on, when I call, you better come running immediately, you moron. Otherwise, your school life won't be peaceful. Right at this moment, Lee Seojin suddenly appeared from behind and said coldly, Park and-won, stop it. His face was full of fury. I told you not to bully others, didn't I? He retorted in annoyance, the genius who commands the world's attention, Lee Seojin. You want to play hero. An ordinary guy like me has no choice but to obediently listen. After saying that, he turned around and told his cronies, let's go. Then he put his hands in his pockets and walked towards the door. Once those guys were gone, Lee Seojin immediately turned back to look at Kim Sun-gu and asked with concern, Hey, are you okay? Yeah, thanks. He showed a worried expression. You are Kim Sun-gu, right? That video from yesterday. He furrowed his brows, forcing a smile that was uglier than crying, and answered awkwardly, I'm fine. He covered his mouth in agony. What else could it be? It's so embarrassing. The video has already spread everywhere. Seeing the MC like that, Lee Seo-jun hurriedly consoled him. Please don't mind it too much. Those who maliciously spread things like that are truly going too far. Well then, I'll be going. Seeing the other wanting to leave, Kim Sun-gu hurriedly grabbed his hand. Lee Seo-jun, wait a minute. He made an offer. Let's do it. With me. He didn't understand a thing he heard and asked back in a daze. Huh. He immediately looked up, looking at him with sparkling puppy dog eyes, pleading. For the dungeon practical class this semester, please be in a group with me. Lee Seo-jun was stunned, his eyes wide open. What? Why on earth do I have to? He smiled, answering back with an incredibly confident expression. That will be beneficial for you. Lee Seo-jun fell silent for a moment, not knowing how to start refusing him. Finally, he spoke up and waved his hands. Sorry, I've never thought about having you as my teammate. Kim Sun-gu firmly patted his chest. Lee Seo-jun, there are 2 reasons why you should team up with me. Reasons. He immediately looked intrigued and replied, All right, I'll hear your reasons first. Our main character replied right away. First, in the lowest-ranked second-year student. Hearing this, Lee Seo-jun spat out the water in his mouth. Is that a reason? He confidently replied, You know the joint exam gives bonus points, right? If you team up with the dead last like me, you'll get higher bonus points. These words moved him. So that's what you mean. It actually makes sense, but this is too risky. He then held up 2 fingers. Second, Yuara has already taken 2 underachievers into her group, so you'll need my bonus points too if you want to beat her. You also know Yuara's special skill is wide area magic. Even carrying 2 dead weights, she can easily handle it, right? You have a point. The third reason. Huh? Didn't you just say there were only 2 reasons? He confidently pointed to himself, it's me. Even though I'm ranked last, my actual abilities aren't bad at all. Hearing this, Lee Seojin couldn't help but laugh and said, you're really interesting. Ha ha ha, all right, let's form a team. Receiving the protagonist's agreement, he joyfully clenched his fists. Oh yeah. Suddenly, he added, but there's one condition. He asked blankly, what condition? The 2 happily shook hands. I'll choose the rest of the members, no problem, right? The system notification rang again. The character Lee Seojin is feeling intrigued by you. Reward, you have received 2,000 points. He answered refreshingly, sure. In the classroom, the teacher's voice was monotonous, and a few students were already dozing off below. The origin of magic began in the 14th century. Initially, it didn't consist of 4 systems like it does now, but only 2. However, that solid 2-system structure was broken. What was the reason? Seeing his hand raised high, the teacher said, all right, please go ahead, Kim Sung-gu. He answered clearly, that system was broken by the Blood Sword, the first enhancement magic user who appeared in the 18th century. Exactly, you are absolutely right. The appearance of the Blood Sword was a heavy blow to the medieval mages, who always worshipped the omnipotence of manifestation magic. At that time, manifestation mages were completely no match for the Blood Sword. Taking that as a starting point, research on manifestation magic exploded moreover. Listening to her endless speech, he thought to himself, classic magic theory and complex formulas, even Lee Seojin must find this difficult. But for him, this was a piece of cake. Thanks to the Outlander's benefit providing all the basic information, I am more confident than anyone in written exams. Even the explanations are extremely detailed. Seeing him frantically taking notes on paper, the other students couldn't help but whisper, is he some kind of Hermione or something? Call him Hermione. What's the point of trying hard in class, isn't he still dead last? Kim Sung-gu heard those words, gritted his teeth in annoyance, and thought, if you're so jealous, try answering it yourselves. Today's lesson ends here. Have a great lunch, everyone. The students clamored as they packed their books to leave. Right at this moment, someone suddenly called him from behind, Kim Sung-gu. Turning around, he saw Lee Seojin smiling brightly. To celebrate us becoming a team, let's go grab something to eat. They walked to the cafeteria together, each carrying a food tray and looking around for seats. There's a spot over here. Suddenly, from a distance, a young man with smiling eyes stood up and waved loudly. Over here. Lee Seojin walked over to him, and the two chatted happily. Why are you so late? Sorry, I'm just kidding. Looking at the scene before him, he thought to himself, that person is Sim Dong-chun, one of my favorite main characters in this world, Lee Seojin's best friend. Top students won't get high scores if they team up. It seems they split up this time. At this moment, Sim Dong-chun finally noticed him and asked excitedly, You're Kim Sun-woo, right? I saw that video too. Huh? Yeah. He then turned to Lee Seojin. Since when did you two become good friends? He replied, just now. Tomorrow and the day after, let's team up to explore the dungeon together. Hearing this, his friend was stunned. This information was clearly beyond his expectations. He then whispered, even without the bonus points from the last ranked student, you can still bid first place. Is it necessary to do this? Lee Seojin shook his head and replied, this time, Yuara is determined. Yuara? What about her? She formed a team with 2 underachievers this time. He grimaced, she's really ruthless. All right, let's eat. Okay, and getting hungry too. They ate and chatted noisily. A girl sitting far away quietly watched them. Isn't he? The one who appeared in the great holy forest? The friend sitting opposite saw her blank stare and asked, So done. What's wrong? What are you looking at? She waved her hands and smiled. No, it's nothing. Then she secretly glanced at the main character again. Seeing him chatting so happily with the other 2, she thought to herself, how did he get so close to Senior Seojin? The scene shifted to a room where Kim Sun-gu's group was practicing inside. He opened his hand and pale blue streams of light gradually appeared on his palm. This time, I'll use a controllable amount of mana to try manifestation. Then he swung his arm, and that beam of light carried its power straight toward the training dummy. With a loud crash, the sound of destruction echoed, and the dummy was instantly obliterated. The onlookers whispered, "Not too bad, huh?" "Yeah, it's actually much better than I thought." He looked toward them, pretending not to know anything, but inside he thought, "You guys, I heard all of that." Before regressing, he had used points to buy ability stats. This one, and this one too. He'll buy them all. Though it was quite good at first, the more I bought, the more expensive it got. I really couldn't afford it. Basic stats. For every 10 purchases, the price increases by 10 points. Just like in a game, the higher the level, the harder it is to level up. He rubbed his chin and calculated. In the long run, rather than using points to buy stats, it's better to utilize traits and equipment that boost mana to slowly improve my stats. Use the search function for mana. A long list appeared on the system panel. He searched for a while and wondered, where is it? That trait that appeared in the middle of the novel. Finally, he found the trait Nature's Blessing, which could absorb Nature's mana. He cheered, yes, this is it. Mana and stamina regeneration rate increased by 200%. A new watch appeared on his wrist. It was the Regressor's watch. He bought it after selling the Culinary Master trait inherited in this life. Selling a trait grants reward points, though it's a bit of a pity since he was quite used to using it. But thanks to Nature's Blessing and the Regressor's watch, my starting line is a bit further ahead than in my past life. Suddenly, at this exact moment, his phone rang. Nobody is supposed to be calling me, right? He looked at his phone, his face full of surprise and his eyes wide open. This is... Kim Sun-gu looked at his phone, his face full of surprise and his eyes wide open. This is... Seeing that he had been added to a group chat, the members were texting their greetings in the group. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Other than Dun Ha Dung, I don't know anyone else. Are they all underachievers? Dun Ha Dung becomes a very crucial character later on, but right now she hasn't realized her true strength yet, so shouldn't her presence be very faint at this point? He also texted in the group, can everyone state their primary specialty? Even though I know your specialties, some people here don't. He immediately received replies. Cindy Huck is support magic, with manifestation as a secondary specialty. Dun Ha Dung is manifestation magic, ice attribute, with support as a secondary specialty. Dung Chin Ti is enhancement magic, with manifestation as a secondary specialty. He quickly introduced himself, him also. Manifestation magic, with no attribute. Cindy Huck replied, the whole school already knows you're in manifestation magic. Bringing that up made him angry again. His face darkened as he retorted irritably, just knowing that is enough for you. He thought again, then Lee Sujin will be the main attacker, and the rest will act as support. To take first place, we have to perform better than Raz team. Who exactly did she pick as her teammates anyway? The scene shifted to the Academy's outdoor training ground, where many students were currently present and training hard. Hey you focus all your attention on controlling it and neglected the release part. Put more power into your mana and blast it out quickly. Raz stood among the students, swinging her arm to launch a fireball at a target, blasting it to pieces. The crowd instantly marveled. Wow, that's insane. The teacher observed, silently praising outstanding abilities. I can only say it's innate talent and potential. She rested her chin on her hand, thinking, however, maybe because she's still so young. She needs more polishing. Her mana usage is still slightly lacking. At the same time, right behind her, the main character was also practicing, releasing a blue stream of mana. She turned her head in shock, witnessing that stream of mana forcefully strike the target. She thought in astonishment, he is quite excellent, isn't he? Before, because he was too focused on manifesting it, he failed at the releasing step. But now, even using the absolute minimum amount of mana, he can still release and manipulate it flawlessly. Realizing one's own flaws at this age is definitely not an easy feat. The sky gradually turned dark and the teacher announced, all right, the special skills class ends here. Great work, everyone. The students bowed politely. Thank you for your hard work, Professor. Less than greater than. They then immediately scattered, the atmosphere becoming loud and lively. Ah, so refreshing. Honestly, this is what going to school should feel like. Whatever. I'm going to go rest. He was also about to head back when he suddenly heard the teacher call out from behind. Kim Sun-gu, good job in class today. Has your training been going smoothly lately? He replied, yes, I'm still taking every chance to practice. What about mana training? Are you still practicing it normally? Hearing that question, he felt a bit guilty and thought, she noticed that my current abilities don't match my mana pool. He smiled brightly and replied, yes, I'm still training. Kim Sun-gu, you're not doing badly in other areas. It's just that your mana pool is too small. There's no secret to increasing your mana. You just need relentless effort. Hearing that advice, he confidently patted his chest and eagerly replied, "Yes, I will do my best." Suddenly, she reached out and handed him a bracelet. "Here, take this. It's equipment that helps with mana breathing and condition maintenance." He was a bit surprised, scratching his head in embarrassment and carefully asked, "Can I really accept this?" She pushed the bracelet into his hand, smiled, and said, "There's no need to be shy. It's just F-rank equipment I made during practice. The cost is basically nothing." He was overjoyed, happily replying, "Thank you, Professor. I will make good use of it." She waved her hand. "Class is over. Hurry up and go." On his way back, the main character was in a great mood, humming as he walked. I didn't expect to receive equipment at all. Suddenly, he saw Yu-A-ra leaning against a wall, looking as if she were waiting for him. What's this? She kept her usual grumpy face and coldly called out, "Hey, Kim Sun-gu." He immediately smirked with an extremely punchable attitude. "Are you sure it's okay for you to talk to me? Last time you just warned me not to talk to you." Yu-A-ra asked again, "Are you and Lee Sujin in the same group?" Kim Sun-gu was slightly surprised. "Huh? How did you know?" Suddenly, she angrily pointed her finger at his face. "You just want to ride the coattails of the top-ranked Lee Sujin, right? But this time, I'm the one taking first place, so don't even dream about it." Saying that, she immediately turned on her heel and left, leaving him speechless. That's really scary. Why is she so sensitive, seriously? Thursday morning, at the dungeon where the exam was taking place, a massive crowd of students had gathered. Kim Sun-gu ran as fast as his legs could carry him, panting heavily, and arrived just in time. Lee Sujin smiled and said, "This is the first time everyone's gathered together, isn't it? Come on, let's do our best for this first semester." Hearing that, Dun Ha-dung happily waved her hands and cheered, "Yeah, let's all do our best." Cindy Huck suddenly glanced at the main character and said, "But our group is really something else, isn't it? The first place and the dead last are in the same team, haha." He stared wide-eyed at him. What? Is he mocking me? Or did it just slip out? He continued to target him, asking, "But can you really do a good job? In the last test, you couldn't even release a single bit of mana." Only an idiot wouldn't realize he was being mocked right now. With a scowl on his face, he thought, he's clearly being sarcastic. Deng Shin-ti quickly stepped in to mediate. "Oh, come on, so what? So-chun is the one who invited him to the group. He'll manage on his own." Hearing that, Kim Sun-gu pouted. He really is planning to cling onto Lee Sojin's coattails. Looking again at the only girl in the team who was happily chatting and laughing, "So-chun, did you sleep well?" he thought to himself, and Dun Ha-dung too. The way she's acting is so far off from the original plot. Is it because of my involvement? The team members are completely different from before. Never mind Dun Ha-dung, but with these members, will there really be no issues with this test? The supervising instructor called out, "Attention! I will now brief you on the dungeon exploration." This class is divided into morning and afternoon sessions. Today is the first day, so we will only be exploring the first underground floor. Next is how the dungeon exploration class is graded. First, clearing speed. The faster you are, the higher the score. Second, ranking bonus points. When partying up with lower-ranked students, the individual will receive more points. And lastly, contribution level. The artificial dungeon has a special contribution scoring system. You will receive bonus points based on your level of contribution to the team. Everyone must put safety first, understood? The whole crowd answered in unison, understood. Then, I invite the groups to enter the dungeon. This is going to be exciting. Have a safe trip. Inside the observation room, a series of large screens were neatly mounted on the wall, each connected to a camera inside the dungeon. Several teachers were gathered in this room. "Ah, Mr. Jang, you're here? Yeah, I saw the students inside and came right over. We were just waiting for you. Let's make a bet on which group will get the highest score. Everyone has to pick a different team for it to be a real bet, you know? But who wouldn't bet on Do-Araz's team?" "Ah, I'm choosing Group 7 too. Oh dear. Guess we can't bet on this class?" The teacher wearing round glasses suddenly spoke up. "We can. I bet on Lee Seo-chun's Group 3 to win." A teacher chimed in, Ms. Lee. Both Seo-chun and Ara are aiming for bonus points, which is why they teamed up with underperforming students, but these two teams are on completely different levels. She smiled and asked, "What's the reason?" "The members of Lee So-chun's team are unstable. It'll be a bit much for an enhancement type like So-chun to handle alone. Enhancement types excel at one-on-one combat, so in a situation with no support and too many enemies, he will really struggle." Duo Ra, on the other hand, is excellent at area of effect magic. Looking at the image on the screen, the teachers exclaimed, "They've already reached the middle of the first floor." Ms. Lee still smiled confidently, "But I believe in the counterattack of the dead last student. Let's wait and see who wins this bet." Inside the dungeon, Lee So-chun wiped out 2 giant rats with just a swing of his sword. "Let's go." The whole team pushed deeper inside. At this point, there wasn't anything dangerous yet, and they easily overcame the challenges. Deng Chin-T marveled, "Wow, So-chun is seriously amazing." Cindy Huck also agreed, "Oh, for sure. We've gone about halfway, right?" What's the boss of the first floor for this stage? The first floor will probably only have small fry bosses. Haha, I agree. By small fry, do you mean a rat or a dog? Hearing that, Dun Ha Dung also wondered, "It's still a boss, though. Do you think something a bit formidable might show up? Sun Gu, what do you think will appear?" He answered immediately, "A giant wolf will appear." "A giant wolf? How do you know?" Sighing, he replied, "There's a way to know." Though in his mind he thought, "I've already gone through this once, you idiot." Cindy Huck clearly didn't believe him at all. With a punchable face, he covered his mouth and said, "This guy talks so much crap." Annoyed, he retorted, "Believe it or not, it's up to you." The other guy stuck out his tongue and said, "Yeah, I don't believe you. Stay mad, bleh bleh." Seeing things go south, Lee Seo-chun quickly intervened. "Stop arguing, guys. Let's just go." "Yeah, all right." The group continued to move forward, but suddenly Lee Seo-chun, who was leading, stopped. "Wait, everyone stop. What's wrong? Did something happen again?" "Seo-chun, do you have your cowardly moments too?" "What is it?" "There's something on the ground." "The ground?" Strange blue sigil appeared before their eyes. "It looks like a magic circle, although I don't know what kind of magic circle it is." "Why is a magic circle here? Is it dangerous?" "They wouldn't make us do something dangerous, right?" The main character slowly approached it and crouched down to study it. Lee Seo-chun warned him, Hey, Kim Sun-gu, be a little careful." "It's fine, and just taking a look." He lightly touched the sigil and calmly stood up. "It's not really dangerous, it's just a simple barrier." "A barrier? How do you know?" Of course, he couldn't say the real reason was that he had seen this exact same barrier in his past life. He reached his hand out forward, immediately touching a blue barrier layer. Then he turned around and said, "See." Cindy Huck turned his head, acting completely indifferent, and replied, "I already knew that." "What, so you're saying we can't pass and have to turn back?" Is there any other way?" Lee Seo-chun drew his sword, his whole body radiating a brilliant golden light, and said, "Stand back. I'll use my sword to shatter the barrier." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword. The blade collided with the protective layer, letting out a sharp clang. He looked absolutely badass. The barrier cracked and began to shatter, leaving a gaping hole right in the center where the sword had slashed through. Seeing that, everyone's eyes lit up and they cheered happily. Oh wow, it worked. But it wasn't over yet. The barrier quickly healed itself, and the hole gradually closed up. The team's spirits sank again. "Ah, what a shame. I thought it worked." Lee So-chun tightened his grip on his sword and said, "If I just put a bit more power into it, it should work." Cindy Huck rolled up his sleeves and stepped up. "Is it my turn to shine now?" "Don't look at me like this. I'm a support type, you know?" He stretched his hand toward the magic circle on the ground, wearing a confident expression. "You guys just wait a moment for me." Saying that, he pressed his hand down onto the sigil, but there was absolutely no change. He immediately froze. Flustered, he said, "This is a bit complicated, huh? It'll need quite a bit of time, probably around 40 minutes. I'll try to finish it as fast as I can." Suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed his wrist. "Hold on." The main character appeared right beside him and spoke up. "Let me break it." Startled, he couldn't help but say, "Hey, what are you doing?" "Kim Sun-gu." He knelt on the ground, pressing both hands onto the circle. The system immediately appeared. Activating exclusive trait, Outlander's benefit. Analyzing magic formula. At this moment, a floating panel of keywords suddenly appeared in the air. Magic Academy Dungeon, first floor magic barrier, first floor boss. Giant wolf. He observed for a moment, his fingers trailing over the words. Academy, magic. I basically get it now. Then he placed his hand on the sigil to dispel it, and a blinding light burst forth from beneath his palm. Right after, the barrier slowly melted away right before everyone's eyes, leaving them all stunned. He turned his head back with a bright smile, looking incredibly smug. Guys, it worked. His friends stood there dumbfounded, their mouths hanging open, especially Sin D. Huck. It actually worked? So fast? At that moment, the system notification rang out again. Lee So-chun's interest level in you has increased. Level 1. Received 5,000 bonus points. Staring at this wall of text, the main character looked utterly baffled. What is this? Interest level? But right now, the barrier had come down, and the team now had to face the boss of this floor, the giant wolf. A ferocious wolf stepped out, its eyes blood red and its mouth full of razor-sharp teeth, looking incredibly vicious. His teammates stammered in surprise, it's exactly like what Kim Sun-gu said. The monster charged at breakneck speed straight toward where the 5 of them were standing, its maw open wide as if to swallow them all whole. But before it could attack, Lee So-chun immediately swung his sword forward, taking down the giant wolf in a single strike. The rest of them gathered around the monster's corpse, full of awe and praise, truly worthy of the name Lee So-chun. You killed a boss like it was just some regular mob. Handling the boss marked the end of that part of the exam. The whole team stepped outside, comfortably stretching their arms. Wow, it's over. That was awesome. The supervising instructor standing outside saw them and said, Group 3, great work out there. You placed second for the first week. Then who got first place? First place goes to Group 7. They cleared it 30 minutes faster than you guys. Ah, so it's Do Araz team. Lee So-chun smirked. The 2 teammates checked their phones for the results. Huh, really? Do Ra is an absolute monster. 4 hours and 11 minutes. Is that even possible? We're only 2 minutes ahead of third place. If this keeps up, we're going to get overtaken, right? Suddenly, Lee So-chun walked over and patted the main character's shoulder, smiling as he said, Sun-gu, it's thanks to you that we managed to get second place. He shyly scratched his head and replied, it was nothing. The other boy grinned brightly. No way, if you hadn't dealt with that barrier so quickly, our rank might have been even lower, you know? It's all on me. I should have worked harder to grab first place. Dun Ha-dung beside him quickly comforted him. Not at all. So-chun, it's thanks to you that we cleared it this fast. The others also chimed in to boost each other's morale. Yeah, it's only the first floor of the first week. It's not over yet. That's right. We just have to turn the tables. While everyone was chatting animatedly, a red-haired woman suddenly walked up from behind them. Student Kim Sun-gu? He turned his head, surprised. Yes. Huh. Isn't this the teacher in charge of the support department? She got straight to the point, her expression extremely serious. Student Kim Sun-gu, I have a proposal. Huh? What is it? She suddenly got agitated and grabbed his hands, shouting, Student Kim Sun-gu, please transfer to the support department. Immediately. This proposal instantly left him dumbfounded. With a blank face, his brain failing to load the information fast enough, he asked in confusion, Huh? After grasping the situation, his expression immediately lost all interest, and he flatly rejected her right away. No. The instructor was stunned to hear Kim Sun-gu refuse so decisively and hurriedly said, wait a minute. You're rejecting it right away without even hearing the conditions. Just hear me out first. I can use my special privileges to grant you a special talent scholarship worth 50 million. Are you still not interested even with that? He answered firmly, yes, am not interested. The instructor walked away with a defeated, mournful look on her face. The person next to him immediately asked, why did you do that? Hey, Kim Sun-gu, are you crazy? Why did you refuse? Your skills in the manifestation department are weak anyway. If it were me, I definitely would have transferred. Yeah, if I were in your shoes, I would have done the same. As his friends were loudly chattering, Do Araz's voice suddenly cut in. Are you really not going to transfer? People with special talents get a lot of other privileges on top of the scholarship, you know. The people around them were instantly shocked and started whispering, what's going on? Do Araz actually? He stood firm with his choice, smiling as he replied, thanks, but I'm sticking with the manifestation department. She let out a huh, completely unable to understand what was going through this guy's head. She had said that much, yet he was still stubbornly refusing to switch. The scene changed with brilliant sunlight shining down as So Dun walked down the corridor. She suddenly spotted a rather familiar figure and thought to herself, is this person? It was none other than the main character holding a mop. She flashed a beautiful smile and greeted him, Senior Kim Sinuk. He corrected her, I'm not Kim Sinuk, I'm Kim Sun-gu. She covered her mouth with a forced laugh. Oh my, I'm sorry, Senior Kim Sun-gu. Why are you cleaning? Looking at the entire corridor floor that had been mopped so clean you could see your reflection in it, he casually replied, because it looked a little dirty. She clapped her hands and smiled, saying, "Wow, senior, you're so kind-hearted." Then she waved goodbye to him. "Keep up the good work then." As soon as she turned her back to leave, she immediately dropped the fake sweet expression from moments ago and rolled her eyes in contempt, thinking, "What a busybody." At that moment, the system notified him again, "You have completed the achievement, Snail Fairy. Receive 1,000 bonus points." He thought to himself, "How could I possibly tell you that I'm cleaning just to complete the Snail Fairy achievement? Anyway, I'm done cleaning up." He happily carried the bucket back, humming as he walked. Far behind him, a strange young man peeked out from a hidden corner, silently watching his back with a gentle smile. Another class began. The teacher stood at the podium and lectured. There are many different types of monsters: humanoids, beasts, flying types, and so on. Among them, the most dangerous are the demons. He looked towards the students and asked, "Does anyone know why demons are so dangerous?" Kim Sun-gu quickly answered, "Because before they drop their disguise and go berserk, no one can distinguish between a human and a demon." That's right, they suck human blood, are the source of evil that manipulates monsters, and have deeply rooted themselves in our society. Their appearance is no different from ordinary people, and without specialized equipment, they can't be identified. But as mentioned, at that moment, a demon's eyes will turn black. Demons. Hearing this word, he clenched his fists. Coincidentally, the plot where a demon appears for the first time will take place this weekend. Although Lee Sojin is just a student, he will attract attention by defeating a demon. Anyway, Lee Sojin will take care of it. Just to be safe, I should check the surroundings for any dangerous elements first. He thought agonizingly, "I need money to do outside activities with Lee Sojin. What should I do?" The scene changed again. This time, Kim Sun-gu was sitting cross-legged on the ground cultivating, his whole body emitting a green light. Notifications constantly rang out. Mana increased by 0.02. Gained an additional 0.03 mana. Cultivation progress for Nature's Blessing increased by 12%. He stretched his body in satisfaction. It wasn't a waste to spend my free time training. I've accumulated quite a bit of mana. Suddenly, another notification rang out. The trait Nature's Blessing has leveled up to 2. The effect of the Nature's Blessing trait has been unlocked. You can now use Nature's Heart. He looked smug. As expected. Good thing I bought Nature's Protection. Even though the cooldown is a bit long, the mana recovery rate per minute is incredibly fast. Now I can use it freely whenever I need it. My constitution truly belongs to manifestation magic. Suddenly remembering that morning when that female teacher enthusiastically invited him to transfer to support magic, he thought, "I solved the barrier problem by borrowing the Outlander's benefit. I can't create a barrier with my own hands, so transferring to support magic is impossible." Lying spread eagle on the floor, he thought with some regret. Well, but it's a real shame about the scholarship money. After all, Im's still just a dirt-poor student. He sat up abruptly, stroking his chin in deep thought. Is there any easy way to make money? Thinking of a few paths. Farming equipment by killing monsters in dungeons to make money is too dangerous. Or climbing a tower. Although I could go to some low-level towers, Im's still a student. Im's still a minor right now, so there's no way I can get a license. After scratching his head in frustration for a while, an idea finally struck him, and his eyes lit up. At this time, in the teacher's office, everyone was chatting lively. "Teachers, did everyone see a very sensible student today?" "I think it's Kim Sun-gu from the second year. He came to school bright and early to clean up." "Oh, that's Sun-gu." During theory class, he listened very attentively. He even actively participated. His learning attitude is great. Teacher Lee proudly raised her chin. "The students of our manifestation department are all like that." She then covered her mouth and chuckled. "Even if someone wants to steal our student, I believe Sun-gu absolutely won't be easily taken away." The person being mocked couldn't argue back at all, trembling with anger. The other teachers continued chatting happily. It's so lucky to have such a hard-working student lately, and he's so well-liked by everyone too. As for our main character, who had just come up with an idea to solve the tower climbing issue, I just need to stop carrying the student identity, right? Am I a genius? The system constantly notified. You have completed the achievement teacher's pet. You received 2,000 reward points. He cheered joyfully. More points, this is awesome. He immediately and happily opened the point shop. He activated the search skill and clicked to buy an item in the shop, spending 10,000 points. He broke into an incredibly greedy and shameless smile, causing his classmates to turn and look. I have to get my investment back and make even more money. On a clear Saturday morning, he wore a neat, easy-to-move-in outfit and went to the tower alone. The guard standing at the gate stopped him, holding out a hand and saying, "Please present your mage license." He rummaged through his pockets and pulled out a mage license. The information clearly read, Kim Chin-gu, 25 years old, rank C. He replied, yes, here it is. The guard took the license, then held it up to the scanner to check it. Kim Sun-gu was tense, his heart pounding wildly from doing something shady. A notification sound came from the scanner. Rank C mage, Kim Chin-gu, 25 years old. Verification complete. The guard then handed the license back to him, saying politely, greetings, Mr. Kim Chin-gu. He smiled brightly and replied, thank you. Inside, he breathed a sigh of relief. Even though I knew I wouldn't get caught, I was still a bit scared just now. This was the new identity he had bought in the point shop a few days ago. He could set the identity as requested and get a mage license issued at the same time. Not bad. Mage licenses in this world are very special. They contain a specific magic formula inside, making them absolutely impossible to forge. He crossed his arms smugly. Plus, wearing these glasses with a color-changing effect, my disguise is absolutely perfect. He checked the time on his watch, calculating mentally. After conquering the tower, I have to go to the Han River immediately. At 9:30, Lee Sujin will fight the demon. Stepping inside the tower, a notification instantly rang out. Mr. Kim Chin-gu, welcome to the Tower of Proof. Before his eyes was a magic circle. You can now go up to the 27th floor. Which floor would you like to go to? 10th floor. The 10th floor of the tower has already been conquered. Even if you conquer it again, the rewards will be significantly reduced. He didn't mind and replied with a loud laugh, it's fine, let me in. My goal is something else anyway. There are all kinds of towers in the world, and all of them have a convenient means of transportation. Teleportation gates. The strength of the monsters and the difficulty of the traps are different in every tower. Tower of Proof once appeared in a side story of the original work. Because its difficulty is quite unique, normal guilds don't want to enter it. As soon as he set foot on the 10th floor, he immediately faced an incredibly vicious-looking wolf. It glared with bloodshot eyes, its toothy maw wide open, and lunged forward like an arrow. Our main character instantly raised his hand, and a powerful burst of mana shot straight out, destroying the wolf in the blink of an eye. The system notified you have completed the achievement First Hunt. You receive 1,000 reward points. Even though the monsters are relatively weak, there are high-level traps and magic formulas everywhere. You could say this tower was tailor-made for him. Checking the time on his watch again, this is enough time to clear it. Then he continued his tower climb. Well then, shall we continue? At the same time, in the area near the Han River, a huge crowd had gathered to participate in the festival. Lee Sujin and Sim Dong-chun were also there. Wow, there's so many people. Yeah, and it's not even time for the festival to start yet. Hey, since we're here, let's take a picture. What's with the picture? You really don't get it, these things are all memories. Finally, unable to stand his nagging, Lee Sujin agreed, all right. Meanwhile, inside the Tower of Proof, Kim Sun-gu had just taken down another monster. He picked up his loot, an orange-red stone. Oh, a mana crystal. I'm really lucky today. That's enough for my travel expenses. Then he searched everywhere, his hand tracing some patterns on the wall. It should be around here. Suddenly, his hand touched a yellow barrier and he exclaimed, this is it. He then cast a spell to break the barrier, and the pale yellow light gradually faded away before his eyes. The system notified again, you have achieved the Barrier Breaker Expert Achievement. You received 2,000 reward points. A lush green scene suddenly appeared before him filled with flowers and grass, entering the hidden floor of the Tower of Proof Mindscape world. The Tower of Proof is watching you, and the mystic mana in the air is increasing. You have achieved the Mystic Explorer Achievement. You receive 5,000 reward points. Our main character grinned gleefully. This is it. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice rang out, startling him. O one who has stepped into the Tower of Proof. This voice came from the goddess statue in front of him. Can you prove yourself? Right after, a blinding light flashed, making him squint his eyes. From the vibrant flowers around, strange specks of light suddenly appeared and shot upwards. Looking closely, they were tiny flower fairies. They were small in size but traveled in swarms. Rank C monsters, although they aren't very strong, but they will attack wildly the moment they see a human. The fairies rushed in, and a burst of mana fired directly at one of them. He continued to form a mana sphere in his hand. When eliminating them, speed is a matter of life and death. The fairies were repeatedly hit without being able to fight back, so they immediately turned around and fled in panic. He knelt on the ground, disheartened. Even if I kill all the fairies, I still can't clear this floor. Recalling the statue's question, can you prove yourself? He sighed, I can't prove it with just that. The system suddenly popped up. Activating exclusive trait Outlander's benefit. Decoding the magic formula. In the hidden space of the Tower of Proof, prove yourself by using the intermediate Mindscape World Magic Circle with your own mana and individuality. The whole space felt as if a tremendous power was surging. Prove it. Prove your ability. Having found the solution to this problem, he raised an eyebrow and said, "Prove it." "Fine, I'll prove it. My ability is to analyze this magic formula. All the abilities I've acquired as an outlander of this world." He placed his hand on the seal on the ground and a blue light enveloped his entire body. The scene before him changed again. Completed the achievement recognized by the Tower of Proof. You received 10,000 reward points. The Tower of Proof bestows a blessing. Gain the adaptive trait Proof of the Tower D. He also received a bunch of other rewards. Overjoyed, he clenched his fists in delight. I did it. A notification rang out along with brilliant fireworks. Congratulations. You have successfully cleared the hidden floor Mindscape world. At the same time, at the festival, colorful fireworks began to bloom in the night sky. Sim Dong-chun looked up and said, "Looks like it's about to start." Lee Seojin suddenly showed him his phone. "Hold on, look at this." On the phone screen was the picture they had just taken. Not quite understanding, he asked, "The picture we just took, what's wrong with it?" He spoke again, "Look closely." In the picture, right behind the two of them, a strange man with lifeless eyes had been accidentally captured. He was startled and shocked, yelling out, "These eyes, could it be a demon?" At the same time, looking out into the yard from inside the house, Kim Sun-gu suddenly saw a twisted silhouette outside the window. He glanced up at the clock, the minute hand ticking forward bit by bit. What? Breaking out in a cold sweat, he started feeling anxious. It's almost 9:30. Why isn't Lee Seojin here yet? Watching the developments outside, Kim Sun-gu worried. But this is no joke. This is the main plot. If I act recklessly, it'll change the course of the story. A passerby approached the demon, asking worriedly, "Hey, are you all right?" It raised its head, revealing a lifeless face and terrifying bloodshot eyes. Realizing the situation was dire, he panicked and dashed out. No. But it was too late. The demon's arm pierced through the unfortunate passerby's chest, fresh blood pouring from his nose and mouth. After draining enough blood, it immediately tossed the corpse aside. A living, breathing person was just killed right in the middle of a public place. Thanks to this amount of blood, the demon transformed. Its body was massively reinforced, muscles bulging, radiating a terrifying power all over. It slowly turned its head, its eyes flashing an eerie red light. A girl standing right behind it was so petrified by fear that she couldn't move an inch. The surrounding crowd witnessed this and froze, backing away in terror. It's a demon. He's out of control. Call the police. Hurry up and call the police. Run. Seeing the critical situation, our main character quickly grabbed his weapon and darted forward. Now is not the time to hesitate. I don't care how the plot develops anymore. Hurry up, I have to save the others. At the same time, on Lee Seojin's side, he took the photo on his phone to report it to the security forces. The one receiving the photo was the anti-terrorism special ops from the Magic Association, Dong Hyun-soo. He said, "I've confirmed the photo you reported. These eyes. It's definitely a demon." He asked again, was this taken nearby? Sim Dong-chun immediately replied, "Yes." This is bad. There's a festival today, so the streets are packed. The more blood they drain, the stronger they'll become. Suddenly, Lee Seojin stopped in his tracks. Feeling a terrifying power, he turned his head to the left. Just now. That magic power was terrifying. Dong Hyun-soo also noticed it and hurriedly ran off. That's right. It's in this direction. When they arrived, the crowd was standing at a distance, talking in panic. Is it dangerous over here? Lee Seojin gasped in surprise, because he saw Kim Sun-gu standing alone behind the demon, but he was in disguise, so he didn't recognize him. Who is that? Seeing death approaching so closely, the girl trembled in panic. Help, save me. Just as the demon raised its hand with sharp claws to attack her, a strange object suddenly shot forward and severed its arm. The MC broke into a cold sweat. That was close. The table saved her life. Taking this opportunity, the girl immediately turned and ran for her life, but human stamina is limited, and she was soon caught up to. He calculated inwardly, this demon must be at least a B rank. If I just rush in like this, it'll definitely die a gruesome death, so I have to use all my magic power. Attack its weak point. Thinking this, he focused and launched his strike, aiming straight at the demon's head. With a loud clang, it abruptly stopped. However, this blow couldn't take it down at all. Instead, it made it even more frenzied. Its eyes were bloodshot, and one side of its face had its skin peeled off by the magic power, exposing the muscle underneath, looking incredibly horrifying. Seeing the wound healing rapidly, he gritted his teeth. Damn it, I'm screwed. I couldn't destroy its brain. The demon instantly erupted with power, roaring furiously as it chased after Kim Sun-gu, its entire body exuding a terrifying, eerie aura. It lunged forward, looking as if it wanted to swallow its prey alive. That horrifying power wasn't something a rookie like him could withstand. Falling into this situation, he could only risk it all. I was planning to save this for later, but I have no other choice. Activating effect, starting Heart of Nature. For 1 minute, magic power recovery rate increases by 1,000%. Blue spheres appeared around him. Whether I can defeat you in a minute or not, it'll beat you half to death. As soon as he finished speaking, these spheres instantly shot towards the demon, the powerful magic striking it down to the ground. Not giving the opponent any time to recover, other attacks were continuously launched. The demon raised its arms in front of its face, trying to block each of these blows. He smirked coldly. Keep blocking if you can. It'll only aim for your head. This continuous assault gradually exhausted the demon, making it roar in pain. The MC was satisfied. Good, just keep this up. Suddenly, the blue light gradually faded and vanished into nothingness. He was stunned and started to panic. Has a minute passed already? No, this can't be. At this rate, I can't hold him off any longer. No longer under attack, the demon recovered in the blink of an eye. Just at this moment, someone from behind dashed forward with a sword and sliced off its neck. He was astounded as the demon's body parts were severed and scattered across the ground. Person sheathed his sword, saying with an emotionless face, "It's been taken care of." He turned and said to him, "I am anti-terrorism special ops agent Dong Hyun-soo. Thanks to you, everything was resolved smoothly. Could you show me your mage license? I need to verify your identity for the bounty." He immediately handed over his license. Looking at the information on it, the agent exclaimed, "Wow, C rank? I thought you'd be at least a B rank." Only then did he notice the two figures following behind. He widened his eyes in shock. Lee Sojun and Sim Dong-chun. The MC was smiling on the outside, but inside he was so furious he wanted to lunge out and bite those two jerks right then and there. "Why are you guys only arriving now? You should have been here sooner." On this side, Lee Sojun kept staring at him, feeling that he looked very familiar. Is it an illusion? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Finally, he decided to step forward and asked, "So, do you happen to know Kim Sun-gu?" Lee Sojun asking Kim Sun-gu if he knows Kim Sun-gu, the one studying at the Magic Academy. Sim Dong-chun chimed in from behind, "I have to admit, you do look a bit like him. Could you be Sun Woo's relative?" Feeling a pang of guilt, he looked away and replied, "That's the first time I've ever heard that name." Dong Hyun-soo scolded, "What do you mean alike? It's probably just because he has a common face. Stop causing trouble and go back." Then he turned back to smile at the MC. "Thank you so much for today." But Lee Sojun wouldn't let it go, continuing to stare at him. Scrutinized so intensely by that gaze, he broke into a sweat and turned his head, not daring to look straight at him, answering, "It's nothing. I just did what I had to do." The two bowed to each other. "I'll be taking my leave then. The cleanup agents and reporters will be here shortly." "Thank you. I kept my life today thanks to you." Suddenly, the system notification rang out. "You have participated in the subjugation of the B-rank villain Chang Han." He widened his eyes, completely clueless about what was going on. "Wait, hold on, I participated in the subjugation. This is worlds apart from the original story, isn't it?" The storyline has undergone a minor change. You receive 5,300 reward points. Law of causality increased by 0.2. Law of causality? Those notifications left him utterly astounded. Did the plot change because of my interference? Gaining the law of causality when resolving major events in the main plot, he was stunned. No, wait, in my first life when I didn't intervene at all, Lee Seojin died. In other words, I can save his life by interfering with the storyline. Seeing the text on the display screen again. You can grant your wish. He immediately thought of his friends, thinking, is it really possible to return to the real world? As if a whole new horizon had opened up, he became extremely joyful. There's absolutely no need to hesitate. Protect Lee Seojin, earn causality points. He clenched his fists, his face full of hope and determination. I have to actively change the storyline. Seeing the 15 million won demon subjugation bounty transferred into his account, Kim Sun-gu was instantly thrilled. Oh, I didn't expect the money to be transferred this fast. Glancing at the trident in his hand, he felt really awkward bringing this into the dorm. This is great. It's been a long day, and with this money, I can afford to rest for a while, right? And so he decisively headed to the Handsome Hotel, a five-star hotel exclusively for mages. The Handsome Group is a world-class megacorporation, a conglomerate wielding power, authority, and immense wealth, which takes up a considerable portion of the original story. As he was walking, he saw two uniformed employees bowing respectfully. "Welcome, sir." Looking in that direction, he saw a man walking in with a group of bodyguards and thought to himself, I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's the vice chairman of the Handsome Group, Han Se-chin, the #1 heir. The man smiled brightly. "Good work, everyone." An employee reported, "Mr. Vice Chairman, your sister informed us that she will be coming for dinner tonight." He smiled and said, "Sedun?" "Got it. It's been a while since I've seen her." Hearing this name, he exclaimed, "Han Sedun. Well, well, so Han Sedun is here too." After checking into his room, Kim Sun-gu laid all his loot on the table and started calculating. "This spear stands out too much. I definitely have to sell it. Enchantment books. I might need these later." Handing the herbs over to Han Sedun. "If I want to do that, do I have to wait until tomorrow?" The next morning, the TV screen was broadcasting the news. "Good morning, everyone. The morning news for the 0th of month 0 will now begin. A mage who conquered the hidden stage of the Tower of Proof is drawing a lot of attention. This is a C-rank mage who, after clearing the hidden stage, even subdued a rampaging demon at Han River Park. The Magic Association highly praises the outstanding performance of the hero Kim Chin-gu and is currently considering promoting him." Passers-by saw the news and gasped in awe. Wow, all of that happened in just one day. To fight a demon alone in that situation. At this moment, a system notification rang in Kim Sun-gu's ears. "You have completed the achievement, little hero. 2 million citizens express their gratitude for your bravery. The majority of characters you haven't met yet are curious about you." Hearing this, he was overjoyed. He stretched and thought, making the news just once earned me a whopping 21,000 points. Sweet. If my identity is already secure, then I should go meet Han Se-dan, right? Thinking that, he headed to the Hansung Pharmaceuticals building. Seeing him, the crowd buzzed with excitement. "Oh, isn't that the guy from the news? It really is him. Haha." He heard everything but pretended not to notice, thinking to himself, being a celebrity actually feels pretty awesome. While walking, he suddenly spotted a man in the distance. He thought in shock, that person is the blade of the Handsome family, S-rank mage Dang Su-gi. That scared the crap out of me, bumping into an S-rank right at the door. Did he have some business here? Could it be? While he was still bewildered, the receptionist recognized him. "Are you the person from the news?" He immediately turned around and said, "Hello, I am Kim Chin-gu. I would like to sell the herbs I found in the tower. I hope the department head can help me appraise them." Scene change. In the office, the youngest daughter of the Hansung Group, Han Se-dan, held the herbs he brought in her hand, smiling as she said, "For the trending hot topic to visit like this is quite refreshing. And the items you brought are also quite miraculous. Though I can feel its energy, this thing doesn't even have the basic magic core of a medicinal herb. Although it's a bit difficult to process, it is truly a top-tier herb. I'm very curious as to how you knew about its medicinal properties." The MC smiled and replied, "I've spent a lot of time acquiring knowledge about herbs." He thought to himself, the holy herb is a special medicinal plant. Although it can significantly enhance a potion's efficacy, the herb itself possesses no effects on its own. Even in this era, no one uses this type of herb, and preparing it is extremely tedious. It's best to leave this kind of work to a genius pharmacist. Exactly like the girl right in front of me. Han Se-dan asked, "I don't completely understand it, but the herbs are what matters. Do you have any conditions?" Hearing this, he held up 5 fingers. "A 500 million won upfront payment, and give me 0.005% of Hansung Pharmaceuticals shares." Hearing this condition, she couldn't help but frown. 0.005% shares. Do you have no idea about the scale of our conglomerate? Rather than cash, I want the shares. Once the holy herb is commercialized, it will monopolize the pharmaceutical industry. She still firmly refused, "I can't give you shares. Pick something else." Actually, he had anticipated this outcome, so he compromised and offered another condition. "Then give me a VIP membership card to the underground auction. I also want you to brew magic potions and purchase equipment for me. Of course, I'll pay for it." Hearing that, she sneered with a cold smile. "Are you telling me to run errands for you?" He calmly replied, "However, I can tell you the weakness of your older brother, Vice Chairman Han Se-chin." Upon hearing this, her expression immediately changed, her eyes widening in utter shock. He looked at the person in front of him and said, "You want to take over the Hansung group, right? Even if it means destroying your own family to get it." On the TV, the newscaster's voice continued to play. That was the outstanding performance of Mage Kim Chin-gu. Inside the room, two men were talking. Dang Han is dead. Actually, we could have stopped him back then. When he went berserk, if we had struck first. The brown-haired young man was furious, his eyes bloodshot. He swung his arm, smashing a glass cup to pieces, and yelled, "We definitely could have stopped it." The middle-aged man spoke slowly. Baek Kang calmed down. It was an order from him. If we help those running wild in the human world, our situation will become very dangerous. The other guy went crazy, his eyes bloodshot as he cursed. Damn it, how much longer do we have to hide? Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. I want to kill that Kim Chin-gu. Is it okay? He seems to have approached your client. Of course it's okay. Don't you know what kind of person my client is? She is someone who can smile while striking down her own family. Han Se-dan smiled gently and waved at Han Se-chin, saying cheerfully, "Oppa, long time no see." Han Se-dan smiled gently, waving at Han Se-chin, "Oppa, long time no see." On the way back, the two chatted. "Long time no see. I'm so glad to see you. Is work at the company still going well?" "Work is a bit tough and socializing is exhausting. You could say I'm mentally drained." "Father is too impatient. You're still so young, yet he hastily gave you company shares. If it gets too tiring, you can hand them over to me anytime. But once I become chairman, I'll let you be vice chairwoman." Hearing that, she froze. Her hands clenched the phone on her lap, trembling with anger as she thought, very funny. Meanwhile, Kim Sun-gu was sitting in his room saving a contact on his phone. All right, saved. Using two accounts is safer, isn't it? Meeting Han Se-dan was definitely the right choice. She even helped me sell my goods. He picked up his beer and took a sip, feeling great as his heart bloomed with joy. Thanks to her, I can return with peace of mind, haha. Han Se-dan's intelligence-gathering skills shouldn't be bad. He recalled the scene from the morning during his deal with her. I'll tell you the weakness of your older brother, Vice Chairman Han Se-chin. Is she verifying whether the weakness I mentioned can actually be used, as expected of the Hansung family? Suddenly, his phone chimed with a notification. It was a message from her. Just 1 month. During this time, I'll run errands for you. Today, I'll transfer the agreed deposit and the sales money to you. Do you need anything else? He smiled in satisfaction. Faster than I thought. I have no problem with that, of course. Make me a healing potion and get me a ticket to the underground arena. The potion will take some time. I'll contact you as soon as it's done. Deal. We can extend the deadline later. He began calculating, but if I want to act as Kim Chin-gu, the demons are really in the way. There was a revenge plot in the original novel. Opening the system panel, I've earned some points. I can use the search function. After searching the keyword perception, a few traits popped up. Among them, he paid special attention to one named murderous intent perception, which could help sense killing intent aimed at him. Looking at the cost, his stomach tied in knots. 50,000 points? That's insanely expensive. No, but I need this. In the end, he had to bite the bullet and click the purchase button. I'll just consider it as buying my own life. A few days later, Han Se-dan quickly concocted some potions according to the MCS request, placing 4 vials on the table. Here are the potions you need. I added holy grass into them. Both the effects and the side effects have increased, so keep that in mind. He picked up the potion and the system appeared. Mana Enhancement Elixir B increases mana recovery speed by 500% for 5 minutes. After the effect wears off, you will fall into a state of mana exhaustion for 30 minutes. Reading those lines, he marveled, the effect is quite good, isn't it? Han Se-dan stared at him, thinking, how suspicious. Why would a highly capable mage like him need this kind of potion? And how does he know about me and my brother? Then she spoke up again, the weakness of my brother you mentioned. I investigated through my private sources, and the results really surprised me. Even though he is a bit sinister, I never expected that he not only kills people, but also colludes with demons. How did you know about this? Hearing his question, he thought to himself, I know it from the original novel. Driven by greed, Han Se-chin colluded with the demons. He became a villain and is a character to be extremely wary of. But how should I explain this? He narrowed his eyes and smiled at her. If you just transfer 5% of Hansun Pharmaceuticals shares to me, I'll tell you. Han Se-dan frowned and pouted. Just say it straight that you don't want to tell me. Then she changed the subject. But why do you need a ticket to the arena? I got the tickets, but they can't be traded. You can, however, go in there with me. He pointed at her. No wonder you're dressed like that. She angrily yelled, Don't you think about whose fault this is? What are you planning to do there? He replied calmly, since I've made some money, of course, I have to use money to make more money. Hearing his answer, Han Se-dan immediately fell silent, and the atmosphere sank into deep thought. Then her eyes went wide, and she screamed, "Are you planning to use the money I gave you to gamble?" The MC answered as calmly as ever, "That's right." This attitude made her tremble with anger. "You're really crazy." She stood up in annoyance, saying, "Our deal this time will end this month." The system notified. The character Han Se-dan is very disappointed in you. Her attention toward you has dropped drastically. He sighed, "Wow, is she really that disappointed?" Then he quickly regained his confidence and put on his mask. "But it's fine. Once we leave the arena, she'll regain her faith in me." The two of them went to the arena together. Security checked their tickets and then gave him a VIP wristband. Suddenly, at that moment, a strange man appeared and spoke. "It's been a long time since I've seen a VIP member." The man slowly walked over. Seeing him, he gaped in astonishment. This man is the S-rank demon, the top-tier villain Ha Ri-ong. But it makes sense that he's here. Ha Ri-ong is the organizer of this arena. The man wearing a demon mask smiled and said, "I wish you an enjoyable time." After saying that, he quickly walked away. He muttered to himself, "It's best not to get involved with him." Stepping inside, a massive hall appeared before their eyes. The stands were almost packed with people who were whispering non-stop. Seeing this scene, Han Se-dan couldn't help but exclaim, "There are so many people, and the atmosphere is so lively." He replied, "It's probably because of Dang Hong-chu." She asked in confusion, "Dang Hong-chu?" He answered, "Is currently the most popular fighter, a mage who has held the championship title for 3 consecutive years. His actual combat power is a rank." Hearing that, she shook her head. "Then you probably won't make much money. Everyone will bet on him to win." Suddenly, she heard his voice. "That's right. If you want to make money, this is what you have to do." Saying that, he raised his hand and told the staff there, "I'd like to place a bet." "Yes, please go ahead." He smiled, his tone extremely confident. 5.3 billion. Put all 5.3 billion on Dang Hong-chu's opponent. Hearing that, the staff members, they were instantly dumbfounded, wondering where this guy got that kind of confidence. Han Se-dan's heart skipped a beat as she tried to stop him. "No, is there a problem? Who is Dang Hong-chu's opponent?" The MC's answer left her stunned, her facial muscles stiffening in shock. The opponent? It's a rookie making his debut today. At this time, Ha Ri-ong, sitting in his room, received the information and asked, "Is there a guest who bet 5.3 billion on Dang Hong-chu's opponent?" His subordinate bowed respectfully and replied, "Yes, that's correct." He asked further, "What does that person look like?" The subordinate answered, "I heard he was wearing a rabbit mask." He immediately recognized him, stroking his beard, and thought, "It's that VIP guest from earlier." For VIP guests like them, that amount is just spare change at best. Could he be a philanthropist with eccentric tastes? On the other side, Baek Kang found out he was at the arena and roared furiously. "What? Kim Chin-gu? He appeared at the underground arena?" The other person replied, "He attended the event with Han Se-dan." He burst into laughter. "Perfect. I was getting pissed off because I couldn't find any information on him." His eyes turned blood red as a terrifying smile spread across his face. "Get a car ready for me immediately. Tonight, I will avenge Dang Han." In the arena, 2 men were fighting. One of them pierced his opponent's chest with a sharp spear, sending blood splattering everywhere. In both pain and fear, he screamed, "Help! Save me! I surrender!" Seeing him helplessly collapse to the ground, the other guy sneered, "Should have done this sooner." Then, the host smiled and pointed at him. The winner of the first match has been revealed. The crowd cheered joyfully as he looked up and waved at the audience in the stands with a happy smile. Some others angrily yelled at the loser being helped down. "Why did you surrender, you lunatic? I bet my money on you." Throwing out incredibly harsh words, "You mongrel, you might as well go die." Hearing these people go crazy, Han Se-dan gasped in slight astonishment. It's a shady tournament after all. It feels so brutal. Kim Sun-gu glanced at the crowd behind them and said, "But the organizers won't allow any murders to happen." The matches continued, and the host's voice rang out again. "Now then, coming up next. The match between Ryang and Dang Hong-chu begins. There is a 5.3 billion bet on the rookie Ryang, and a 28 billion bet on our champion, Dang Hong-chu." Hearing that, he smiled and thought, everyone bet on Dang Hong-chu because they wanted to play it safe. The crowd muttered, "What kind of lunatic bet 5.3 billion on Ryang? Even for an underdog bet, that's just too much." They're going to lose all that money. What an idiot, right? Hearing those words, the MC just quietly smirked. Keep barking. I'll be sweeping in 6 times the cash later. Good. It's finally starting. A towering, muscular man with a brawny physique stepped into the ring. The fighters have entered the arena. His opponent was a shaggy-haired youth who was both scrawny and short. Seeing the person who just walked out, Han Se-don broke into a cold sweat. Wait, could he be Ryang? The difference in their physique is way too huge. He also felt it was a bit beyond imagination. His mouth twitched and sweat beaded on his face. Well, I didn't expect him to be that skinny. Maybe he just hasn't fully grown yet. Honestly, he didn't come here just for the money. The villainous organization plays a huge role in the main plot Chai-in. Rang will later join that organization, so he wanted to see him fight once. The murmurs around them didn't stop. Humph. Who in the world bet 500 million on him? Even though he was terrified inside, he tried to cheer himself up. No, I absolutely must not falter. It was written in the original novel. Rang and the underground arena never lost a single match. The moment Dang Hongchu saw his opponent, he said with contempt, "Your level is too low. How boring. I can't believe I have to fight this kind of trash. Let's finish this quick." As soon as he spoke, he charged forward at lightning speed. Rang flinched but still managed to lean back and dodge. But then he turned his head and delivered a powerful blow straight to his chest. The punching force was truly terrifying. The terrifying power impacted his body, sending him flying backward against the wall, causing bricks and stones to shatter and scatter everywhere. Riang slowly slid down to the ground, his entire body paralyzed and completely motionless for the moment. The crowd witnessing the scene cheered loudly. This is exactly what we wanted. Kim Sun-gu broke into a cold sweat. Can he really win? At the same time, Baek Kang was sitting in a car. He crossed his arms deep and fought. The underground arena, Even though I want to storm in immediately, if I ruin Ha Ri-ong's business, I won't be able to retreat safely. He asked again, "What time does the event end?" His subordinate spoke up. "The event will conclude at 10:30 p.m. He immediately revealed a satisfied smile. No need to rush. That time is perfect for killing him. Back at the arena, Ryang still couldn't get up, his entire body continuously taking a beating from his opponent. Dang Hongchu ferociously swung his fist for a decisive blow, a powerful punch landing squarely on his chest. He threatened in a cold voice, "If you know what's good for you, get out of here." Then he launched another kick with all his might. Ryang was sent flying backwards once again, falling to the ground limply with his head down, looking as if he had passed out. Dang Hongchu raised his hands in triumph while the excited crowd chanted his name. The victory seemed all but sealed. Kim Sun-gu widened his eyes in shock, sweating as he thought, "Well, what? Don't tell me. Did Dang Hongchu really win?" Suddenly, a twist no one expected, a sharp weapon pierced right through Dang Hongchu's chest, sending fresh blood splattering instantly. He turned around in sheer shock, only to find that Riang had leaned against the wall and stood back up. His entire body was covered in dark bruises, and his face was swollen from being beaten half to death, but a faint smirk crept onto his lips. Enraged, Dang Hongchu lunged forward, roaring, "You little bastard." Riang just chuckled softly. Out of nowhere, he pulled out a bunch of sharp metal blades with both hands, exuding a powerful aura. Then, quick as lightning, he hurled all the sharp knives at his opponent. Before Dang Hongchu could even react, he was struck multiple times. With the blades buried deep in his chest, he crashed heavily to the ground. Blood poured out profusely as his body lay motionless, drained of life. The audience above sat in stunned silence until someone finally spoke up. What just happened? Did Dang Hongchu lose?" Witnessing this scene, Han Se-don couldn't hide her astonishment, her eyes wide and her jaw dropped. The crowd that lost their bets clutched their heads in despair, screaming in anger, "You son of a bitch." The arena plunged into utter chaos. Our MC breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It's over, let's go," before immediately turning to leave. Startled, she hurriedly chased after him, calling out, "Wait up, let's go together." Meanwhile, Ha Ri-ong, watching from a high balcony, muttered, "If this was just an accident, then it's far too much of a coincidence." He pondered further. Ryang only won this time because Dang Hongchu was too arrogant. But there is a clear underlying motive behind this bet. He ordered his subordinate standing behind him, Manager Dung. "Yes, sir, you called? Look into the background of the man who won the bet today." At the same time, sitting in the car, Han Se-don turned to him in disbelief and asked, "Just who on earth are you?" How did you know Riang would win? He smiled and replied, just a gut feeling. She snapped back angrily. Damn it, you never tell me anything. Brushing it off, he happily checked his phone and thought, today was absolutely amazing. Thanks to that bet, my account balance just crossed 30 billion won. Not only did I unlock an achievement, but I also completed a system quest and earned the title Strongest Gambler in History. The character Han Se-don trusts you again. The character Han Se-don has developed a strong curiosity about you. The attention level of character Han Se-don towards you has reached level 1. Combined with the attention points, I've racked up so much. I spent all my points buying Bloodlust Perception, but I totally made my money back this time. Right at that moment, his new skill instantly triggered a warning. Bloodlust detected. He flinched. Sudden bloodlust. Kim Sun-gu immediately went on high alert, his expression turning grave as he thought to himself, murderous intent out of nowhere. I can pretty much guess who it is. In the original story, there's a demon out for revenge for Dang Han. Noticing his sudden tension, Han Se-don asked from beside him, why the serious look? He turned to look at her, seemingly having figured out a plan, and said, Han Se-don, I need a favor from you. Whatever the two of them did back on the other side, the observing driver suddenly asked, their movement pattern has changed. What's the plan? Baek Kang replied coldly, his eyes flashing with murderous intent, stop the car. We kill them right here. By now, our MC was standing in the middle of a park. The demon hiding in the shadows thought, I don't see Han Se-don anywhere. Is he really the one who killed Dang Han? He doesn't look like someone who's trained his body at all. That frail figure isn't emitting any aura whatsoever. Kim Sun-gu took out the newly brewed potion, threw his head back, and downed it in one gulp before tossing the empty vial to the ground. He wiped the residue from the corner of his mouth with his hand, muttering, tastes like crap. Then he called out, come on out. Turning his head toward the guy's hiding spot, he said, I've noticed you staring at me this whole time. Baek Kang was slightly taken aback, thinking to himself, his aura suddenly, but it doesn't feel dangerous at all. Then he stepped out, looking incredibly arrogant. Impressive. To think you actually noticed me tailing you. With a flick of his wrist, flaming arrows instantly shot straight at the MC at a terrifying speed as he roared, die. The MC didn't flinch. He cupped his hand, and a surge of mana gradually condensed into a glowing blue sphere in his palm. The powerful mana burst outward, forming a sturdy shield that completely blocked the opponent's attack. But he had only blocked one arrow. Two more were still hurtling toward him at breakneck speed. Han Se-don, sitting in the car parked by the road, caught sight of a massive explosion in the distance and thought, it started. She recalled a few minutes prior when she had asked the MC, why are you making that face? His reply made her jump in stunned disbelief. It seems like we're being followed. Who the hell is it? Could it be a rival company of the Handsome Group? Taking out his potion, he casually replied, probably. He added calmly, let's go somewhere secluded. It'll take him down. Hearing his unwavering confidence, she couldn't help but doubt him. Can you really beat him? It won't be easy. That guy's mana is way beyond a B ranks. Are you really going to be okay? But he just smiled and said, of course. So I'll be counting on you. After a brief silence, she finally gave in. Got it? I'll trust in your strength. Kim Chin-gu, you better make it back in one piece. Back on the battlefield, as the two fierce flaming arrows homed in on him, Kim Sun-gu swiftly leaned aside and dodged them. The arrows hit the ground, causing a violent explosion. He sighed in relief, thinking, this level is child's play. I was basically an enhancement type until my first year, you know. Baek Kang sneered. Looks like all you can do is run and hide. In that case, try this on for size. With that said, he unleashed 3 more arrows, their power and speed significantly amplified. The MC was startled, thinking, whoa, that's way faster than before. He quickly sprang back, narrowly dodging the incoming attack. Seeing that his attacks still hadn't landed and that the guy was as slippery as an eel, Baek Kang gnashed his teeth in frustration. Kim Sun-gu stood his ground, a blue glow radiating around him, as he thought, the potion's effect has less than 2 minutes left. It's about time to end this. Just then, a system notification chimed in, activating Heart of Mother Nature. Mana recovery rate increased by 1,000% for 1 minute. Baek Kang couldn't believe his eyes. Sweating in shock, he thought, what? His aura is getting even stronger. At this moment, Kim Sun-gu crouched into a stance, perfectly mimicking a sprinter at the starting block. Then he dashed straight at his opponent at full speed, his entire being exuding an overwhelmingly dominant presence. Breaking a sweat, Baek Kang prepared to fire another arrow. This is bad. I have to stop him. But before he could even release it, the MC had closed the gap, his terrifying speed leaving the demon utterly astounded. Baek Kang immediately threw a punch engulfed in blazing orange-yellow flames, while the MC gathered his mana, a bright blue sphere forming in his hand. With a powerful swing, the MC unleashed a massive surge of power straight into him, the brilliant blue light tearing right through his opponent's body. Baek Kang was blasted back several steps. His weapon fell from his hands as he clutched his stomach in agony, coughing violently. Not waiting for him to recover, the MC instantly launched another strike. I absolutely can't let him breathe. Keep attacking. Less than greater than. Unable to counterattack, Baek Kang can only cover his head and desperately try to defend himself. Damn it. It was getting difficult. The guy was guarding his head too tightly. The MC started to sweat, thinking, at this rate, I won't be able to land a hit on his brain. Suddenly spotting an opening, he quickly moved in closer, aiming to strike that blind spot and finish the fight once and for all. There's the opening. If I hit him here. Thinking this, he swiftly grabbed Baek Kang by the throat and hoisted him into the air, leaving his opponent thrashing helplessly. He groaned in pain, his throat crushed. His consciousness slowly started fading from the lack of air as he choked out, "Why wait?" The MC gritted his teeth and clamped down firmly on his neck. It was time. It's over. But unexpectedly, right at that moment, the strength in his hand began to fade. Trembling, he found himself completely unable to crush the demon's neck. Dude, don't tell me. He suddenly remembered the system trait from earlier. After the duration ends, you will experience mana exhaustion for 30 minutes. With no other choice, he reluctantly let go and stepped back, gritting his teeth in sheer frustration. Why did it have to be right now? Baek Kang's wounds began rapidly knitting back together at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was his turn to counterattack. Raising his spear to stab the MC, his face twisted into a savage scowl. "I'm going to kill you." Right in that hair-raising, life-or-death moment, a streak of blue light plummeted from the sky and crashed directly onto him. A silver-haired man materialized, wielding a massive broadsword, and cleaved the demon's body cleanly in two. The MC finally let out a long sigh of relief, though fear still lingered on his face as he thought, "Is finally here." The tall man with his stern expression and an overpowering aura radiating from him was none other than the S-rank mage, Dang Suji. The man stood in front of Kim Sungu, holding a terrifying broadsword dripping with fresh crimson blood, cutting an incredibly imposing figure. The MC smiled in delight, thinking, the ghost sword Dang Suji, one of the top-tier powerhouses in the original novel. To take down Baek Kang, someone with strength bordering a rank in a single strike. He looked down at Baek Kang's corpse with eyes as disdainful as if he were looking at a cockroach, and stated coldly, "Just a lowly demon, yet you dare to lay a hand on the youngest daughter of the Hansung family." At that moment, Han Si-dan came running from a distance, crying out anxiously, "Kim Chin-gu." She frantically grabbed his arm and asked in a panic, "Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere?" He smiled and replied, "Thankfully, I'm fine, no need to support me." Stalling for time until reinforcements arrive really paid off. She smiled and cast a side glance at the man standing behind him. "Of course, my precious little life was on the line here, you know. Naturally, I had to bring the absolute strongest, right?" Just then, the system notification chimed again. B-rank villain Baek Kang has died. A minor deviation in the plot has occurred. Causality rate increased by 0.6. Character Han Se-dan trusts you again. You have received 1,000 reward points. Staring at that string of achievements, he smirked. "Got to say, I'm feeling a little proud of myself." Dang Suji suddenly spoke up. "My lady, should this incident be reported to the chairman? A demon attacking you? This is by no means an ordinary matter." Hearing this, our MC interjected, "I highly advise you to keep this under wraps. If word gets out that a demon targeted a member of the Hansung group, it'll spark massive chaos." Though he said that, in his head he was thinking, it's best not to do anything that strays too far from the original plot. Han Se-dan thought to herself, he has a point. Letting this leak will only invite more trouble. So she announced, "Everyone, let's keep what happened today a strict secret. Uncle Sugi, that goes for you too." He bowed slightly. "Understood, my lady." 3 days later, Kim Sun-gu lay in bed, hands behind his head, his eyes glued to his phone. He pondered. Han Se-dan said that as payback for protecting her from Baek Kang, should get me any information I wanted, and the intel I asked for was exact launch date for the commercialization of the divine Sinsun elixir. The news was everywhere. Hansun Pharmaceuticals develops a new drug that enhances herbal efficacy. Guided by the brilliant insight of manager and genius pharmacist Han Se-dan, their stock prices have skyrocketed. Because of this exact moment, he had poured his entire fortune into buying Hansun Pharmaceuticals stock. The phone screen read, Hansun Pharmaceuticals, 4,360 shares. He did the math, it's 8:59 right now. Just one more minute to go. By 9 o'clock, with all the stocks listed, the main character struck it rich overnight, going crazy with joy. Thinking back to his miserable fate in his previous life before regressing, he spent his whole life clearing dungeons, yet couldn't even afford a house. That's how it was back then. I never expected making money to be this easy now. It honestly feels a bit bitter. Suddenly, he received a message from Han Se-dan. She asked to meet, saying she wanted to give him a gift. He was a bit bewildered, not understanding what was going on, and wondered to himself, a gift. The next morning, the two met at a cafe. When the main character arrived, he saw Han Se-dan already waiting and said, "You're really early." She set her coffee cup down, looked up at him, and calmly replied, "It's become a habit of mine. Hansun Pharmaceutical stocks have gone up quite a bit. Thanks to you, I made a killing. How much did you make? 50 million? I made 3 billion in just one night. Just consider this a small token of my appreciation." He smiled and said, "It's also thanks to you, director. So what is this gift you want to give me?" She immediately pulled out a photo. "I've investigated the identity of the demon who attacked us last time. His name is Baek Kang. When disguised as a human, he was a notorious construction contractor. But through this investigation, I discovered someone who frequently made deals with Baek Kang." Pausing here, her voice turned cold. "That person is my own older brother, Han Se-chin." Hearing that, Kim Sun-gu thought to himself, "I knew Han Se-chin was involved with demons. I just didn't expect Baek Kang to be one of them." He then said to her, "Although it's quite interesting, this gift has nothing to do with me. You're really calculating, aren't you? We saved each other's lives after all." Finishing her sentence, she placed a small box on the table. "Here's the gift. I look forward to working with you in the future. I might be very busy lately, which is why I asked to meet you today." He picked up the box and asked back, "Is something going on with you?" She leaned on the table and stood up, replying, "My brother. No, Han Se-chin. Now that I know he has a close relationship with Baek Kang, I found the mastermind behind the last attack. I hate owing people more than anything. Whether it's a debt of gratitude or a grudge, it must be paid in full." Watching her back, the main character thought to himself, the one behind Baek Kang is Han Se-chin. In the end, this is just a misunderstanding on Han Se-dan's part, but that doesn't change the fact that Han Se-chin is a villain. One day, he'll become a stumbling block for Han Se-dan. If that's the case, borrowing Han Se-dan's hands to take down Han Se-chin isn't a bad idea. Suddenly, Han Se-dan turned back and called out, "Ah, Kim Chin-gu." He flinched and stammered, "Why, yes." She tucked her hair behind her ears, smiled, and said, "I hope it suits you. I picked this gift out myself." He said, "Thank you," then opened the box. Inside was a magic alloy bracelet B, an incredibly sturdy bracelet imbued with magic, durability, SS. Looking at the bracelet in the box, his eyes lit up like car headlights, and he chuckled with glee. Right at this moment, the system suddenly notified. "The character Ha-ri-ong is curious about you. You have received 1,500 reward points." Elsewhere, the S-rank demon was sitting in his room, holding a stack of documents and studying them intently. Suddenly, another man entered the room, bowing deeply in reverence. "Greetings, Lord Ha-ri-ong." He spoke, "Chan-hee, it's been 10 years. Are you here on business for the 10 Demons Council?" The other man kept his head bowed and said, "Yes, that's correct. But before that, your subordinate has something to ask you. A few days ago, 2 of my friends, Dang Han and Baek Kang, were killed. Lord Ha-ri-ong, surely you know about this." Coincidentally, both of these incidents involve a human magician. According to what Baek Kang investigated before his death, that person came to this arena not long ago. Lord Ha-ri-ong, have you ever heard the name Kim Chin-gu before? Ha-ri-ong tightened his grip on the documents in his hand and thought, if it's Kim Chin-gu, the name of the VIP who placed a bet on Riang. Chan-hee spoke furiously. "If Lord Ha-ri-ong could give me information on Kim Chin-gu, I will use his blood to sacrifice at my friends' graves." The S-rank demon instantly unleashed a terrifying aura, as if wanting to crush the subordinate in front of him to death. He flew into a rage, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. "If you plan to lay a hand on my guest, I advise you to mentally prepare yourself." The man instantly cowered in fear, bowing his head and stammering, "I'm sorry. I won't lay a finger on Kim Chin-gu. I won't. Please forgive me. Withdrawing his killing intent, he coldly commanded, "All right then, let's talk about the 10 Demons Council's business." Chani trembled as he replied, "The holy relic altar of prophecy has delivered a prophecy. The one destined to annihilate demons will awaken their power at the age of 18. Not long after, the demon king will die by their hands." He thought to himself, the old king is stirring up trouble again. Then he asked, "Is there no other information about the child of prophecy?" According to the altar of prophecy, the whereabouts of the child of prophecy turning 18 this year is the Magician Officer Academy. Back at the academy, Kim's son Gu stood frozen, thinking to himself, "I shouldn't operate under the alias Kim Chin-gu for a while." Recalling that notification, his expression turned grave. Now is not the time to get involved with Ha Ri-ong. He took out a book that looked like an ancient scroll and thought, "Let's focus on more important things for now." This is the Magic Shield B. Effect: creates a shield that can block one magic attack. Cooldown: 12 hours. The midterm exam will begin soon. The midterm is an opportunity for students to show off their abilities in front of prominent figures. This is a crucial event regarding Lee Seojin's future. The reason this midterm exam is so important is because of this. Because the child of prophecy is Lee Seojin's future comrade, an existence bearing the power to slay demons. To find the child of prophecy whose power has not yet awakened, the demons will infiltrate the school at 4 p.m. And according to the original story, they will all be wiped out by Lee Seojin. Although the scale isn't large, there will be important foreshadowing. It seems I don't just have to keep an eye on Lee Seojin, but also pay attention to the child of prophecy. The scene shifts to the training ground. The teacher stood on the podium, his voice echoing loudly. "All right, pay attention here. Aside from the midterm exam schedule next week, there's one more thing to announce." Students below groaned in frustration. "We're already exhausted from exams. Just skip all that and tell us about your first love, sir." Teacher just laughed cheerfully. Seeing these reactions never gets old, no matter the year. Real combat is training, and training is real combat. For the second years this year, to prepare for the midterms, we'll have a few days of free sparring. Lee Seojin looked a bit puzzled upon hearing this announcement, muttering, "Free sparring?" The teacher continued, "If you can't find an opponent today, you can watch the matches or do individual training." Dismissed. Yu Ra stood behind him, staring intently and angrily clenching her fists. "Lee Seojin, this time I definitely will." At this moment, the main character watched the scene smiling as he thought, Lee Seojin and Yu Ra are supposed to form a team according to the original story. But even so, I never expected that no one would want to team up with me. It's a bitter thought. He stood miserably in the middle of the lonely courtyard, utterly ignored. But I suppose that's normal. Even if I showed off my talents in theory and barrier breaking, probably no one wants to team up with the dead last in the school anyway. He looked over at his classmate Dun Ha Dung and thought to himself, "But it's fine. I've already decided who my partner will be." Right then, a powerful strike suddenly flew towards Lee Seojin from behind. Startled, he quickly dodged it. He turned his head in bewilderment, his face smeared with some dark soot. "I almost died." Yu Ra walked over coldly. "Lee Seojin, is this all the strength you have? If this is all you've got, I'll be the top student in the school from now on." He drew his sword, his eyes turning cold as he spoke up. "Yu Ra, don't get cocky too soon." Shouting loudly, "I haven't even finished warming up." With a swing of his sword, a streak of golden magic power instantly lashed out at his opponent. Dun Ha Dun looked bewildered upon hearing the commotion. Glancing out the window, she thought, Lee Seojin and Yu Ra. The battle between the top and second-ranked students of the school was truly thrilling. The two relentlessly exchanged blows, every strike carrying terrifying power. Dun Ha Dun quietly stared at the tiny ice crystals in her hands and thought, "Don't mind it. The more I witness the strength of geniuses, the more pathetic I feel." Recalling her memories, she had heard some classmates gossiping about her. How about choosing Dun Ha Dung as a sparring partner? She ranks 82nd overall. She's no good. She's great at theory, but terrible in actual combat. Just one sentence was enough to stun her, as the inferiority complex in her heart welled up. Gossip still didn't stop. It's a real shame for someone like her. Her talent just can't keep up with her brilliant brain, huh? But she's a good person. Ending the flashback, Dun Ha Dung bit her lip, then resolutely launched an attack, wanting to prove that she also had strength. The barrage of ice crystals struck the training dummy, all shattering to the ground while leaving it completely unscathed, filling her with immense disappointment. She shouted in frustration. Why is it that I've tried so hard and still can't do it? Kim Sun-gu suddenly appeared at the door and spoke up. The morphological structure of your ice isn't solid enough. He slowly walked in, continuing to speak as he approached. Not only that, your ice isn't cold at all, and your accuracy is this poor too. This proves your foundation isn't solid enough. He thought to himself, I have to take responsibility for what I've done. Dun Ha-dung was supposed to have risen to 6th place in the cohort by now thanks to Lee Seo-jun's advice during the previous dungeon exploration. But because of my interference, she missed her chance to grow and has been stuck in place ever since. He smiled and said, although your abilities are very weak, stick with me, and I'll help you become capable of independent combat. He thought inwardly, even if I have to use this method, I must help her get stronger. Unexpectedly, Dun Ha-dung pointed right in his face and confronted him. You're that kind of person, aren't you? Because you're so weak, you belittle others to force them to listen to you. He wasn't angry, just shrugging as he replied, is that so? Or are you just lashing out because you can't refute what I said? Annoyed, she walked away, intentionally bumping his shoulder as she passed by. When we explored the dungeon last time, I thought you were a good person. It seems I was mistaken. The main character thought in bewilderment. Did I push her too far? He stammered, sorry, I went a bit overboard with my words, didn't I? Hey. She snapped angrily, fight me first. Let's see the formidable strength of the dead last in the school. Thrilled, he thought happily, she took the bait. He smiled and replied instantly, yeah, of course, no problem at all. Furious, before Kim Sun-gu could even react, Dun Ha-dung launched an attack, hurling ice crystals right past his face. Her entire body emanated blue energy, and with cold eyes, she shouted furiously, begin. The barrage of ice crystals shot forward at lightning speed, forcing him to leap backward to dodge the attack. He thought to himself, now that she's serious, the intensity is completely different. He then remarked, not bad at all, huh? But your attack pattern is too monotonous. Isn't the advantage of ice attribute manifestation magic its versatility? Her face darkened, trembling with rage. Oh, you want to see a different pattern? Then how about this move? Finishing her sentence, she raised both hands high and a gigantic ice spear materialized right above her head. The main character was somewhat surprised. Oh, but before he could finish marveling, the sharp spear thrust straight towards him. He quickly leaped into the air to dodge the strike as the powerful spear slammed into the ground. Dun Ha-dung herself stared at her own hands in astonishment. I've been trying so hard and failing, but it suddenly worked. Even I'm shocked. Another attack came in and a massive block of ice suddenly shot up in the middle of the room. He quickly leaped onto it. Looking down at her, he thought with satisfaction, people need the right stimulation to unleash their true strength. Provoking her was definitely the right move. Dun Ha-dung charged at him again. How are you going to beat me if all you do is run? Don't you want to be my partner? Suddenly, he gathered momentum and said, immature manifestation mages all share one common trait. In the blink of an eye, he dashed right in front of her, facing her at point-blank range. He raised his hand, gathering his power into a sphere, and finished his sentence. Their close combat skills are extremely weak. With that, he delivered a swift strike, sending her flying backward as she couldn't withstand the blow. Before Dun Ha-dung could even react, he immediately followed up with another move, his powerful hand reaching right in front of her eyes. But just centimeters away from her face, he stopped and crushed the mana sphere in his hand. Kim Sun-gu smiled warmly and said, that was an excellent sparring match, Dun Ha-dung. She slumped to the ground in defeat and said helplessly, I lost. Maybe I really do need to learn magic from you. He offered her his hand. You just don't know how to bring out your talent yet. Let me help you. Want to give it a try together? Looking at his outstretched hand, she froze in a daze. Help me bring out my talent? Finally, she decided to accept, taking his hand and replying, all right, I'll trust you this time. Teach me properly, master. The system chimed with a notification. Character Dun Ha-dung's attention towards you has increased. Interest level of character Dun Ha-dung towards you. Level 1. As they trained together, Kim Sun-gu said, what you need to do now is attribute adaptation training. He then handed her a tiny piece of ice and continued, let's start by adapting to your attribute. Adaptation means fully understanding your attribute to determine the magic you'll cast. In other words, without a solid foundation, your strength won't improve no matter how hard you try. Dun Ha-dung tightly gripped the ice and stammered, I know what attribute adaptation training is, but... Standing in a freezing pool full of ice, facing the MC who was carrying another sack of ice on his shoulder, She screamed, shivering. I've never heard of a method like this before. He flashed a wicked grin. Feeling it with your body is the fastest and easiest way. Hurry up and start adapting. The ice is melting. The scene shifted to the demons executing their plan, led by Chan-hee, who asked coldly, "Is everyone here?" His underlings knelt respectfully and replied, "Yes, Lord Chan-hee. As you ordered, I have gathered all the demons operating around the Magic Academy. Next week, we will infiltrate the academy to search for the Child of Prophecy. Our inside collaborators said that the security will be quite lax during the midterm exams. The time has finally come." Lord Chan-hee, wait, didn't you go seek Lord Ha-ri-ong's help? How did that go? He replied through gritted teeth, "It failed. He said he has something more important than the future of our race." A woman said anxiously, 4B-ranked demons simply can't kill the Child of Prophecy. The man next to her sneered, "Dang Hyun, do we really need someone else's help just to kill a brat?" She snapped back, "You idiot, just because the security is lax doesn't mean it's going to be a walk in the park. The guild members will be gathering at the academy that day to scout for talents. Can you fight off that many people on your own?" "True, but..." Chan-hee interrupted. "It will be different if we lock up those who get in our way." He immediately unleashed his mana, and a purple barrier slowly enveloped everyone. The group was astonished. This is the Great Demon Barrier. Chan-hee smiled ruthlessly and said, "You can wreak havoc to your heart's content. I will be right by your side. You must kill the Child of Prophecy at all costs. Less than greater than." Meanwhile, Dun Ha-dung was sitting in the ice pool, shivering as she followed the MCS instructions. First the attribute, then the form. Even without ice, you can visualize it. Use all your bodily senses to remember it. She raised her hand and a snowflake appeared. Next, a giant ice spear materialized in mid-air. She clenched her fists in excitement, tearing up with joy. "I finally did it. I finally created an ice spear with my own power." Kim Sun-gu, watching from the side, was absolutely thrilled. To think her strength has grown this much after just a few days of training. "I told you, you're very talented." The system notified. Character Dun Ha-dung trusts you. You have received 1,500 reward points. She excitedly told him, Master Kim Sun-gu. "From now on, I'll believe whatever you say." He broke a sweat thinking, is she taking it this far? Outwardly, he acted nonchalant and asked, "Can you still stay in there?" Dun Ha-dung was burning with enthusiasm, exhaling cold breath but still speaking passionately. "Throw some more ice in here." Looking at her face and hands turning red from the cold, he thought to himself, she says that, but she must be in a lot of pain. But please endure it a little longer, it's all to help you grow. He closed his eyes and poured another sack of ice in, looking so moved he couldn't even look straight at her. All to train you into becoming Lee Seojin's comrade. Dun Ha-dung was shivering uncontrollably from the cold, and no one realized that this entire scene was being watched by someone from above. Choi So-dun had witnessed Kim Sun-gu and Dun Ha-dung's entire training session, thinking in horror, what on earth are they doing? Could this be school bullying? Is it really okay for such severe school bullying to happen at the Magic Academy? I have to report this to the teachers right away. Suddenly, a woman walked up and spoke. The sight of a talented student growing is always so beautiful. So-dun panicked and pointed down to report it. Ms. Lee Hai-dung, the second-year seniors. Are you talking about their training? I know. Training, you say? Yes, I've been watching them since the very first day. To have increased her mana capacity this much in such a short time, Ha-dung is truly remarkable. But what surprises me more is the one who noticed his friend's problem at a glance and helped her solve it. The judgment of a certain student, to be exact. You mean Senior Kim Sun-gu? Oh my, you know him too. Ms. Lee joked, So-dun. I thought you only remembered the names of top-performing students. Hearing this, she immediately stammered, and no, that's not true. Sun-gu is a highly potential talent, so it's good to remember his name early on, haha. But what's the point? Isn't he still ranked last in the whole school right now? If he's always busy doing good deeds for others like this, when will he have the time to improve his own strength? In the end, all people look at are the results. How about we give him a chance to prove his strength? Let's look forward to the upcoming midterm exams. The scene transitioned to the MC sitting in front of his system screen with a grave expression. I'm doomed. Less than greater than. The screen was displaying a special offer for a subspatial pouch capable of holding 30 kilograms. The subspatial pouch is an incredibly crucial item. It allows you to summon stored items anywhere. It can be used in both combat and daily life. A good item going on sale in the shop is a great thing, but Looking at the discount on the screen, he yelled in frustration, "Why is it on sale right when I don't have any points?" Then his eyes widened. Earn 11,500 points in 5 days. I need to find some way to farm points. Just then, he received a message from Ms. Lee Hai-dung. "Sun-gu, please come by the teacher's office before class starts." In the teacher's office, he ran into 2 other students and listened to Ms. Lee announce, "You 3 students, Yu Ra, Park In-won, and Kim Sun-gu, have been selected for the second-year Manifestation Magic Special class. Regardless of your grades, this is an intensive class for students with potential." Hearing this, he thought happily, Lee Seojun is in the Enhancement Magic Special class. Getting into this class means I can interact with him more often. Park In-hwan, the 5th-ranked second year, suddenly spoke up. "Hold on, miss. I object to Kim Sun-gu joining the special class." He frowned and thought, "Do you have some kind of problem?" Park In-hwan pointed at his face and yelled, "It's totally unfair that the 5th-ranked student like me has to study with the dead last in the school." He turned to the person next to him, seeking support. "Hey, you are Ra. Say something." But all he got was a sigh in return. She replied coldly, "Say what? Regardless of who gets into the special class, shouldn't we just focus on doing our own thing?" Well, that's true. But, frustrated and unable to argue back, he thought to himself, "Damn it, that attitude is exactly why you have no friends." Ms. Lee didn't immediately object or agree. She simply asked calmly, "Sun-gu, what do you think of In-hwan's opinion?" He answered decisively, with a determined look on his face, "If my rank is the problem, I will improve it." Ms. Lee was pleased. "All right, Sun-gu. Before you enter the special class, prove your strength in the midterm exams. Top 80, can you do it?" On the day of the midterm exams, the entire auditorium was packed with people gathering early in the morning. The MC and Dun Ha-dung walked out chatting with each other. "As long as we stick to the plan, there definitely won't be any issues." "Yeah, I'll follow your lead." As the exam began, the rules were announced. The second-year midterm exam is a cooperative combat test. You must fight alongside your partner against the summoned beast, the Green Giant. You can instantly take them down just by attacking their weak points. However, the location of the weak point varies for each monster, making it very hard to identify. Therefore, most of you can get a high score just by surviving the monster's attacks. But if you are a true genius with real strength, you might even be able to annihilate all the monsters. Stepping up first was the team of Lee Seojun and Yu Ra. The 2 of them teamed up and swiftly wiped out the horde of green giants in the blink of an eye. In the stands, everyone gasped and chattered, as expected of Lee Seojun. He can already use combination skills at his age, and the firepower of his partner, Yu Ra, is just as terrifying. The next team to step up was Kim Sun-gu and Dun Ha-dung. He said to her, "All right then, let's boost our score to the top." She immediately agreed, brimming with excitement. "Got it." He shouted, "Pave the way for me," and immediately dashed forward. Behind him, she channeled her mana and replied, "Yeah, I know." Thanks to her mana, a massive chunk of ice instantly shot up right before his eyes. He immediately leaped onto it and charged swiftly toward the monsters. The crowd started whispering again. "That's him, right? The guy who made a fool of himself during the public ranking test." Yeah, many are even wondering if he bribed his way into the entrance exam. Watch him drain all his mana in no time. The system suddenly chimed with a notification. 254 people are setting their expectations on you. You have received 1,000 reward points. Hearing this, he just chuckled to himself. Everyone's just waiting for me to make a fool of myself, huh? He smiled confidently, but I have no intention of being a clown this time. A powerful attack shot straight toward a monster, successfully obliterating it. As another one charged at him, he casually remarked, "Easier than I thought, huh?" But right at that moment, he suddenly sensed an incredibly terrifying aura. His eyes widened in shock. This is... An image of a man flashed in his mind. It was that demon, Chan-hee. During his momentary lapse in concentration, his attack missed the weak point and glanced off the monster's shoulder. The crowd murmured, "Ah, he missed. What a shame, he fought pretty well despite being dead last." But inside he was panicking intensely. Why is the mastermind behind this attack at the academy? I remember the demon being the final boss of the exam, the guy who infiltrated the academy at 4 p.m. Seeing him unresponsive, Dun Ha-dung shouted worriedly from behind, "Watch out!" It was only then that he snapped back to reality, but it was too late. The ice beneath his feet was shattered to pieces by the giant's punch. Losing his footing, he immediately fell backward. Just then, ice arrows shot toward them from afar. They pierced the monster's arm, temporarily freezing it and rendering it completely immobilized. She ran over to him as he lay dazed on the ground and yelled, "Kim Sun-gu, snap out of it!" Just as she helped him up, the green giant suddenly lunged forward, aiming to grab both of them. The MC shouted angrily, "Get out of the way," and unleashed his mana with one hand, striking directly at its critical weak point. The monster was destroyed instantly, so they successfully took down all the giants and passed the exam. The whole hall was instantly in an uproar. Is this really the bottom rank? The worst in the school? He can really fight. It makes my blood boil. How did he do that just now? You don't know. Don't you understand the compression phenomenon? He aimed at the weak points and attacked. Just blind luck, haha. A strange man in the stands rubbed his chin in admiration. This guy's skills are pretty good, aren't they? Honestly, I didn't expect much at first, but I didn't think I'd get to see such an excellent match. The manifestation level of the girl fighting alongside him is also very high. Dun Ha-dung smiled happily, her eyes curving into crescents, and hugged his neck, cheering. "Teacher, we did it!" A series of system notifications rang out, continuously adding reward points, but he didn't care much. The exam isn't important anymore. He looked up at the clock. It was only 12 noon, and he felt that things were starting to spiral out of control. The timeline. It strayed too far from the original story. The mastermind behind this plan, Chan-hee, was now carrying a briefcase, strolling leisurely into the hall. Kim Sun-gu's expression turned serious. Did my actions affect the original plot? If so, the outcome of saving the school will also change. Seeing him remain silent, Dun Ha-dung asked worriedly, "Sun-gu, are you okay? You're sweating a lot. Is something wrong?" He quickly shook his head and waved his hand. "No, it's nothing. I'm just a little tired. I'm going to rest for a bit, so you go ahead to the training ground, okay? I need to review a few things." Hearing that, his friend sighed in disappointment. "I knew I made a mistake during the exam." "No, you didn't. You need to have confidence in yourself." He smiled and said, "You were absolutely perfect today." This praise made her blush, and she became happy again. "Thank you." "Then get some good rest." "Yeah, take care. If you're not feeling well, you don't have to come to the training ground." After saying goodbye to his friend, the main character fell deep into thought again. If the timeline has deviated, I need to confirm how much the current plot has changed from the original story. He tracked down the location from the original story. If this follows the original plot, Lee Sojun should be. He's right here. Indeed, just as expected, he saw Lee Sojun currently surrounded by a crowd of people. They were competing to hand him their business cards. "Mr. Lee Sojun, you absolutely must join Northgate. Until you join Imdal, I won't take a single step away from here." Moreover, a group of people holding banners saying "Lee Sojun, I love you," were swarming in. "Cadet Lee Sojun, if you just join the Sigma Guild, we'll immediately give you the rights to lease an apartment." He awkwardly scratched his head and declined. "I'm only 18 years old, and not of age to join a guild yet." The crowd still adamantly refused to let him go, shoving their business cards in his face. "It's fine, just take the business card. I gave up recruiting third-year cadets specifically to come watch the second-year exam, all just for you." Right at this moment, Kim Sun-gu suddenly shouted out to him from a distance, "Lee Sojun, you're here. Teacher Dang Achun is looking for you. It seems he wants to talk to you about your academic performance." Seeing him, the crowd couldn't help but whisper, "He's the one ranked at the bottom of the school, named Kim Sun-gu, right? He fights very solidly, and his growth rate isn't bad either." Looking at the smile on his face, he seemed to understand the situation, knowing for sure that this guy was trying to save him. He then hurriedly ran off. "Oh my, I can't keep the teacher waiting. Let's talk about joining a guild later." Seeing their prey slip away, the whole crowd sighed in regret. Alas, it was a wasted trip. The fish almost took the bait. Let's go continue watching the third-year exams. Amidst the crowd, there were two people who had been silently observing the whole time. At this moment, Agent Dong Hyun-soo finally spoke up and asked, "Senior, Lee Sojun's combat exam wasn't bad, right?" The Special Ops Captain Kim Dak-hyun smiled and answered, "He performed very well. Truly living up to his reputation as the third disciple of the strongest magician." Chairman Kim Din-chun, "This kid Sojun is still too green and lacks real combat experience." "Senior, why are you talking as if he's already joined the Special Ops? We came here precisely because we want to recruit him after graduation." "You're too noisy. Why did you even follow me? During the Han River Demon incident, I couldn't have a proper chat with him, which was a bit of a shame. If the one fighting the demon back then had been Lee Sojun, maybe he would have accumulated the real combat experience you mentioned, Senior." Experience, huh? Speaking of experience, what did you think of the student who appeared at the very end? You mean Kim Sun-gu. His combat talent is extremely outstanding. Nothing like someone ranked dead last in the school. No, that's not talent. The skill to instantly analyze an opponent's weak points can only be acquired through accumulated experience. Hearing these words, he opened his eyes wide in astonishment and called out, "Senior." Then he laughed heartily. Where would an 18-year-old kid get accumulated experience from? You really know how to joke around, don't you? Come to think of it, Lee Sojin once mentioned there was someone who looked very much like Kim Chin-gu. Turns out it was his classmate Kim Sun-gu. But it's really strange that an 18-year-old teenager knows how to use compressed manifestation magic. Kim Sun-gu, I'll be keeping an eye on you. On the other side, Kim Sun-gu and Lee Sojin had escaped the crowd and were currently sitting on the stairs. He said, "Thanks, I was almost trapped by them without being able to move an inch." But why did you bring me to the place where they are gathering? Isn't it great to get an early look at next year's exam content? I don't want to get caught by those headhunters. They and the teachers have already gone to the designated seating area, and besides, they entered from a different way, so we probably won't run into them. Don't you want to keep your position as the top student in the school? This question truly moved Lee Sojin. Finally, he sighed and said, "Ah well, as long as we keep quiet, we won't get caught." The main character smiled playfully, that's for sure. The demon's attack will start from the third-year exam room, where it's easy to contact the insider. I wonder when they'll actually begin their assault. After leaving Lee Sojin at the exam room, I have to go find Chan Hee. This is the simplest and fastest way to protect the child of prophecy. He suddenly spoke up, asking the person next to him, "The exam is over. Are you all right?" "About what, you mean those recruiters? It's fine, this kind of thing happens all the time anyway." "Yeah, that's good then." He let out a sigh of relief. It seems like everything is still going according to the original plot. This is really great. Combat practice begin. The third-year students' exam round took place. On the arena, two people were standing opposite each other, ready to fight. At this time outside, two people were sitting back-to-back on a bench, talking in low voices. The recruiters have already entered the third-year exam room. A long-haired girl held a book, pretending to read, just as the intel provided by the insider stated. The man sitting behind her was none other than Chan Hee. He asked, "How is the rest of the plan proceeding?" She immediately replied, "I have hidden the monster summoning circles all over the school. But that guy Jin-san will definitely go crazy the moment he sees a human. Just place him in a remote area with few passersby." "Dang Huan, you did a great job. Thank you for your hard work. Lord Chan Hee, it's all thanks to your help." He immediately stood up, his face fierce and ordered, "Then let's begin. Hunt down the child of prophecy." The midterm exam was still ongoing. On the arena, the two examinees were launching powerful attacks. The girl tremblingly raised both hands and stammered, "Surrender." Immediately, an announcement sounded. Park Min-hee loses by forfeit. The final winner, Kim Chang-hyun. The girl's opponent was a young man wearing glasses who looked extremely cold. Lee Sojin, sitting in the stands watching, had eyes shining like car headlights and cheered. The third-year exam is really exciting. Senior Kim Chang-hyun is like a textbook for the manifestation system. Senior Park Min-hee's movements were also very neat and decisive. Ignoring his wildly excited friend, the main character was just busy looking around everywhere. During the match, I kept searching constantly, but I still couldn't see Chan Hee anywhere. What on earth is going on? Lee Sojin noticed him constantly looking around and turned to ask, "Who are you looking for?" "Huh?" He closed his eyes and blurted out, "Nonsense. I'm just looking to see if there are any guilds that want to recruit me." He then comforted him, "I'm sure a guild will contact you soon. Compared to when the semester first started, you've improved a lot. Everyone must have been so surprised after watching your exam, right? How exactly have you been training to get so incredible?" Mid-sentence, he suddenly realized something wasn't right. Kim Sun-gu was also extremely shocked, his eyes widening in pure astonishment as he looked up. At this exact moment, without knowing when, their surroundings had been completely covered by a strange purple barrier. The entire hall was now trapped inside that barrier. He panicked. This is bad, could it be? His face darkened, not understanding what the hell was going on. In my previous life, there wasn't this thing. Kim Sun-gu pounded his fists against the barrier. People were in an uproar. Why is there a barrier? Did the school make an error? Somebody go call a teacher here. The whole crowd was extremely confused. What is this all about? Could something have happened? All attention was focused on the barrier. No one noticed that the bag in the back had quietly started emitting a bizarre, magical energy. It condensed into a circle, looking like a spatial portal harboring terrifying power. Suddenly, a horde of monsters crawled out from the pitch-black hole in the center. The students screamed in terror and fled in all directions. It's monsters. Ah, help. The loudspeaker announcement echoed throughout the school. Monsters have invaded the school grounds. Students and outsiders, please evacuate to a safe location. I repeat, monsters have appeared inside the school. He stood behind a tree, silently watching this scene, smiling smugly to himself. Teachers, hunters, and all the mages capable of fighting have been locked inside the barrier. With no one to help, the child of prophecy will surely be forced to reveal themselves. As the horde of monsters rushed in, a man suddenly appeared, slicing them in half with a single sword strike. He was startled and gritted his teeth in anger. This situation was completely outside of his calculations. Why? Why are the special ops here? In no time at all, countless monsters had been destroyed, their corpses littering the ground. The news spread throughout the school, and the students buzzed with chatter. The special ops? That's right. The two men were still relentlessly slaughtering the monsters. Everyone discussed animatedly. They came to watch Sojin's match, and now they're killing monsters to save people. Hearing these words, Kim Sung-gu thought to himself, the special ops came to watch the exam? Could it be Captain Kim Dak-hyun? The teacher in front of them reassured everyone. Once the barrier disappears, we'll immediately regroup with them. Don't be afraid, everyone. Put your trust in me. He was still calculating. If it's the special ops, maybe the situation can be turned around. But the problem is, looking at the chaotic scene before him, he felt a bit of a headache. How am I supposed to dispel this barrier? The students outside slam heavily against the barrier, screaming, "Mages, save me." Damn it, I should have just gone inside the arena too. Support Magic Professor Kim Dun-chin said, to dispel the barrier, besides myself, we need another A-rank support mage. The person opposite her replied, we don't have one. High-ranking support mages are very rare. Keep looking. It'll take me 30 minutes to do it alone. What are they supposed to do during that time? Hearing that, everyone immediately panicked. 30 minutes. The special ops only have 2 people out there. How can we hold out relying just on them? He thought to himself, the problem isn't how long it'll take, but rather that the barrier simply cannot be dispelled. Shanhei's barrier magic is among the absolute best in the world. In the original story, if not for using a sneak attack, Lee Sujin's current strength fundamentally wouldn't have been enough to defeat them. Looks like I am the only one who can step up. Thinking this, he stepped forward. Let me give it a try. But right at this moment, a girl stepped forward with a bright smile and said, I am a rank support mage, Dang Dung Un. Fortunately, I just happened to be nearby. Let me handle it. Looking at that bright, flower-like face, he couldn't help but be startled, immediately recognizing her as He's accomplice, Dang Huin. If I expose her as a demon right now, let alone resolving the situation, I'll only draw suspicion upon myself instead. The 2 women were ready. Kim Dun-chin said, I'll start first, you assist me in dispelling the barrier. Yes, understood. Lee Seojin sighed in relief. That's a relief. Thankfully, the teachers stepped in to find a solution. We'll be out soon. He suddenly said, No, we won't. He was bewildered. What do you mean? He immediately pulled his friend by the arm, walking backwards. Follow me, I'll tell you. At this time, Kim Dun-chin also realized something was a bit strange. One side is dispelling the barrier, but the other side is setting up a double lock. She broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to herself, this isn't dispelling the barrier, it's reinforcing it. He stood in the crowd, observing the situation. This support teacher reacts really fast. I need to draw everyone's attention. Thinking this, he quietly gestured with his hand, releasing a strange wave of mana that acted like a command to the monsters. The green beasts confronting the mages suddenly raised their heads, seemingly sensing a signal. They immediately changed direction, turning and dashing away. Dung Hyun-soo gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it. A monster suddenly lunged at the 2 people, dismantling the barrier, intending to attack them. Fortunately, the 2 special ops agents caught up and killed it right before it could harm anyone. Kim Dak-hyun stepped forward, pulling his spear out of the corpse, and asked, Are you all right? Dang Hyun smiled and replied, Thanks to you, I kept my life. He thought to himself, they're inside dismantling the barrier. The monsters still hadn't given up and rushed in again. Kim Dak-hyun swung his spear, killing them one by one as they came. Dung Hyun-soo yelled, Senior, I was almost hit by you. He scoffed in reply, If you can't even dodge that little attack, hand over your special ops badge right now. He sighed, seriously, then turned and said, "Don't worry. I swear on the name of the special ops that I will protect you." Dang Hyun smirked, looking as if she were talking to an idiot. "Thank you very much." At the same time, Kim Sun-gu dragged Lee Seojin to an empty area. Confused, Seojin asked, "Why did we run behind the testing grounds?" Sun-gu replied, "Because there's no one here. I'll dismantle the barrier from here." Hearing this made him even more bewildered. Aren't they dismantling the barrier at the main gate? He explained, "That support mage named Dang Dung-un is a demon. She is pretending to dismantle the barrier, but she's actually strengthening it." Startled, he asked, "What did you just say?" He then quickly turned around to head back. "Then we need to report this to the others right now." Sun-gu grabbed his arm to stop him. "I only have my suspicions right now. There's no proof." "Then you just have to prove it, right? Your ability to dismantle barriers is very strong. You were even invited to the special class. I'm not sure if people will believe me. So wait until I dismantle the barrier, then you can inform the others. If a world-class genius like you says it, everyone will definitely believe it." Lee Seojin smiled and said, "Understood. Can you dismantle the barrier?" The MC replied, "Let's give it a try," then sat down and began, while his friend behind him drew his sword, ready to support him. Using the system magic analysis formula, strange sigils of various shapes suddenly appeared on the barrier. The great magic barrier, it's opened. The two demons were startled and shocked, unable to believe this sturdy barrier could be dismantled. Once dismantled, he lightly dusted off his hands and said with a deadpan expression, "Actually, it's no big deal. Let's go quickly, we need to resolve this." Lee Seojin suddenly spoke up, "Before we go, I want to ask you something. Why are you hiding your achievements? Getting recognized for your strength would be good for you too." He smiled and answered, "I think things are fine as they are. I hope you can keep everything that happened here a secret for me." On the other side, Chan-hee was grinding his teeth in anger, his eyes bloodshot. "Dang Hyeon, you useless trash. You can't even keep an eye on the barrier." Dang Hyeon on the other end was also in extreme panic, thinking, "I clearly double-locked the barrier. Who on earth did this?" With the barrier dismantled, the mages and teachers outside spoke up. "You've worked hard, Ms. Kim Dun-chin and Mage Dang Dung-un. Let us handle the rest." The scene became chaotic as the mages and school teachers joined forces to wipe out the monsters. A male teacher threw a powerful punch, easily finishing off two ferocious beasts. On the other side, Ms. Lee unleashed a lightning-like power, also killing the attacking monsters with a single strike. A man clapped loudly, "Lee Hai-dung, that was handled very neatly." She smiled back, "Mr. Dang-a-chun, you also took them down with one punch." After everything was settled, Dung Hyun-soo spoke up. "Thanks to everyone's help, we quickly eliminated the surrounding monsters." The teachers replied, "It was nothing. It was an honor to witness the strength of the special ops with our own eyes." Kim Da-hyun looked cold. The mastermind who caused this uproar might be hiding somewhere. Reorganize the formation and search for him first. Kim Dun-chin suddenly spoke up. "I don't know if she's the mastermind, but there's a highly suspicious person." She grabbed Dang Hyun by the collar and shouted angrily, "When we were dismantling the barrier, what the hell were you doing? Ms. Dun-chin, what's gotten into you? Calm down first. This woman might be a demon." "You're calling me a demon? That's going too far. I went out of my way to help you, and you treat me like this." The people around muttered, "She's a teacher. Why is she acting like that?" The other person dismantled the barrier with her, and she's calling her a demon. Dung Hyun-soo asked quietly, "Should we intervene?" Kim Da-hyun shook his head. "There's no need." Dang Hyun covered her mouth and mocked, "I had to coordinate with your poor skills, which is why it took a little longer." Kim Dun-chin said furiously, "At that time, I saw it." Just then, a voice suddenly rang out, "Professor. Every time you tried to dismantle the barrier, she double-locked it, right?" The protagonist of the original novel appeared, and the crowd immediately became noisy. It's Lee Seojin. Wasn't he in the third-year testing room? She asked in surprise, "Seojin, why are you?" He replied, "I vaguely felt that the state of the barrier was a bit strange." He remembered Kim Sun-gu's instruction. "Please keep everything that happened here a secret for me." "Well, I know some theoretical knowledge about how barriers are activated." He scratched his cheek in embarrassment, thinking to himself, "I didn't want to lie to you, Professor, but I had no choice." The crowd immediately changed their tune. Even Lee Seojin says so. This woman is a bit suspicious. Come to think of it, is there an A-rank support mage named Dang Dung-un? Let's investigate her. Seeing the situation gradually slipping out of control, she cursed inwardly. "Damn it, Lord Chan-hee, what do we do now?" He replied angrily, no longer hiding himself, his whole body emitting a terrifying aura. Just do what you have to do. Kim Dok-yoon immediately reacted, shouting, "He's the mastermind. Catch him quickly." As soon as he spoke, the two special ops agents rushed forward, only to see a thick black aura rising fiercely before them. The two looked at each other, blackening. Is he an A-ranked demon? Senior, this is a huge problem. On the other side, Dang Hyun also began her blackening. If the mission fails, what I must do is... Other demons suddenly appeared around them, making the panicked crowd scream, "It's evil spirits! Demons!" She roared furiously, her eyes bloodshot, raising her fist to attack. Kill as many as possible before dying. Unfortunately, her opponent was Lee Sojin. He simply swung his sword gently, decapitating his opponent in a single slash. His eyes were cold as he said, "Then you came to the wrong place. This is the Magic Officer Academy." The other demons couldn't escape the fate of being ganged up on either. They were all wiped out. Lee Sujin bowed politely to the special ops members, Captain Kim Dok-hyun. "Thank you for your help." He then said, "It's been a year since we met at the chairman's house, Sujin. You become an outstanding mage. Go collect the bounty for subjugating demons later." He said joyfully, "Thank you." He thought to himself, "I should have asked for his account number beforehand. The person I really need to thank is you, Kim Sun-gu." Meanwhile, the MC was running frantically in a panic, afraid he wouldn't make it in time, gritting his teeth. Damn it. As soon as he arrived, he was startled and shocked to see blazing red smoke and fire billowing from the building. His eyes widened in a cold sweat, realizing the situation was bad. No. The child of prophecy. That explosion was caused by Yu Ara's power. Inside the building, she was panting from exhaustion, standing protectively in front of a trembling Dun Ha-dung. A man facing the two of them spoke arrogantly. "Yu Ara rank 2, second year of the Magic Officer Academy. I'm truly disappointed." He sneered, "Is the strength of a genius on par with Lee Seojin only at this level?" He then looked down at the girl cowering in fear on the ground. "Or perhaps carrying this burden is keeping you from unleashing your true strength." Dun Ha-dung thought tremblingly, how did things turn out like this? Ara and I were training together and suddenly monsters and demons showed up. She told herself, I have to help her. Thinking this, she unleashed her power and shouted, "Ara, I'll fight alongside you." Yu Ara coldly rejected her. "Don't get in my way, run away quickly." "I'll deal with this guy alone." After saying that, she launched a fireball straight at the opponent. He laughed maniacally, winding up his fist to deliver a finishing blow. "Is this all the strength you have? It seems you're not the one." He grabbed Yu Ara tightly by the throat, making her choke and cough violently. "This blood containing premium mana. I really can't hold back anymore." She resisted weakly, her eyes closing as her strength slowly drained away and everything became blurry. "I can't breathe." Just then, sharp ice crystals flew in from afar and pierced his arm, though the impact was barely a scratch. Despite her fear, Dun Ha-dung managed to grit her teeth and yelled, "Let her go. Your opponent is me." The demon smirked, swinging his arm to toss Yu Ara aside. "What a touching friendship. But what can you do to me with such pathetic strength?" She frowned, thinking, I know I'm no match for him. But then she suddenly snapped her eyes open, her face filled with determination. "I can't just abandon my friend to save my own life and run away." She decisively launched an incredibly powerful attack. The blast of mana struck the demon's shoulder and instantly severed his arm. This strike left him utterly astounded. That power. Your power. The wound isn't healing. Dun Ha-dung looked at her own hands in panic. What on earth is this? Why wasn't it ice? No, before that. Too much mana has been consumed. Her whole body gradually became exhausted, going limp as she collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. The demon clutched his wound, laughing madly. The child of prophecy, the mage with demon-slaying power. I found her. He raised his hand toward her, ready to destroy her. And now, you will die by my hands. Suddenly, a voice rang out, I can't let that happen. The child of prophecy is a very important character, you know? The MC suddenly appeared like a god, using the power of the heart of Mother Nature. He smirked and said, the only one who's going to die is you. Kim Sun-gu smirked coldly and said, the only one who's going to die is you. The demon screamed, don't get in my way, while shooting a beam of dark purple mana to attack him. He instantly raised his hand, the watch on his wrist activating a magic shield. He smirked, it's useless. Not only did the attack fail, but he was also counterattacked. The MC controlled his mana to fire continuously, giving the demon no chance to retaliate. He struggled on his knees. What is this? This amount of mana. How can someone like you? He stepped closer, power gradually gathering in his palm. Don't look at me like this. I have a lot of experience. His eyes were bloodshot, grinding his teeth in pure rage. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. After saying that, he suddenly sprang up and lunged toward Dun Ha Dung, screaming, "Let's die together, child of prophecy." His face hardened in anger as he redirected his attack, landing a fatal blow right before the demon could even touch his friend. The opponent died instantly. He retracted his hand and the system notification immediately rang out, successfully eliminated B-rank villain Jin San. Law of causality has increased by 0.4. You have completed the achievement Rescuer. You receive 3,000 reward points. Looking at Dun Ha Dung unconscious on the floor, he silently praised her. Even though it wasn't time for her awakening yet, she held out very well. After receiving the prophecy about the birth of their natural enemy, the demons will continue to attack the school. Dun Ha Dung and Li Xiujin will grow through this process. Dun Ha Dung, Yu Ra. Thank you both. We survived. After that day, the news was covered by the media with a headline, Teacher Kim Dunchin defeats the demon attacking the academy, saving Yu Ra and 2 other students. Yu Ra saw this article lying in her hospital bed holding her head and sighing. How embarrassing. I did absolutely nothing, yet am being treated like a hero. Dun Ha Dung suddenly popped out. Yu Ra, what are you talking about? How can you say you did nothing? She immediately reminded her, Dun Ha Dung, get back in bed. Her friend still trotted over. Didn't you protect me from the demon? Yu Ra sighed, and then I passed out in the most humiliating way. Even though it's just a minor injury, the school is overreacting. They did it so you could get some rest. The exams are over, let's just get some good rest. Yu Ra suddenly asked, I heard that while I was unconscious, you fought the demon. Why didn't you run away? Our relationship isn't good enough for us to risk our lives for each other. Dun Ha Dung smiled and replied, in that situation, anyone would have done the same. When I was all alone, someone reached out to help me. I want to become someone who can help others too. After making that resolve, I also found the courage to fight the demon. Ara, whenever you feel too exhausted, you can accept help from others, you know? Hearing this, Yu Ra's expression suddenly changed, and her voice turned ice cold. Help. Images from her memory gradually surfaced, a house engulfed by massive flames. 2 people were pinned beneath the rubble. The woman was unconscious, and the man screamed, Take Ara and run. Hurry. Yu Ra, who was just a little girl at the time, had a terrified face and tear-filled eyes, crying out in despair, Mom, Dad. The little girl was carried out of the fire, watching the entire house explode soon after, screaming in agony, No. The stream of memories broke. Yu Ra gripped her blanket tightly and shook her head, saying, I don't need anyone's help. Dun Ha Dung asked again, but this time, you'll thank him, right? If Sun Gu hadn't come to save us, neither of us would have made it. Kim Sun Gu? She was bewildered. Kim Sun Gu came to save us. What are you talking about? Her friend smiled and called out to the hallway. Sun Gu, you tell her the details. At this moment, the main character pulled back the curtain and stepped in, smiling brightly. Hello, everyone. Are you all doing okay? Yu Ra was surprised. Why are you here? He replied, I received something, so I brought it over to give it to you. Saying that, he handed out an envelope. This 5 million won subjugation reward for the demon is yours. Why are you giving this to me? Weren't you the one who killed the demon? Hearing that question, he awkwardly scratched his head. Well, technically, yes. But when I got there, the demon was already on the verge of death because of your firepower and Dun Ha Dung's attacks. It was a fierce battle, after all. I just dealt the finishing blow, so this money belongs to you. Yu Ra refused again. Forget it. It'd lose face taking money earned with someone else's help. I won't accept it. Yu and Ha Dung split that 5 million. Also, she stepped out, then suddenly hesitated and stopped. Her cheeks flushed red, and she finally decided to speak up. Thank you for saving me. She then vanished in a flash. He rubbed his chin and thought, I originally intended to use this opportunity to close the distance between Dun Ha Dung and Yu Ra. Is it still too early? Suddenly, a system notification caught him off guard. The attention level of the character Yu Ra toward you has increased. The interest level of the character Yu Ra toward you. Level 1. You have received 2,000 reward points. Dun Ha Dung turned her head and smiled, explaining, she just acted like that because she was embarrassed. A Ra is someone with a lot of pride. Looking at the screen showing a limited time discount offer for a spatial pouch with a 30 kilograms capacity, he smiled brightly and replied, yeah, Seems like it. Meanwhile, Yu Ra was walking down the hospital corridor, thinking in frustration, Kim Sun-gu. To think he dared to use lies to trick me. When I passed out, let alone being on the verge of death, the demon hadn't even gone berserk yet. In other words, Kim Sun-gu killed the demon all by himself. He's not a manifestation type, nor is he a support type. It's like he's a genius displaying outstanding talent in every aspect, coupled with Dun Ha-dung's excellent performance lately. I heard Kim Sun-gu has been helping her quite a bit. If he's that formidable, why does he have to live like that? At our age, if there's a reason and purpose to hide one's true strength. Bloodthirsty faces suddenly flash in her mind. Could it be Kim Sun-gu? Did you also lose your family because of them? On the other side, Kim Sun-gu and Dun Ha-dung were chatting. You haven't told anyone else about that, right? Yeah, I haven't told anyone. That was the power she had awakened while fighting the demon. Just like you said, if everyone's attention is on me, training later on will be very inconvenient. Rather than that, I want to use myself for research. The power that can defeat demons. It's exactly this state. Compared to the original story, the time Dun Ha-dung awakened her demon-slaying power is about a month early, even though her power isn't perfected yet if it's nurtured early on. In the distant future, when fighting the Demon King, it will definitely be a huge help. I can nurture a solid ally for Lee Sojun now. Thinking of this, he smiled excitedly and said, I'll make a training plan for you. Let's practice together. If you have any questions, just ask me anytime. Suddenly, Dun Ha-dung gently tugged at his sleeve, hesitating. I have something. I want to ask you. Sun-gu, after breaking the barrier, you ran straight to the training ground. Could it be you did that for me? During the midterms and even during the attack, you cared for me so much. Could it be that you feel? Dun Ha-dung flusteredly asked Kim Sun-gu, you pay so much attention to me. Could it be that you like me? He calmly pulled her hand away and replied coldly, it's not what you think. For the midterms, I believe you had the potential. As for the demon incident, I just ran over because I saw the explosion. Hearing his answer, a hint of disappointment crossed her face. Ah, is that so? Suddenly, he smiled mischievously and asked, you didn't have any other thoughts, did you? Making her blush with embarrassment, she jumped up to correct him. No, that's not it at all. Just kidding. That's right, I'm just messing with you. Don't misunderstand. He smiled, thinking to himself, it's not like I didn't anticipate this situation. Dun Ha-dung is naturally an innocent and lively character. But you need to be exactly where you belong. I'll take responsibility for the planning. Her cheeks flushed, her expression shy, but her eyes held a hidden sorrow. That's right, absolutely no misunderstandings. Then she suddenly took out an envelope and handed it to the main character. Please take this. 7.5 million. It's the tuition fee. You'll still continue to stay by my side from now on, right? Teacher. Dun Ha-dung. I will definitely train you well. Yeah, just bring it on. The atmosphere was filled with passion as he thought to himself, this girl has no idea the value of money. Of course, and thrilled. He laughed out loud and said, then starting tomorrow, what we need to do is, but before he could finish, he received a notification on his phone. Looking at the screen, he froze in shock, yelling out, this is. His phone notified, 15 million won has been transferred to your account. He was completely baffled. Why? Why is everyone fighting to send me money? At this moment, the sender of that transfer was holding her phone, smiling with satisfaction. The scene shifted, passing a few days. After the midterm exams ended, he finally fulfilled the conditions set by Miss Lee Hai-dung. He entered the new classroom where many students were chatting animatedly. In his past life, he never even set foot in the special talent class. The most outstanding students from every year studied together in this class. Third year rank 1, Kim Chang-hyun. Third year rank 4, Park Min-dee. First year rank 1, Choi So-dun. First year rank 2, Kwon Min-ki. They were all familiar top-tier faces. Suddenly, Lee Sojun, who was sitting near the back, spotted him, waving and yelling loudly, Ah, Sun-gu, over here. He smiled and waved back at him. If I'm in this class, it'll be much easier to intervene in the main events later on. Suddenly, an arm slung around his shoulder. Hey, seems like a rat just snuck its way in here, huh? You only killed a dying demon who gave you the nerve to think you deserve to sit at the same table as us. You really don't know your place. He said coldly, I fulfilled Miss Lee Hai-dung's conditions, which is why I'm in this class. You don't have the right to boss me around, do you? You better be smart and get the hell out early. Or do you want me to throw you out myself? You rank 72 trash. Seeing this, Lee Sojun stepped forward and shouted in indignation, Park and Hwan, don't cross the line. He stubbornly argued back, do you guys know how much this idiot dragged down the ranking of the special class? and you're still defending him. Yu A-ra suddenly spoke up. Kim Sunga's midterm exam record is 22.43 seconds. Furthermore, if you don't count the placement test, his grades are even higher than yours. So you better behave yourself and not drag down the class's standard. Her words made his blood boil with rage. Yu A-ra, I never thought you'd be interested in this useless piece of trash. But I won't fucking accept this, he yelled, swinging his fist up, aiming to pummel the main character. But before his fist could land, it was caught tightly by him. And what are you going to do if you don't accept it? He was stunned, thinking, this guy's grip strength. Outwardly, he roared in fury, you son of a bitch. Suddenly, a sword fell from the sky, slamming right onto his head with a loud crash. Then a leg extended, kicking the guy right over. Let that knock some sense into your brain. Park In-won lay flat on the floor, making everyone's eyes widen instantly. Is he still alive? The newcomer asked. Student Kim Sung-gu, are you all right? He chuckled and replied, thank you for your help. He thought to himself, it's exactly like the original plot, as expected. The special ops have come to the academy for the special class activities. Dong Hyun-soo smiled and said, your midterm exam was very interesting. You have a lot of talent. The students were in an uproar. Quick, wake Park In-hwan up. This guy is always so arrogant. I knew he'd end up like this. Dong Hyun-soo thought rather helplessly. Was that introduction too violent? They're still just kids after all. Looking back, when the special ops handed down the mission, he pointed at himself in shock. You want me to go to school? Kim Da-hyun replied, those hidden demons attacked the Magic Academy. There's more than just 1 or 2 suspicious points. That's right. They don't have orders from the king, so most of them act independently. It's also very strange how easily they infiltrated the school. There's definitely a mole. So Hyun-soo, cooperate with the school to uncover the demon's objectives and find the mole. Back in the present, he smiled and introduced himself. Hello, everyone. I'm Dong Hyun-soo from the Special Ops, sent by the association to take charge of the special class. Choi So-dun raised her hand and asked, if you've been assigned for the special class, does that mean our class will also participate in subjugating demons and suppressing terrorism? He answered, rookies like you won't be joining real combat just yet. But from now on, under my guidance, you will take on reconnaissance missions in areas where monsters appear. This mission can be very dangerous. If you spot anything suspicious, you must report it immediately. He thought again, actually, not only is it completely safe, but this is also a secret training ground specifically for the special ops. Although there is a dungeon, it's already been cleared. Surveillance magic circles have been set up everywhere to track down any suspicious individuals. Special class operates with much more freedom than other students. The mole is definitely among them. Kim Sung-gu stared at the man on the podium, thinking, Dong Hyun-soo is probably thinking exactly that. There really is a demon acting as a mole in the academy. That demon is very smart and won't act rashly for the time being. The most crucial part is the hidden stage concealed within the dungeon, where Lee Seojin finds the S-rank equipment. In this special class activity, I need to support Choi So-dun, who will be teaming up with Lee Seojin. Dong Hyun-soo thrust his sword into the ground and shouted loudly, all right then, teams of 2 move out to the combat zone. He thought to himself, this time things absolutely must play out like the original plot. But by adding me to the team formations, will it cause any unexpected variables? Sure enough, there were. When the teams were assigned, he couldn't help but break into a sweat, looking utterly helpless and stiff. So it's come to this. First year rank 1, Choi So-dun, and second year rank 72 Kim Sung-gu are together in group 14. Watching him sigh, Choi So-dun thought in dissatisfaction, Senior Kim Sung-gu, is being in the same group as me really that disappointing? Look at how many people are dying to get close to me. She turns her head, smiling and waving at the other boys who are angrily yelling that Kim Sung-gu dares to hog Choi So-dun all to himself. Relax your face a bit, will you? Glancing at the cold Lee Seojin beside her, she thought, only these 2 seniors are different. No, Senior Seojin probably wouldn't even bat an eye at me. Glaring back at Kim Sung-gu's annoyed and grumpy face, she felt irritated. I haven't even complained about you yet. How dare you complain about me? Ignoring the gossip around him, he spoke up, let's make our move. The junior girl and his team hurried after him. Ah, yes. A young man watched them, crying tears of disappointment. Damn it, I want a sweet date with a cute junior too. Lee Seojin and Yu A-ra were in group 15 together. They turned and asked, do you have to overreact like that? This is ridiculous. He replied in agony, she's interested in you. You'll never understand how I feel. That's Choi So-dun, the only daughter of one of the 5 great magic families who has both talent and beauty. Lee Sujin pointed at the person next to him. Don't we also have someone from a prestigious magic family right here? Yu A Ra scolded him in annoyance. Leave me out of this. He was still utterly depressed without an ounce of energy left. Unlike Yu A Ra, my so done. Kim Sun-gu, am so jealous of you. Just then, the second-ranked first-year Kwon Min Ki, who was in Group 16 with him, the third-ranked second-year Sim Dong Chun, appeared looking ecstatic. Boss, I'll do my absolute best to show you what I've got. On the other side, the two members of Group 14 had gone deep into the forest without exchanging a single word, leaving a weirdly silent atmosphere. Choi So-dun sighed and thought, ugh, whatever. Since we're both unhappy with each other anyway, I actually feel more relieved. The lowest-ranked student in the whole school is friends with senior Sujin, and now he even made it into the special class. His actions are incredibly suspicious. His system suddenly chimed with a notification. Character Choi So-dun has grown curious about you. You have received 500 bonus points. Sweating, he thought, she's staring a hole into the back of my head. Then he suddenly pointed forward, turning his head to tell the junior girl behind him, there seems to be something over there. Let's go check it out. I don't know what you're scheming, but it won't work on me. Still, she smiled happily on the outside and said, sure. Senior, let's do our best together. Inside, she thought the exact opposite. Things will absolutely not go your way. Kim Sun-gu looked dumbfounded, his eyes widening at his teammate as he muttered, Choi So-dun. She replied with a bright smile. Seeing that look on her face, he panicked. That expression means she's definitely plotting something else. Remembering the original novel, right now, Choi So-dun is desperately trying to rope in Lee Seojin, because keeping Lee Seojin by her side will boost her own value. Let's go over there and take a look. Using this as bait to lure her to Lee Seojin should keep things perfectly aligned with the original plot. Choi So-dun spoke up again, Senior Kim Sun-gu. The more I learn about you, the more formidable I find you. You completely lost your face at the start of the school year. But now you suddenly become so impressive and even made it into this special class. He laughed and replied, I was just a little careless back then, while secretly gritting his teeth. Damn it, this. She suddenly turned back, but you know, Senior, forcing your way into the special class might not be a good thing for you. It attracts too much attention and you'll end up making more enemies instead. Background talent looks. Everyone says Choi So-dun has it all, but beneath that surface hides a completely different face. Her desperate efforts and sheer stubbornness to meet her family's demands. These are the elements that make up the perfect Choi So-dun. She acts gentle and friendly to everyone, but she only keeps them around to raise her own worth. Choi So-dun had learned how to wear a fake mask in high society. This is her lonely way of surviving. The MC sighed, enemies? I don't know what you're talking about. You know what happened during the day too, right? Even though no one says it out loud aside from Senior Park in Hwan, quite a few people despise the fact that you got into the special class. He smiled, completely unfazed. That's fine. I have a life goal that I want to achieve in the special class. Hearing those words, her father's cold face suddenly flashed in her mind, telling her, I have already mapped out your entire life for you. You just need to do exactly as I say. It's all for your own good, So-dun. Faced with that strict lecture, she could only bow her head and reply, yes, father. The memory faded and Choi So-dun said, a life goal, huh? I think I kind of understand why the teachers like you so much. What kind of dream can you possibly achieve by entering the special class? He scratched his head, stammering, that's... Suddenly, a red flash of light sparked from behind a bush. He quickly grabbed the junior girl next to him, pulling her back and shouting, danger. He hurriedly used his mana to block the attack. A sharp object that looked like a flaming arrow shot out and slammed into the ground. They were both shocked. A sneak attack. The grumpy guy from this morning stepped out from behind the bush. Seeing this, he yelled, haven't you learned your lesson yet? Park and Hwan. He cursed in annoyance, I'm giving you one last chance, you dead last loser. If you still value your life, you better act like a good little dog at school from now on. He completely brushed off the guy's threat, ready to throw down, and what if I refuse? The guy flew into a rage and swung his fist, ready to beat the crap out of the MC, then go to hell. Meanwhile, in other areas, the students were all battling monsters, while purple floating eyes acting as recording cameras hovered in the air. Support mage Baek Yi-chin of the Special Ops Anti-Terrorism Unit was sitting in a tent with Dong Hyun-soo, observing the situation. Even though this is the captain's order, is there really a demon spy among these people? How's the situation? Aside from the students playing around with the training monsters, there's no one else. If there really is a demon spy, they'll definitely try to make contact with other demons when the students are taken outside. If you spot anyone acting suspicious or leaving the training grounds, report to me immediately. Dum Hyun-soo was about to leave when Baek Yi-chin suddenly spoke up. Wait. The scene shifted to the battlefield between the MC and Park In-hwan. I don't know if they're spies or not, but they look like they're fighting to the death. Kim Sun-gu was locked in a fierce clash with Park In-hwan, thinking to himself, his attack speed is really fast. He's a bastard, but he's still ranked 5th in the second year. If this drags on, it might ruin my plans. Choi So-dun spoke up to stop them. Senior, if you want to fight, save it for the training session. He warned her, it's dangerous, stay back, Choi So-dun. The junior girls suddenly yelled, don't you two realize you're dragging the academy's name through the mud by doing this? Senior Park, In-hwan, that goes for you too. Drop your inferiority complex towards Sojin and Sun-gu. Hearing that, Park In-hwan lost his mind with rage. Whether it's you or that bitch, why is everyone taking this punk's side? He then furiously launched an attack that sent the other two staggering backward. Inside the tent, Baek Yi-chin was startled. Oh my god, what's going on? The magic circle has disappeared. Seeing Dong Hyun-soo shoot up from his seat, she asked, where are you going? He replied, I promised the school that I wouldn't let any students get hurt. Are you really going to expose our combat plans just because of a student brawl? I'm going to stop them. You keep monitoring the other areas. If anything goes wrong, contact me immediately. He thought to himself as he ran, those students are Park In-hwan and Kim Sun-gu. They just had a conflict earlier today. The other one is Choi So-dun from one of the prestigious 5 great magic families. I hope nothing terrible has happened. On the other side, Choi So-dun was using her mana to create an ice wall to block Park In-hwan's powerful attacks. He was still completely unhinged, screaming, just keep living a pathetic life like a clown, just like you did at the start of the year. Who the hell do you think you are to stand against me, Kim Sun-gu? With that, he swung his arms, unleashing even stronger moves, seemingly determined to use all his strength to finish off the MC. The ice wall couldn't withstand the assault anymore and started to crack. The junior girl squeezed her eyes shut. This is bad. I can't hold him off any longer. Suddenly, a voice rang out, I told you it's dangerous here and told you to stay back, didn't I? She opened her eyes to see Kim Sun-gu standing protectively in front of her. Senior? His face turned cold, his eyes showing a mix of anger and sheer determination as he said, let me handle this guy. In his past life, he could only stand by and watch helplessly as Park In-hwan did terrible things and bullied people everywhere. Because he was just a minor side character, he thought he couldn't do anything to affect the story's progression. But this guy is just a small fry character who appears early on and has absolutely no screen time later anyway. Kim Sun-gu used the power of the heart of Mother Nature. His speed surged dramatically, and in the blink of an eye, he dashed forward and closed the gap with Park In-hwan. The guy wanted to strike back but couldn't even land an attack. He angrily roared, You little punk, how dare you use enhancement magic? He suddenly appeared right in front of him, slamming his head down bare-handed. If you've got a problem, bring it to me. Why the hell are you dragging other people into this? He stood tall, his face icy cold, looking down at him like a cockroach. So tell me, why should I forgive you? Park In-hwan finally knew fear. He frantically fell to his knees at his feet, stammering, I know I was wrong. I'll never mess with you again. I admit I was wrong, okay? Please just let me go this once. Choi So-dun spoke up from behind to stop him. Senior, you're just wasting your mana doing this. He then withdrew his mana. Fine, whatever. He thought to himself, honestly, I didn't want to hurt him anyway. He grabbed his hair again, warning him with a fierce expression. Stay away from me. If I see your face again, you're dead. Scared shitless, the guy was overjoyed to be let off the hook. And immediately agreed, yes, I'll get lost right now. And yet he still had the guts to negotiate. But, what happened here? You'll keep it a secret, right? He furiously shouted, get the hell out of here. The guy ran off, still not forgetting to double-check. So it's a deal, right? He let out a sigh of relief and flopped down onto the ground, sweating profusely. Park In-hwan, I'll make you taste true suffering. Seeing the situation on their end, Baek Yi-chin cried out, Senior. Park In-hwan, who was just fighting, has hastily left the training grounds. Dong Hyun-soo coldly said, confirmed. At the same time, he drew the sword in his hand from its sheath, glinting with a sharp, deadly light. Already knowing the plot, the MC just sat there chuckling to himself. From now on, you're going to get some special treatment from the special ops. At this moment, Park In-hwan was running for his life through the forest, muttering curses. Damn it, I finally managed to escape from that Kim Sun-gu. Why is some old guy chasing me this time? Right behind him was Dong Hyun-soo, hunting him down with a dark expression. Meanwhile, Kim Sun-gu was still sitting there chuckling. He was perfect for drawing people's attention, and it didn't mess up the storyline at all. Suddenly, a cold finger poked him in the neck, making him scream. So cold. What are you doing? Choi So-dun playfully smiled and replied, you look like you were feeling really hot. Rank 72 defeated the 5th-ranked Park In-hwan. Looks like the seniors' power rankings need a major adjustment. He humbly replied, if that guy had attacked with a real resolve to die, there's no way I could have won. I just used my aura to scare him into running away. I feel a bit bad for you. You probably wanted to team up with Lee Seojin, but you got dragged into this instead. Gulp. She smiled brightly. Thank you for saving me. The system notification suddenly popped up, making him a bit stunned. The attention of character Choi So-dun has increased to level 1. The junior girl sat down next to him and confessed, actually, when I first enrolled, my impression of you wasn't very good, senior. I used to think you were someone with no real skills who just loved to seek attention. But looking at you lately, senior, you're completely different from the flashy dead-last loser I had in mind. Hearing that, he asked, is that so? How do you see me these days? She rested her chin on her hand, thinking seriously. If I had to say, senior is a... She finally blurted out an answer that wasn't very pleasing to hear. An interesting person? Or maybe a clown. A clown's talent. She spoke again. Now that we're well rested, should we get moving? He still didn't want to get up. Already? You don't want to sit a bit longer. We should at least find something to bring back for our report. That's the only way you won't be looked down upon by people like Park In-hwan, Sr. Choi So-dun happily walked ahead, but suddenly came face to face with a gigantic king cobra. Their 4 eyes met, neither of them comprehending the situation for a moment. After a few seconds, the snake reacted, baring its razor-sharp fangs and lunging at the prey before it, causing the junior girl to scream in terror. A training monster. Seeing the critical situation, the MC immediately cast his magic, preparing to battle the monster. Suddenly, a blinding golden light slashed past as fast as lightning. Attribute: light magic. It instantly sliced the giant snake's neck clean off, sending fresh blood splattering everywhere. Choi So-dun turned around in joy. Could it be? He withdrew his mana and smiled happily, thinking to himself, "He's here, just as expected." The junior girl joyfully called out, "Senior Lee Seojin." The original male protagonist appeared, still holding his gleaming sword, and asked with a smile, "Is anyone hurt?" Sheathing his sword, he explained, "I was wandering around by myself, helping out others along the way. It seems there aren't any particularly dangerous monsters. I heard this was a high-risk zone, so I was tense for nothing. Wow, for a genius like you, senior, this must be a breeze." Striking while the iron is hot, the junior girl immediately offered, "Sign a sponsorship contract with my family. A genius like you will shine even brighter." He awkwardly declined, "Maybe later. Let me think about it later." Meanwhile, Kim Sun-gu was completely focused on the story's plot. The location and the members are all perfect. Now all that's left is for Lee Seojin to discover the hidden stage. He calculated inwardly, bring Choi So-dun to the nearby dungeon, then naturally meet up with Lee Seojin. The route I'm taking Choi So-dun on is the safest way to meet Lee Seojin. Now I just need to lead the way for them. With the plan set, he suddenly pointed forward and called out, "Everyone, look over there." Following his pointing finger, they all saw a cave emitting a strange blue light, hiding whatever was inside. Lee Seojin asked in mild surprise, "What is this light?" Choi So-dun replied, "It's shining from inside the cave." He feigned excitement, putting on an innocent, clueless expression as he smiled and suggested, "I'm suddenly so curious. Should we go check it out?" The 3 of them walked in together. That cave was the Special Ops Decommissioned Training Dungeon. This is a hidden stage. The group instantly grew excited. How rare. Another dungeon hidden within a dungeon. It's harder than normal ones, but clearing it grants massive rewards. While the other 2 were still looking around, he smiled in satisfaction. Just as I thought. The hidden floor of the Tower of Proof is also a rare stage. Therefore, renovating the decommissioned dungeon has spawned a rare stage. Lee Seojun and Choi So-dun teamed up to defeat the boss. In this storyline, Lee Seojun obtaining an S-rank weapon will garner even more attention. Less than greater than. Besides, the main focus is something else entirely. Choi So-dun, having matured mentally, will become Lee Seojun's comrade from this moment on. Looking at his 2 friends behind him, he chuckled inwardly with excitement. Of course, to help you guys clear this smoothly, I prepared thoroughly. Our MC was in incredibly high spirits as he proposed, "Shall we go in and challenge it?" Unexpectedly, Lee Seo-jun immediately rejected it. "No. Hidden stages have too many variables. Let's report this to the special ops right now." He angrily cursed in his mind, this damn bookworm, seriously. He hurriedly lunged for the phone to stop him but failed. "What are you doing? Think carefully about this." While the two were bickering, Choi So-dun silently stared down at her reflection in the crystal-clear water. Suddenly, a long-haired hag appeared out of nowhere right behind her, speaking in a hypnotic voice. "Human, come here. Come inside." The other two finally noticed something was wrong and immediately turned around. "This feeling is," he screamed, "Choi So-dun." That monster was a B-rank ghost witch. It cackled savagely as it grabbed the unconscious Choi So-dun by the neck and hoisted her into the air. Kim Sun-gu and Lee Seo-jun rushed forward, yelling, "It's a monster! Choi So-dun, wake up." The witch held her tightly, her long, sharp fingernails grazing the girl's beautiful face as she said smugly, "This belongs to me." Then she tucked her newly caught prey under her arm and bolted deep into the cave, running like her life depended on it. This unforeseen situation left him bewildered. The monster actually initiated the attack. It's deviating from the original plot again. The monster dashed away and suddenly vanished into thin air, leaving the two of them unable to react in time. Lee Seo-jun shouted in shock, "What in the world just happened? Choi So-dun has been kidnapped by a monster." He fell silent for a few seconds, then resolutely stepped forward and said, "Follow me, we have to go save her." The person beside him asked blankly, "We're not waiting for the special ops?" Hearing this, he explained, "While we wait, Choi So-dun will die. The monster that took her has the ability to absorb mana." His expression turned grave. "Once it's done absorbing, what do you think it will do? The two of us have to handle this right now." Realizing the direness of the situation, Lee Seo-jun hesitated for a moment before saying reluctantly, "Do we really have no other choice?" Finally making up his mind, he gripped his sword tightly and firmly agreed, "All right." With that, both of them charged forward together. "Let's go save our junior right away." Elsewhere, Park In-hwan was being pinned to the ground by Dong Hyun-soo, who had grabbed his hair and twisted his arm. He screamed helplessly, What did I even do wrong? Why are you treating me like this? Spit it out, who are you colluding with? What is their goal? Colluding? Am not." Dong Hyun-soo clearly didn't believe a word he said. "If you're going to insist on that, then why did you suddenly run away?" That was. Recalling his humiliating situation, he bawled, "I wouldn't tell you even if you beat me to death. Considering you're a student, I was going to go easy on you if you confessed honestly, but I have no choice now." Second-year student of the Magic Officer Academy, rank 5 Park In-hwan. "You are under emergency arrest for colluding with demons." Then he communicated through his earpiece, "Agent Becky Chin, I've caught the suspect. Come here and detain him." The other end of the line suddenly screamed in absolute panic, "Senior." Something else just happened. 3 students have entered the renovated training dungeon. The dungeon, that place was decommissioned. It's just like a normal cave now. Becky Chin's next words made him flinch, his face darkening. But just now, a hidden stage appeared inside that dungeon. At this moment, Lee Seo-jun had stepped deep into the cave. The surroundings were covered in ice and snow, with biting winds howling in fits and starts. He was shivering uncontrollably. She's using the ice magic stolen from Choi So-dun to fortify the surrounding environment. His face was flushed red from the cold. There's still a mountain of things to do. At this rate, I'm going to collapse. Suddenly, Kim Sun-gu appeared right behind him and gently draped a thick padded coat over his shoulders. Lee Seo-jun was taken aback in shock. "Kim Sun-gu." He smiled and said, "Put it on. This outfit has protective properties, it'll make it less cold." He knew it would be freezing inside the hidden stage, so he had bought a bunch of winter gear and stuffed it into his spatial bag beforehand. Upon learning this, he asked in astonishment, "A spatial bag? An item worth hundreds of millions, how could you afford it?" "Stock trading. Don't ask me which stocks I bought." "Wait, isn't that Choi So-dun? Thank goodness, she seems fine." He suddenly spotted a figure in the distance waving and calling out loudly, "I'm over here. Please save me." The two immediately ran over. Lee Seo-jun said assertively, "Let's get her out of here quickly. Where is the exit?" Suddenly, a surge of mana flashed past his shoulder from behind, blasting straight at Choi So-dun's figure in the distance. He turned around in shock, seeing our MC making a move without understanding what was going on. That very move of his had successfully intercepted Choi So-dun's attack. She could only be heard saying, "Human," quite the fast reflexes. Clearly, this was not Choi's So Done, but the monster that had possessed her body. It was now sporting a grotesque smile. How dull. Less than greater than. The system chimed with a notification, "Murderous intent detected. Murderous intent is aimed at you, maximum distance, 500 meters. She's being controlled by the ghost witch. Choi So Done. To save her, we have to catch the witch first." The monster licked its lips in amusement. Tasting a bit of this brat's frost manna, it truly is a delicacy. It spoke in a gloomy tone, beginning to unleash its power. "Once I drain this brat dry, you will be next." The ghost witch was of the undead attribute, which was completely countered by Lee Seojin's light magic. He was seen leaping into mid-air, swinging his sword to shatter the massive blocks of ice hurtling relentlessly toward them. Our MC on the ground was also fighting hard, thinking to himself, this thing has hijacked Choi So Dun's body. Choi So Dun holds the top rank among the first years. Her main specialty is manifestation magic, and her subspecialty is enhancement magic. Her power had inadvertently made the monster much harder to deal with. Seeing the enemy slash at him with a sword, he focused his power. We can only keep defending. But before the ice blade could even reach him, Lee Seojin suddenly charged from behind and knocked it away. The overwhelming force made the opponent stumble backwards several meters. Taking advantage of the opening, he immediately rushed in to attack. However, Lee Seojin's power didn't seem to have much of an impact. She sneered, "Holding back because you're fighting a girl? What a half-hearted attack." The moment she finished speaking, she countered instantly, surrounded by sharp ice crystals hurtling toward them. He had to fall back to dodge the attack, breaking out in a cold sweat. Such fast transition between offense and defense. The mechanics of ice magic are highly compatible with this environment, and she's utilizing it to the absolute max. Suddenly, another wave of attacks came. Sharp ice arrows rained down directly toward our MC from mid-air. He hastily retreated to evade the strike. The ice crystals plunged into the ground. Turning his head to look, the sight made him jump out of his skin. Ice was everywhere. A massive, dense barricade of ice had completely sealed off his escape route. The path has been blocked off. Truly a dilemma. With yet another wave of attacks, the two could only sprint forward, dodging clumsily. Lee Sojin panted heavily as he asked, "Kim Sun-gu, we have to think of something. Do you have a plan?" He replied immediately, "We have to find the witch's true body. When the main body is in danger, it will abandon Choi So Dun's body. It's just snow and ice everywhere. Tell me the location quickly." "That's beyond me." "What?" He thought, because in the original story, you destroyed this place and defeated the witch. Out loud, he could only say, "But you can do it." "Not me." In a desperate situation, he took a risk and chugged a universal mana-enhancing potion. Mana recovery speed increased by 500% for 10 minutes. He completely ignored the side effect. After the effect expires, the body will enter a state of mana depletion for 30 minutes. He spoke to his friend beside him, his tone filled with absolute trust. "If it's you, Lee Sojin, you can definitely do it." At this time, outside the cave entrance, Park In-won was tied up tightly. Dong Hyun-soo interrogated him. "So you mean you two really were just fighting? You pulled all those weird stunts because, even though you provoked Sun-gu, you ended up losing to him, and did it out of humiliation." He thought with regret, "I should have thoroughly investigated each student's background before acting." He asked again, "Them going in there, does it really have nothing to do with you?" Tied up and kneeling on the ground, he wailed in grievance, shouting, "Of course, I really don't know anything." Kim Da-hyun looked stern. "Didn't we promise to guarantee the safety of every student?" Dong Hyun-soo nervously admitted his fault. "It's all my fault. The hidden stage was an unforeseen anomaly. Can we rescue the students? Let's try opening the entrance from the outside first, or..." Looking toward the cave entrance, the only option left is to hope they can clear the hidden stage themselves and walk out. By now, a large crowd of teachers and students had gathered in front of the cave. Ms. Lee Hai-dung called out, "Students, please wait outside for a moment." Everyone was anxious, trapped in a hidden stage. Doesn't that mean once you go in, you can never get out? Yu Ah-ra gritted her teeth and thought, "I still have things to ask you. If anything happens to you, I won't forgive you. Kim Sun-gu." Meanwhile, inside, Lee Seojin heard his words and asked in confusion, "You say I can do it. What does that mean?" Not knowing how to explain it, you could only try his best to say, "Just like I said, you can unleash your full power here to your heart's content." The witch opposite them noticed something amiss. The mana flow of one of them has changed. "What are you plotting?" She hurled massive blocks of ice again, intent on obliterating the two in front of her. Both could only passively dodge, completely unable to fight back. Our MC yelled anxiously, "Lee Sojin, you don't have to hide your power in front of me. Just unleash every ounce of your strength." Hearing that, he couldn't help but flinch. Come to think of it, the last time I went all out swinging my sword was during the demon attack last time. During the midterm exam, I held back my power. If I went too far, someone would have gotten hurt. And yet he saw right through that subtle difference. Kim Sun-gu, Lee Sojin spoke up, "Shall we go all out together?" Hearing that, she laughed maniacally. "Go all out? Then give it a try, you human runts." He stayed behind to withstand the devastating impact of the giant ice blocks, leaving Lee Sojin to focus solely on confronting the monster. "If you're looking forward to it that much, I'll have to indulge you a little." Lee Sojin's face grew serious as he erupted with his full power, radiating a blinding golden light around him. "I have no choice but to grant your wish." The witch across from him widened her eyes in terror. "Light attribute mana, to think." Kim Sun-gu shouted from behind, "Lee Sojin, blow this entire dungeon away." Realizing the situation was grim, the monster hurriedly abandoned Choi So-dun's body. The main body is in danger. Seizing this opportunity, he immediately fired a powerful blast of mana that pierced right through the witch's chest. Seeing it emerge, he cheered joyfully. It left Choi So-dun's body already. But at this moment, the monster seemed to grow even more frenzied. It roared furiously. "I won't let you have your way, you filthy humans." He panted tiredly, yet a smug smile bloomed on his lips. "Then there is even less of a reason to let you live. Ha ha. Lee Sojin will kill you." She jolted, but it was too late to fight back. A sword strike carrying blinding golden light slashed through her body with lightning speed. Outside, the teachers and the special ops team were still trying to use magic to open the cave entrance. "How's the progress?" "We've only analyzed 2% of the entrance. Not even a mosquito could slip through." "It's unfortunate, but we tried our best. Even if we call in other support mages, this is the limit of what we can do." Hearing this, Dong Hyun-soo pulled out his phone. "Since it's come to this, even if the captain reprimands me, I have to take responsibility at the very least." They picked up. The person on the other end spoke up. "He entered a hidden stage. A B-rank dungeon? Yeah, it was my negligence." The other side replied, "It's fine, he'll come out on his own soon." The answer left him astonished. Not understanding, he asked again, "You say he'll come out on his own? What on earth is going on?" As soon as he finished speaking, the cave entrance suddenly flared with a blinding golden light, as brilliant as the sun. A powerful pillar of light shot up into the sky. The students witnessing it panicked. What kind of boss monster is jumping out now? Yua Ra was shocked, her eyes widening. "No, this light magic. It's Lee Sojin." The person in question was currently inside the cave, watching his weapons slowly dissolve into thin air. He thought to himself, "I knew it. The sword couldn't withstand my mana." The monster had been slain. Choi So-dun lay unconscious on the ground. Suddenly, a sword appeared right before their eyes. Kim Sun-gu was bewildered. "This sword is..." The system immediately displayed its information. S-rank Blue Moon Sword. A sword containing a mysterious power that swallows the moonlight, along with a slew of other stats. He happily patted Lee Sojin's shoulder. "Hurry up and pull it out. This is yours. Your contribution was the highest when defeating the Ghost Witch. You also need a sword right now." He asked back, "But what about your share?" He laughed heartily and replied, "Other than this sword, everything else belongs to me." Then he turned around, took off his jacket to cover the unconscious girl, and said, "I'm going over to take care of Choi So-dun. Hurry up and take it." Lee Sojin stepped forward and pulled out the sword, thinking, "This radiance. It really is S-rank. Did he just voluntarily yield the weapon to me?" He turned his head to look back at him. "Kim Sun-gu, you truly are no ordinary person." At the same time, a series of system notifications rang out. "You have teamed up with the main character to clear a hidden stage. Causality rate increased by 0.8. Character, Lee Sojun's attention toward you increased by 1 point. Character, Lee Sojun's interest in you has reached level 2. You received 2,000 reward points." Our main character was currently off to the side observing Choi So-dun's condition. Her mana is severely depleted. Choi So-dun's current strength isn't enough to wage a battle on such a massive scale. This is the consequence of being controlled and drained dry by the Ghost Witch. Lee Sojin returned carrying a pile of items, smiling as he said, "I've collected all the dropped equipment. Thank you." Seeing him take out some kind of pill, he asked, "What are you doing?" He replied, am helping her recover. That pill was none other than the Ice Spirit Heart, which restores mana upon use and permanently increases Ice attribute mastery. After taking the pill, the girl slowly opened her eyes and saw the two older boys staring intently at her. Choi So-dun, are you okay? Seniors. She jolted in panic, scrambling backward. Ah, why are you all staring at me like that? The two of them said happily, she's really awake. She looks full of life again. Choi So-dun had no idea what was going on. Looking around in a daze, she asked, where on earth are we? He patted his friend's shoulder and answered, it's a long story. This is a hidden stage. You were kidnapped, and Lee Soo-jin defeated the boss to save you. Hearing that, she was astonished and thought to herself, clearing a hidden stage at our age. There has never been a record like this before. Suddenly, a spatial portal slowly opened before their eyes. The group cheered joyfully. The exit is open. I didn't expect this beam of light to be so beautiful. Then they heard Kim Sun-gu calling out, panting heavily. Wait, before we leave, you two. Support me. I'm out of mana. After waking Choi So-dun, he immediately collapsed from exhaustion. This time, he had perfectly calculated the duration of the panacea. After the event ended, the one who received all the attention wasn't him, but Lee Soo-jin and Choi So-dun. Lee Soo-jin became the youngest person in history to clear a hidden dungeon. Following the demon's subjugation event, he once again captured the world's attention. The Blue Moon sword that Lee Soo-jin received, upon appraisal, was not only S-rank equipment, but also possessed two top-tier skills. The International Mage magazine Oracle published an article on Lee Soo-jin's brilliant genius-like performance. The world began to focus its attention on Lee Soo-jin. Meanwhile, Park In-hwan, after being interrogated, finally cleared his name of being a demon spy. But during the investigation into the attack on him and Choi So-dun, they discovered that he and his gang had been bullying other students all along. That guy has already been punished. He happily looked up at the sky. He won't be getting in my way anymore, right? Although the process was a bit bumpy, everything still went according to the original plot. This activity of the special class was actually a combat plan by the special ops, and it wouldn't be exposed. Through this opportunity, Choi So-dun had established a connection with Lee Soo-jin. Remembering the scene of his close friend crying up a storm, Sun-gu, is your body okay? Are you hurt anywhere? He sweated a little. It took some effort to coax Dun Ha-dung. The things I need to do later. As he was thinking, he saw Choi So-dun running over to ask, Senior, what are you doing? Did you meet me for something? She immediately said, Senior Soo-jin told me a very interesting story. I came here to say thank you. It was Senior Sun-gu who first suggested going in to save me, just how fierce the battle in the hidden stage was. Hearing this, he hurriedly waved his hands. No, that's not it. The one who saved you wasn't me. It was Lee Soo-jin. He thought to himself, Lee Soo-jin. I've yielded all the credit to you. Just take it. He stubbornly insisted on his friend's credit. But it was Lee Soo-jin who defeated the Ghost Witch, right? The girl didn't try to press the issue either. Smiling, she said, Oh my, if Senior says so, then it must be true. See you at the next special class session, Senior. The system rang out with a notification again. So-dun's attention toward you has increased by 1 point. So-dun's interest in you has reached level 2. You have received 2,000 reward points. Damn it, it's like this again, making things difficult for me. If that's the case, I'll just have to try harder during the next event. The scene shifted to the school's gymnasium, where everyone inside was training diligently. Kim Sun-gu had also come here. As he walked, he thought, when leaving the hidden stage, thanks to being next to Lee Soo-jin, I earned a lot of points. This time, I bought a new trait, which is the secret of evolution and adaptation. After meeting certain conditions, it will evolve to adapt to the surrounding environment. In a freezing place, it'll gain cold resistance. In a dark place, my night vision will be enhanced. Although it's not a massive change, it can increase base stats, so its practical application is very high. Kwon Min-ki, the second-ranked first year in the original story, is supposed to get this trait, but the items in the point shop and his storyline are two different things, so it should be fine, right? Suddenly, his train of thought was interrupted. Lee Soo-jin spotted him from afar and waved, calling out loudly, Kim Sun-gu. Why did you come to the gymnasium? I just came to train my body. Have you been doing well lately? Why are you talking like an old man? In the same as always. Well, for you it really is the same as always. Look over there. The group looked over and found others chatting animatedly. Lee Soo-jin doing bench presses first thing on a Monday morning, not using mana enhancement but relying purely on physical strength to lift. He gets stronger through relentless effort and training. Sim Dong-chun said, for anyone else, that's absolutely not normal at all. Haha. Especially you, Ra. She said she'd show you what real firepower is, and now she's training like she's in hell. Is that so? Haha. That's fine, let her do her best. Yua Ra is the type of person who strives harder the more of a goal she has. For her, it's not a bad source of motivation. But why haven't we seen Mr. Dang A. Chun today? Whenever he doesn't have classes, he's always in the physical training room. Sim Dong-chun suddenly turns serious. That's not it. He's patrolling around the school. It's a secret. Recently, corpses drained of all their blood have been appearing around the campus. Attacked by a demon? So what? Even if we get attacked by a demon, our genius will protect us. Lee Seojun, I'm counting on you. Get out of here. Ignoring the two of them joking around, he thought to himself, demons could attack the school at any time. That's because there is a spy inside the school. More accurately, someone who infiltrated the school. Not a human, but a demon. At this moment, Park Min-dae, the fourth-ranked third-year student, walked over and said, Junior Sojun, you're sweating quite a bit, aren't you? She handed him a clean towel. Here, have this towel. This action inevitably caused the people around them to ooh and ah. Sim Dong-chun, standing beside him, beamed and flattered her. Senior, you look so beautiful today as well. Oh my, thank you. Accepting the towel, Lee Sojun also replied with a polite smile. Ah, thank you, Senior Park Min-dae. She smiled brightly, her tone extremely cheerful. I'm always cheering for you all. Keep it up, Junior Sojun. No one knew what kind of person was hiding behind that friendly facade. The scene shifted to nighttime in a deserted area. She was draining the blood of a man who helplessly trembled and weakly cried out, Help, save me. Having drank her fill, she wiped the stain from her mouth, looking down at the dying man on the ground with a face full of disdain. Less than greater than. Her true identity was not the fourth-ranked third-year student Park Min-dae at all, but the B-ranked demon Dang D, the only daughter of the demon Dang Han. Suddenly, another demon stepped forward. She immediately said, I didn't expect you to come looking for me personally. Do you want to attack the school again? Sir Chan He. Suddenly, another demon stepped forward. She immediately said, I didn't expect you to come looking for me personally. Do you want to attack the school again? Sir Chan He. He smirked and replied, I just came to see if you were doing well. His foot gently stepped on the head of the unfortunate man trembling on the ground. Then he ruthlessly crushed his head, fresh blood splattering everywhere, yet he calmly continued. After Dang Han died, you're the only one left, so naturally, I have to take good care of you. I was planning to stick around and play a little longer, but if the news leaks, we'll be exposed sooner or later. How's life at school lately? She sighed. School, huh? With my identity, I can't get close to Dong Hyun-soo. Sir Ha Ri-ong won't allow me to seek revenge against Kim Chin-gu either. Furious, her eyes filled with hatred. Every day I have to look at the faces of those brats who reported my father. Sir Chan He, how do you think I'm living at this school? Chan He rubbed his chin in thought, then said, among those brats, Lee Sojun has been quite prominent lately. When Lee Sojun was attacked at school, he was one of the prime candidates for the role of the Child of Prophecy. Dang dejolted, you mean? The moment the Grand Magic Barrier disappeared when the school was attacked, the moment that guy appeared, I found it suspicious. After receiving your report, I became absolutely certain that overwhelming mana is the power to slay demons. Lee Sojun is definitely the Child of Prophecy. Thrilled, she asked, then can I kill Lee Sojun with my own hands? He just smirked and replied, can you? You've witnessed his strength with your own eyes, haven't you? Remembering the scene of Dang Han being killed, she said resentfully, Sir Chan He, you don't understand. The sweet fruit of revenge is right before my eyes, yet I can't taste it. That agony and longing. Not just for my own revenge, but for our clan as well. Please leave the matter of killing Lee Sojun to me. Suddenly, seemingly out of nowhere, another demon appeared and spoke up. Dang D, it's exactly this attitude of yours. The two conversing were instantly startled. Who's there? There wasn't a single sound. The newcomer continued, as expected of the person recommended by Chan He. So young, yet you braced yourself. Realizing the arrival was a member of the 10 Demons Council, the S-rank demon Sung Chin, Chan He hurriedly dropped to his knees. Greetings, Sir Sung Chin. To think you would come here personally. The other waved his hand. You're about to become my subordinate, so of course I had to come see you once. Though your power is still lacking, your resolve is set. Dang D, I accept you. The king is ordered to strike the Child of Prophecy once again. I will not accept any refusals. The scene shifted to the fifth entrance of the Pandemonium dungeon at Mount Buchanson, where Dun Ha Dung was facing off against a horde of monsters all by herself. The girl focused, streams of mana slowly gathering between her hands, forming a glowing blue orb. She decisively swung her arm to attack, and the surge of power instantly transformed into countless sharp ice arrows shooting toward the horde of monsters. They instantly scattered in terror. She happily asked the person beside her, "How was that?" "I did well, right?" Kim Sun-gu smiled and replied, "Your strength has increased quite a bit. For now, pour all your focus into mastering this form." The girl was overjoyed. "When you said you take me somewhere else this weekend, I was completely caught off guard. I didn't expect you to find a whole dungeon to train me in." He replied, "It was just out of luck." Then he thought to himself, saying it was luck is the truth. This is a dungeon I accidentally discovered in my past life when I was still a C-rank mage. A place that never appeared in the original work, known only to me. It's crawling with demonic monsters. This environment is perfect for cultivating Dun Ha Dung's will. Looking at the corpses on the ground, he suddenly asked, "What were you thinking about when you used that power just now?" "Just like when I fought alongside Ara, I wanted to protect the people around me. And one more thing, I thought I have to work hard to get into the special training class like Sun Gu." Hearing this, he was slightly speechless and thought to himself, when using demon-slaying power, the most important thing is it will trigger by a specific goal and belief. And the center of Dun Ha Dung's will is me, black cat or white cat, as long as it catches mice. He smiled and said to her, "If you train with me every week, you can make it into the special class too. Can you do it?" She happily replied, "Yeah, anytime," but actually thought to herself, going to a dungeon together every week. It feels like we're dating. Seeing her face full of determination, the MC thought, she went from rank 82 to 52 in the midterm. At her current rate of growth, Dun Ha Dung will be able to enter the special class by the first semester of her third year, just like in the original story. The system announced, "Evolution and adaptation. Your eyes have adapted to the darkness." He continued his train of thought, so all that's left is Dang Han's daughter, Dang Di. In the original work, Dang Di approached Lee Seojin to avenge her father. She was a villain who constantly plotted and schemed. But now the ones who killed her father are me, Kim Chin-gu, and Dong Hyun-soo, so why would she actively approach Lee Seojin? It's a bit suspicious. I need to act before she causes any damage. I have to strike first. After scheming for a while, the MC finally arranged to speak privately with Dang De. She followed him and asked, "Junior, your name is Sun Gu, right? You said you had something to tell me." She thought to herself, Kim Sun Gu, the guy who was recently saved by Lee Sojun at the hidden gate. Did he figure something out? Her hand behind her back was ready to strike at any moment. He looked serious, reaching into his pocket for something, and replied, "Yes, it's something very important." He thought, to deal with Dang De, this is the only way. Then he suddenly pulled out a notebook and shouted, "I know it's a bit sudden, but I have to tell you. Senior, I want to keep in touch with you personally." He smirked and thought to himself, the confession tactic. First, I had to create an opportunity for us to be alone. Right when Kim Sun-gu confessed, the system suddenly gave a notification that startled him. The character Dang Di has developed animosity towards you. You receive 500 reward points. You have completed the achievement the first time. Reward is 1,000 points. Her expression was extremely displeased. She gritted her teeth in anger, glaring as if she wanted to tear the person in front of her to pieces on the spot. Seeing her face turn as dark as the bottom of a pot, he quietly waited on the outside but internally rejoiced, thinking, I got dumped. She finally spoke up. Sun Gu, I'm sorry. You're not my type, so keeping in touch privately is a bit. Let's just stay as senior and junior from now on. After saying that, she turned her head and walked away, thinking angrily, I have no interest in dating a human. Should I just kill him? Even though it was fake, being rejected so bluntly still hurt a bit. He sighed and thought, I might be human, but I don't look bad enough to be hated that much. The system popped up again. The character Sim Dung feels pity for you. You received 500 reward points. He glanced at the person hiding behind the corner, chuckling to himself. But my real target was him all along. He emotionally ran out and patted his shoulder, saying, Kim Sun-gu, cheer up. I didn't mean to peek, it's just that the way to the training ground passes right through here. A beauty like Senior Park Min-dee is worth confessing to, even if you get dumped. Although she herself doesn't like being noticed by others. He thought speechlessly, that's because she's a demon. He suddenly changed the subject and asked, Sim Dung-chun, you haven't done any of the notes for ancient magic, right? He was startled and panicked. How did you know? Then he sighed in frustration. As long as it's physical activity, I'm good at anything. But when it comes to using my brain, I just can't study at all. He asked, "Do you want to copy my notes?" I ranked first in theory. He was overjoyed, his eyes lighting up like car headlights. "Oh, really?" He immediately cut him off, but on one condition. With a wicked look on his face, he said, "You use the school notice board often, right?" Cut to the cafeteria. Seeing Kim Sun-gu walk in, the crowd immediately started whispering, "It's him, right? On the school notice board yesterday. Last time he grabbed attention by ranking last in the whole school, and now he's pulling this stunt." The system announced, 247 people are paying attention to you. You receive 1,500 reward points. Looking at those words, he chuckled inwardly, just as I thought. The post about his confession had gone viral with the title, "The #1 beauty of the Magic Academy, Senior Park Min-D, has been targeted by Kim Sun-gu of Class 2A, hands off our senior." Hundreds of comments below were cursing and warning him not to fantasize about her. Teachers reading the news on their phones were also a bit surprised. Is this how young people confess nowadays? Ha ha, oh the youth. When Dun Ha-dung heard the news, she puffed her cheeks in a pout. Does he like older girls? Yu Ah-ra said coldly, "Hurry up and eat." Logically speaking, he couldn't have posted it himself. Someone is definitely playing a malicious prank. Her friend turned around happily. "Right, that must be it." Then asked worriedly, "But is Sun-gu okay?" Sim Dong-chun overheard the two girls' conversation and glared annoyedly at the guy next to him, thinking, "I didn't do it this time. This guy did it." He whispered, "You asked for my help, and I put all my effort into writing that post on the notice board. Why does it feel like it backfired?" He chuckled and replied, "Yeah, it did. Even though it's not the result I wanted, thanks to you, I managed to convey my feelings to my senior." He thought to himself, I knew dragging a gossip like Sim Dong-chun into this would make the news spread like wildfire throughout the school. He smiled again, "Thanks for your help." He immediately responded enthusiastically, "I'll support you till the end." Just then, Dang Di and her friends also walked into the cafeteria, and their eyes suddenly met. Seeing her angry face, he felt secretly smug. Perfect timing. Who would actually confess to someone like her? I just needed to create this current situation. Although I shook off the title of ranking last in the school, just like Choi So-dun, people still see me as an attention seeker. While she's under my influence, Park Min-de won't dare to recklessly hunt humans or harm Lee Seo-jin anymore. Anyway, my reputation has already hit rock bottom, so I have nothing to lose. After finishing his thought, he even winked and smiled at her. She immediately trembled with anger, while her friends screamed in disgust. "He just winked at you. How disgusting." The MC felt a bit hurt, reacting like this is a bit too much, less than greater than. A girl comforted her. "Someone as pretty and gentle as you always get surrounded by weirdos. Minda, let's go, ignore him." Dangda gritted her teeth and glared angrily. "I want to kill Lee Seo-jin, but I can't, all because that bastard Kim Sun-gu drew too much attention." The MC on the other side deliberately acted like a simp, smiling brightly and waving, shouting, "Senior, see you later." Then his eyes immediately did a 180-degree shift, even though I wish I could just kill her and be done with it. For now, I'll have to endure and let this slide. He went home and opened his notebook, because something much more important is going to happen to Lee Seo-jin. Cut to the Bubble Kingdom National Relics Museum. The PA system announced, "It is now closing time. Please take your personal belongings and exit the premises." A man who appeared to be a museum staff member ordered, "Check if there are any unusual situations, then let's start the night patrol." He was standing in front of a glass display case holding the soul box, a holy relic capable of sealing souls. The world 13 years ago was under the threat of the worst transnational terrorist organization in history, Cha-in. However, the chairman of the Magic Association, Kim Din-chun, after a life-and-death battle, managed to eliminate their leader, Din Chen-gu. The spoils of war obtained back then was the soul box, which was donated to the Bubble Kingdom National Relics Museum. He inspected it, confirmed its status, and jotted down on a piece of paper, "Soul box." Nothing unusual. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. "Is this the holy relic? The most important exhibit of the Bubble Kingdom Relics Museum." A beautiful woman appeared, and he spoke up to remind her. "Didn't you hear the announcement over the PA? The exit is over there." But she couldn't care less, staring intently at the object displayed in the glass case, and said, "To think I could see a holy relic containing mystic power at such close range." Her tone became eerie. For such a beautiful thing to be locked up here, it's truly a pity. The man replied, "This box may be beautiful, but it holds a terrifying power inside. Therefore, it requires someone qualified to safeguard it." She spoke again. Qualified? 13 years ago, before he was defeated by Kim Din-chun, he possessed the right to command all mysteries. Hearing that, he roared in anger. The association stepped in precisely to prevent people like you from being exploited by those washed-up terrorists. That mysterious power should be used for the greater good. She looked up, her eyes cold, exuding a terrifying aura. No, you're wrong. Immense power must be used for greater purposes. Your magic association just wants to monopolize it all. Sensing that things were going south, he quickly shouted, "Guards, throw this trespasser out immediately." Suddenly, from outside, a figure came crashing in at breakneck speed, dropping with a thud right at the man's feet. Looking at the guards lying scattered on the floor, she asked, "Bored already?" A tall, muscular man walked in and replied, "These guys are too weak. Bring someone stronger." The staff member trembled in fear. They're all rank mages. It's come to this, and the security system still hasn't activated. While he was still stunned, a short-haired girl dashed in like a bullet, swinging her scythe in a flash, immediately cleaving the glass case in two. She pointed at the staff member. "Didn't we agree to steal the item after scaring this guy? Did the plan change? You should have left some for me." He trembled and collapsed to the ground, looking up in sheer terror. "Who are you people?" Three ferocious faces stared down at him with deadly eyes. "Even if you take away our god, you cannot break our will." The long-haired woman widened her eyes, raising her hand to cast magic. "You call us washed-up terrorists. I'll make you pay for insulting our god." The man realized in shock, screaming in terror, "Shot in." But realizing it now was pointless. No one could save him anymore. With a massive boom, a shockwave shook the building violently, severely destroying a portion of the museum. Phones suddenly received emergency alert texts. "Shot in is active again. After 3 years, the devil descends once more. The recent terrorist attack at the Bubble Kingdom Relics Museum has been confirmed as the work of the evil cult Cha-In, which had vanished without a trace in the past." Security footage at the scene was destroyed, but the mastermind behind this attack is the executive B. Rutt. The public is calling for the Magic Association to speak out. On the other side, upon seeing this news, Yu-A Ra was startled and panicked. Her usually cold face showed fear, her eyes widening in distress. Dun Ha Dung beside her noticed and asked worriedly, "A Ra, are you okay? Your face is pale." She stood up to leave, making sure to reply, "It's nothing. I just have a stomachache. I'm leaving first." Witnessing this, the MC's expression turned serious. It's about to begin. The main antagonist faction. The first battle with Cha-In. Meanwhile, at the Cha-In hideout, the group that had just robbed the museum saw the article. The long-haired woman merely smiled and remarked, "Oh, it's a nice photo." The bespectacled man named Chin said, "We didn't have time, so we reluctantly had to cover our faces. If I had known, I wouldn't have bothered destroying the security system. It's all because that ignorant manager dared to insult him." The short-haired woman named Natasa replied, "It's all because that ignorant manager dared to insult him, so I made him pay with his life." A large man named Sika roared in anger. "It ended too quickly. If it were the old days, I would have destroyed the entire neighborhood by now." "Sika, times have changed. This operation was too rushed. Chin is right, you idiot." Natasa pointed at his head. "Did you forget that the Special Ops and Dawn's Blade are still hunting us?" He replied recklessly, "As long as I get to fight them, I don't care what the cost is. And stop calling me an idiot." The long-haired woman named Beirut suddenly interjected, cutting off the argument. "Let's lay low for a while. Chin is right. I was a bit too hasty this time. How about we head to the land of kimchi to rest?" The other two immediately got excited. The land of kimchi. There are plenty of strong fighters there worth battling to the death. It's been a while since we visited the Soul Magic Arena, huh? Shin looked reluctant. "You guys have a point, but I really don't want to run into Kim Din-chun. Isn't there a saying that it's darkest under the lamp? No one will expect us to go looking for him first." For some reason, she pulled out a picture of Kim's son Gu. "Besides, there's something I need to confirm over there." Shin asked, "Are you planning to go see him?" Beirut calmly replied, "You know what that boy means to us. It seems he's gotten into quite a bit of trouble. How on earth is Baek Unsung monitoring him? Danger helps men grow up, you know." "So it's decided, right, Shin? Once you have the fake IDs and passports ready, contact Baek Unsung. Tell him we'll be there right away." Cut to the Candia restaurant where the MC, wearing casual clothes and glasses as a disguise, walked inside. "It's been a long time since I went out as Kim Chin Gu. It's about time I can operate outside. I've been hiding for so long, Ha Riong's curiosity about me must have died down by now. The most important thing right now is to boost my stats before I encounter Cha-in. At this moment, Han Si-dong was already waiting in the room, resting her chin on her hand in boredom. Seeing him arrive, she cheered happily. "Ah, you're here." He pulled up a chair and sat across from her. "Actually, you could have just had someone deliver the items to me," she replied. "It's been a while since I saw you, so I wanted to meet up." Then she took out a pile of items and placed them on the table. "Here's what you need. Holy herbal water and highly durable combat boots." He pulled the boots out of the bag, amazed. This is size 6B versatile combat boots. They can transform to fit the user's body, reduces physical exertion by 20% when walking and running. He marveled. It has dual functions, making it several times more expensive than equipment of the same tier. She smiled and replied, "This is my gift to you. How could I give you something ordinary? A gift must absolutely never disappoint the recipient. That has always been my motto." Looking at the appetizing dish on the table, he thought to himself, Candia is the place where, in the original work, Lee Sojun almost fainted after just one bite. Ordinary people have to wait months to book a table at this restaurant. "Is it really that good? Let me taste it first." He immediately took a fork, skewered a piece of meat, and put it in his mouth. The first bite. As the crispy golden crust melts, the faint mushroom aroma of the duxelle sauce bursts out, blending with the sweet meat juices. Finally, the premium roasted hamwu beef inside reacts with the red wine sauce, creating an explosion of flavor. He was so satisfied that tears streamed down his face, exclaiming, "It's so delicious." Han Se-don smiled brightly, with a reaction that good, treating you was definitely worth it. He happily wiped his mouth and said, "Since you've treated me so generously, I can't just eat and drink for free." She waved her hand. "If it's about money, forget it. Our relationship doesn't need to calculate such things." "Then what if it's something better than money? Your expression was terrible earlier. It's because you received a threat letter, right?" Han Si-don was startled, recalling the letter she received. "Transfer 2 billion into this account within 3 days, or the Hansun Pharmaceuticals building will be blown up. We've already issued a gag order on this matter. How do you know?" "Of course I have my sources. Didn't you know?" She replied gloomily, "That's right. After the news about Cha-in broke, copycat crimes worldwide have surged. Right now I'm busy fighting with my older brother." He thought silently. Fortunately, the person threatening Han Si-don has no connection to Cha-in whatsoever. The real culprit isn't Cha-in, but Jo Sung-hoon, an alchemist operating in the underworld. He's the one who gets arrested for threatening Hansung Pharmaceuticals, the company that's been rising recently. He told the person across from him, "You should double-check your security team. There's someone connected to that scumbag alchemist." He thought again. In the original story, he was just a minor character who appeared a few times to spark this incident. Interfering to this extent should be fine. After eating, the two took a walk together. Han Se-don kept thinking. He knows high-level intelligence that even I don't know, yet he refuses to reveal how he found out. Then she suddenly spoke up. "Hey, Kim Chin-gu. I don't know who you're working for, but would you like to work under me? With someone like you as my assistant, I absolutely wouldn't lose to my older brother. An annual salary of at least 100 million won. The treatment I give you will far exceed your imagination." He smiled and replied, "I'm not doing all this for the compensation. But I genuinely want to help you." "Oh well, agreeing immediately would ruin the fun. Let's grab a meal together another time. I'll offer you better terms then." He smiled and replied, "I look forward to it." After saying goodbye, Kim Sun-gu thought about their recent conversation. Han Se-don's offer. Even though it's highly tempting, if I accept, I'll have to distance myself from Lee Sujin. He had now put on the new boots. Besides the known functions, they also had an active effect air walk. Channeling mana into the boots allows walking on air for 5 seconds. He stood on the rooftop of a building, thinking with satisfaction. So it has up to 3 functions. Thankfully, among the equipment obtained from the hidden stage, there's still a usable item. Then he immediately tested the boots function, and he could indeed walk on air. After managing to run to the rooftop of the opposite building, he was a bit exhausted. He wiped the sweat from his face and exclaimed, "Looks like I need to train a little bit first." The scene shifted to the magic law class. The teacher on the podium was intently lecturing, while some of the students below were sprawling out and dozing off. The teacher concluded with a final statement. "Therefore, submit the 2-person group theory research assignment to me next week." Hearing this, the whole class suddenly fell into an uproar, groaning and complaining. "Come on, no way." Sim Dong-chun, who was drooling in his sleep, jolted awake in a daze. Huh. Then he immediately raised his hand and asked, Sir, could you extend it for a few more days? The teacher instantly rejected it. No, no extensions, denied. The main character thought to himself, I might as well use the Outlander's privilege, finish it in one day, and then rest. He then glanced left and right, searching around for a person who could team up with him. Unexpectedly, Yu Ara walked up from behind and offered, Kim Sun-gu, let's be in a group together. The classmates immediately protested in a frenzy. Yu Ara snatched Kim Sun-gu away. Are the theory nerds taking all the advantage? He coldly glared at the group. Got a problem? Sim Dong-chun sighed wearily. Sigh. First come, first serve, I guess. She turned back and asked, Kim Sun-gu, are you dissatisfied with something? He stammered in reply, no, not at all. Inside, he was incredibly confused. Yu Ara, why is she suddenly talking to me? Hearing that, she coldly walked away, leaving him with one sentence. Find me after school. I'll be at the training grounds. He smiled with satisfaction, thinking to himself, that's even better. What a coincidence. I also need to have a little chat with Yu Ara. That was how it was supposed to be. But in reality, an unexpected situation occurred, and right now, the main character was being cornered and interrogated by the hot-tempered girl. He didn't understand what was going on and asked in a daze, Yu Ara, what are you talking about? What could I possibly be hiding? Her face darkened. It's useless to deny it. I know your true identity, Kim Sun-gu. He stood there dumbfounded, not knowing what she meant. What on earth? What is this all about? Faced with Yu Ara's interrogation, Kim Sun-gu broke into a cold sweat. Regarding his identity, a whole bunch of things had happened, and he truly couldn't guess which incident she was referring to. Then he heard her continue. On the very first day of school, you casually mentioned my private life. Unless you investigated beforehand, there's no way you could have known. I already found it strange back then. She brought her face close to his and concluded, Kim Sun-gu, as expected. Just like me, you're a victim caught up in the Cha-in terrorist attack. Cha-in. 13 years ago, they targeted mystical power. They hunted down prestigious magical families and ethnic minorities. Yu Ara's family, belonging to one of the 5 great magical families, also died at the hands of Cha-in, and their family heirloom was stolen by them. Seeking revenge against Cha-in, Yu Ara was determined to become strong. To gain enough power to ruthlessly kill them, she has been brutally pushing herself for the past 13 years. He really couldn't understand her train of thought, considering me a victim of Cha-in, but why? He asked aloud, why would you think that? She immediately replied, during the midterms I vaguely sensed it, and after what happened yesterday, I'm absolutely certain. When everyone was watching the news and panicking, you were the only one who was completely calm. It was as if you were waiting for them to return. I understand how you feel. At first, I was also very surprised, but on the other hand, I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At this point, she suddenly became agitated, her whole body trembling with hatred. Finally, I can finally find them to get my revenge. Seeing her like that, he hurriedly said, Yu Ara, don't do anything reckless. Cha-in is a terrorist syndicate consisting entirely of S-rank mages. With our current strength, we can't face them. Her emotions had become extremely negative and she screamed, don't lump us together as we. There are tens of thousands of Cha-in victims worldwide. You also lost something precious because of them. She emotionally grabbed his wrist, but no one can understand the pain I've had to endure for the past 13 years. Not a single soul. Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly saw his bandaged wrist and froze in shock. He panicked. Crap, this is bad. He hurriedly explained, no, it's not like that. This isn't the kind of wound you think it is. Suddenly, the system popped up a notification that left him stunned. Character Yu Ara feels compassion for you. You have received 1,000 reward points. She let go of his hand and turned to leave. I can recognize a self-inflicted wound. I'm sorry for bringing back your painful memories. Her expression was sad. Although this isn't exactly an apology, I'll do the assignment for you. See you tomorrow. Suddenly, he spoke up, making her footsteps halt. Don't worry about the assignment, but let me help you. Get your revenge. Do you remember the first day of the first semester? Honestly speaking, I wasn't lying when I said you were stronger than them. I wasn't lying when I said you were stronger than those two. If it's you, with my help, you will definitely become even stronger than you are now. You haven't met Dun Ha Dung yet, have you? Her hands clenched into trembling fists. Finally, she tossed him a bottle of medicine and said, remember to apply the ointment. Don't let it scar. If I don't rely on my own strength to take them down, then nothing has any meaning anymore. She had walked far away, but Yu Ara couldn't stop thinking. Kim Sun-gu. Often the wounds in one's heart turn into scars on the body. He clearly has strength, but acting like that on the first day of school. It must be related to Kim Sun-gu's trauma. Because of that, I absolutely cannot drag him into my revenge. Remembering the past, a heated argument had taken place, her hands clenched into trembling fists. What do you mean by that, Unni? After graduating, I want to hunt them down, just like the Special Ops or your Dawn's Blade. Why are you against me? Her older sister had grasped her hands, begging earnestly, Ara, I just want my only remaining family member to live a happy life. But she couldn't accept that. To prevent more victims like us from appearing, I must personally destroy Cha-in. Elsewhere, after returning to his room, Kim Sung-gu thought seriously. Getting someone as antisocial as Yu Ah-ra to open up about her personal affairs like this is already a pretty good result. The system notified. Character Yu Ah-ra senses a kindred spirit from you. You have received 1,500 reward points. But this made him somewhat troubled. How do I clear up this misunderstanding? I used the dagger from the hidden stage to gain the adaptation trait. The paralyzing dagger is coated with a paralyzing poison. Anyone stabbed by it will suffer full body paralysis, with the effect depending on their poison resistance. In that situation, I really couldn't say I stabbed myself. It's no big deal. I just took it out to test my poison resistance. He then cast his magic again and streams of blue light began to radiate. The more times are like this, the more I need to train. Training my mana every night, thinking about how it will help my future growth. Cha-in is an enemy I'll have to face someday. Helping Yu Ah-ra is essentially helping Lee Sujin. To build this solid foundation, I must work hard practicing my mana. Who knows, during this event, I might have to show off my skills a bit. The scene shifted to Dongwon, Gangwon Province. Mercenary Experience Activity. One of the elective experience activities for all students. Teams will take on missions from the National Mercenary Guild, and within 3 days they must assist the mercenaries in completing the tasks. According to the original plot, we accepted an escort and support mission for the large-scale mercenary group Black Flame in Gangwon. Kim Sung-gu thought to himself, the VIP specifically requested Lee Seojin's participation, which is why he's here. Even though Dang Di has infiltrated the group, sneak attacking Lee Seojin while surrounded by battle-hardened mercenaries is no easy feat. In the original work, nothing happened at this point. Just to be safe, until we arrive, I must continue monitoring and keep her away from Lee Seojin. Putting thought into action, he handed a bottle of water to Dang Di. Sunbae, would you like something to drink? She waved her hand to refuse immediately. No, it's fine, I'm okay. Thanks for the offer. He was relentless and asked further, do you need a handkerchief to wipe your sweat? She waved him off again. Give it to the juniors in the back. She was being polite on the outside, but fuming inside. So freaking annoying. Kim Sung-gu, sooner or later, I will kill you. Lee Sojun smiled and said, it's the first time you've seen Sung-gu this enthusiastic, right? Yu Ah-ra cursed while panting. Don't talk to me. Inside, she thought, isn't Kim Sung-gu from the manifestation department? How is his stamina? Sim Dong-chun said excitedly, could it be that my matchmaking efforts have finally paid off? Both of them instantly objected. No way. I don't think so. The garrison captain of the Black Flame mercenary group, A-rank mage Deng Ha-kyun, shouted loudly, everyone, look over here. We've arrived at the mission location. There were a few people standing guard outside the gate. After verifying their identities, they called out, friendly forces confirmed, permission to enter granted. Lee Sojun asked in amazement, to think there's a mansion like this in the mountains. The captain replied, this is exactly where we'll be carrying out our mission. Is this the famous genius' first time in a place like this? The whole team went inside and listened to the captain speak. D-rank difficulty. The client is a famous painter. Recently, the collections in the mansion have been stolen multiple times. Therefore, starting today, for the next 3 days, you will assist our Black Flame mercenary group in protecting the mansion from thieves. The group was intently admiring the paintings hung on the wall, chatting animatedly. The colors are so beautiful. These paintings are amazing. The captain asked, speechless. Are you guys even listening to me? Kim Sung-gu suddenly spoke up. Although vibrant colors are used, the background doesn't overshadow the subject, creating an overall harmony. This artwork reflects the artist's unique worldview. Yu Ah-ra was surprised. How do you know that? He smugly pointed at himself. I know a bit of everything. Of course I'd know. A graceful figure walked down the stairs and spoke. To be so highly praised by you, I am truly incredibly honored. My name is Sarah. We're counting on you for the next 3 days, cadets of the Magic Officer Academy. And you too, Lee Sujin. A beautiful girl stepped down, and our main character immediately recognized her as the client for this mission. She specifically called out Lee Sujin by name, and she also happens to be the villain of this incident. The famous painter who requested Lee Sojun as her bodyguard is actually the villain here. The client, painter Sala, who is in fact B. Rut, a member of Cha-in. Scene transition, dusk is falling, and the Cha-in organization members are sitting around a dining table. Chin asks, "Did you really not mess anything up?" The one being asked is Baek Unsung, who replies in a panic, "I really did my best to get the job done, you know? I was in charge of monitoring Lee Sojun, and I can honestly say I didn't take my eyes off him for a single second. I've investigated his grades, his friendships, and even his health condition. I send him my regular reports on time every single instance. Then why is Lee Sojun getting involved in so many incidents?" Sika laughs heartily. "We have to see him fight with our own eyes to know his true strength. Stop talking and eat." Natasa snaps, "Eat what? You already ate everything." Baek Unsung explains, "If Lee Sojun is really in danger, I will definitely step in to help." Chin crosses his arms and sighs. "That's right. Baek Unsung's people aren't that slow. The other two are just busy bickering. Don't you know how to use a fork? But I wash my hands." He furiously snaps, "You two, just shut up and eat." "Humph, how can we eat with our mouths shut?" After finishing their meal, the four take out black cloths to cover their faces, pretending to be thieves. 10 p.m. tonight, right? We're just going to meet Lee Sojun. Is this really necessary? If we want to know his strength, let's just fight him directly. This is so degrading. Do we really have to pretend to be thieves? Vera told us to do this. What's wrong? I think it's fun. What about you, Sika? If we don't want to draw Kim Din-chun's attention, we have to hide our identities. V-Rut said to go easy and not kill the others. We have to act very quietly this time. The four of them cover their faces entirely, ready for action, but I'm not confident about going easy. On the other side, Kim Sunga's group is sitting in front of a table full of exotic delicacies. Sala says, "Don't be shy, eat up. Tonight might be tough, you know?" The students are extremely happy. They even prepared food for us. I'm digging in. Haha, this doesn't feel like working as mercenaries at all. It's more like a vacation. Kim Sunggu chews and thinks to himself, "It doesn't taste as good as that Candia restaurant I went to with Han Si-dan." Even though this is the enemy's base, it's very safe. Cha-in's objective is to disguise themselves as thieves and break into the mansion a few hours from now. Not to carry out a terrorist attack, but to test the special existence known as Lee Sojun. He grins at Dang Di. If her true identity is exposed this time, she'll definitely be dealt with immediately. Then I have nothing to worry about. She eats while breaking a sweat, thinking, why is he looking at me with that weird smile? Sala chats happily, the youngest A-rank mage clearing the hidden stage. I saw you on the news. You saved. That very gentle-looking friend sitting over there. Huh? T, that's right. Didn't the female classmate who fought alongside you come? Choi So-dun said she had urgent family matters. Compared to the assigned mission, meeting a celebrity seems to be the main goal here, huh? She remarks, you're so talented, your family must be so happy. Lee Sojun smiles and replies, I hope so. Then he adds, actually, I don't have a family. His expression is sad, his eyes filled with a touch of sorrow. It's not like my family was murdered by someone, but I don't even know what kind of people they were. But if my family is out there somewhere, I hope they'd be proud of me. Salah quickly replies, I was just so happy to meet you that I asked a rude question, but I can understand how you feel. While the two of them are confiding in each other, no one besides our main character notices Dang Di staying silent, her body trembling slightly. Salah continues, actually, I'm an orphan too. It's a lonely feeling mixed with a bit of bitterness. Suddenly, she gently touches his hand and softly says, family isn't something you're just born with, it's something we build ourselves later on. Let's do our best together. Lee Sojun gives a gentle smile and sincerely replies, thank you. After feasting, the whole team leaves the banquet room, walking and chatting merrily. We're stuffed. Haha, Salah's words were truly touching. The food wasn't bad either. According to the mercenary operation plan distributed during the day, everyone please patrol according to your own schedules. Understood. At this moment, Dang De suddenly speaks up to Lee Sojun, Junior Sojun, wait. If possible, come with me. She is immediately interrupted by our main character, Lee Sojun. I prepared a supplementary plan for the patrol route. Follow me. Really? Understood. She grinds her teeth in anger. These guys. Sim Dong-chun, walking nearby, suddenly notices something strange. His wild imagination immediately draws up a scenario. Kim Sun-gu stole Lee Seojin away, and Senior Min De's expression has turned completely murderous. Could this be a love triangle? He turns to whisper to Yu A-ra. You saw that just now too, right? What should we do now? She pays him no mind, her head filled with the words Lee Seojin said at the banquet table. But if my family is out there somewhere, I hope they'd be proud of me. She scoffs coldly and walks away. Sim Dum Chun helplessly calls out, Hey, how can you just walk off like that? Outside, Kim Sun-gu and Lee Seojin are patrolling together. So what I mean is, starting from the corner of the mansion, we can map out an efficient movement plan. To avoid dragging others into this mess, he will guide Lee Seojin. Is there anything you don't understand? He suddenly looks at him, not asking about the patrol route, but about something else. Yes, about you. He is startled. What? Your mana pool is very small, but in the hidden stage, you were frantically unleashing magic as if your mana would never run out. Standing on the front lines and attacking the opponent's weak points by firing magic indiscriminately. I know someone who fights using this method. From the appearance to the combat style, Kim Sun-gu, you're very similar to the mage Kim Chin-gu. Our main character's heart skips a beat as he thinks. After Yu A-ra, why is even he saying this? Out loud, he asks, could it be? You think I am actually Kim Chin-gu? He immediately replies, of course not. Mage Kim Chin-gu cleared the hidden floor of the tower and captured a demon alive all by himself. He's several times stronger than you, isn't he? His mouth twitches. Ah, is that so? He continues, what I am wondering is, who did you learn this method from? You told me not to hide my strength, but what's the reason you're hiding your true abilities? Faced with Lee Seojin's questions, he stammers, That's. Damn it, how am I supposed to explain this? Suddenly, Yu A-ra appears and saves him from an obvious loss. He isn't hiding his strength, he just has no other choice. Yu A-ra, why are you out here? I had some things to think about, so I came out for a walk. Why is that not allowed? It's not that it's not allowed, but you said Kim Sun-gu is doing this because he has no choice. She replies, there are many cases of unstable magic casting due to psychological issues. There's a huge discrepancy between the accumulated mana and the power released. In other words, Kim Sun-gu isn't currently honing his skills, but recovering his original strength. Even the person in question is shocked hearing this, having no idea since when he was so strong. Me? The system notifies. Character Lee Seojin marvels at your transformation. You have received 500 reward points. Lee Seojin hesitantly asks again, then Kim Sun-gu, that potion you drank in the hidden stage. He sighs, putting on a sad, self-pitying, and aggrieved expression. In the end, you still found out. I didn't want to be pitied, which is why I didn't tell you guys. Seeing him like that, Lee Seojin startles in panic. I'm sorry. I won't tell anyone. Meanwhile, Yu A-ra lets out a cold humph. He pretends to be heartbroken, squeezing out a tear as he hurriedly runs off. I'm heading back first. Lee Seojin, just follow the route I told you and start patrolling from the corner of the mansion. He waves at him, even caringly reminding him, got it, rest well. Once he manages to run inside the villa, he breathes a sigh of relief, thinking, thanks to Yu A-ra, I luckily got away this time. As he strides along, looking at the items around him. But be rut, I didn't expect her to have collected so many good things. This mansion is one of the hideouts of the villainous faction Cha and scattered across the world. Part of it was personally painted by B. Rut using her fake identity, Salah, but the vast majority was plundered to amass wealth. But the true treasures of this mansion aren't the artworks. It's the items privately stored by Cha in the secret room. While no one is paying attention, he uses the search skill to locate the low-grade mana-concealing elixir. A vial suddenly drops into his hand. Low-grade mana-concealing elixir, a single-use consumable item. Upon use, hides mana flow of C rank and below. He opens it and drinks it all, smugly thinking. Everyone is busy with their own things. Surely no one knows a real thief has sneaked into the mansion. Before the third force breaks in and causes trouble, I just need to go in and steal. The effect of the low-grade mana-concealing elixir conceals C-rank mana and below for 10 minutes. Activating the exclusive perk, Outlander's Benefit. Oh villains, let this honest man steal a haul. After Kim Sun-gu leaves, Lee Seojin and Yu A-ra are still standing there watching his back, remaining silent for a moment. She suddenly speaks up and asks, Lee Seojin, if Kim Sun-gu unleashed his true strength, what rank do you think he'd be? The guy beside her immediately replies, I can't read him at all. Maybe rank 15. She raises an eyebrow, only rank 15. I thought you could see through his true abilities. He asks in return, Did I rate him too low? Never mind. I'll come over to change shifts when it's time. Don't wake me up. I share the route through the cadet notebook. Make sure to check it. Left alone, Lee Sojun can't help but think about him. Even if he increases his total mana pool, he won't be able to become an outstanding mage just with that. What matters is how exquisitely he can control his magic. In that sense, the rank 15 I mentioned is already Kim Sunga's lowest possible ranking. Recalling the previous battle scene, if that really is his true strength, is it really pure talent? While deep in thought, he suddenly jolts and turns his head, spotting a silhouette appearing in the distance. This is. Seeing the person's face clearly, Lee Sojun can't help but be shocked. Senior Minda. On the other side, Kim Sun-gu is standing in front of a vintage clock. I just need to sneak in and steal before the third force breaks in and wreaks havoc. My trait Outlander's Benefit can analyze any magic formula, but the opponent is Beirut from Cha-In. For a master of that level, she might notice the mana I emit. So I'll use a method only I can pull off to take a detour. The low-grade mana-concealing elixir, which hides mana of C rank and below for 10 minutes, is still taking effect. He smiles smugly, using the game hack system. Just let an honest guy like me steal this one time. The system notification rings out, activating exclusive trait Outlander's Benefit, commencing analysis. This structure will trigger an alarm if completely dispelled. Cha-In has set up an array. He casts his mana, and the blue seals in front of him gradually turn purple, modifying the magic formula to only allow one person to enter. After unlocking the secret room's seal, our main character casually walks right in. This is it, Purple Cloud's secret room. The scene inside is truly breathtaking. All sorts of security magic are cast on the display stands. He smirks with a wicked smile. So now, time to steal some stuff, right? Haha. At this time outside, there are two people guarding the gate, one of them grumbling. What's all this about periodic thefts? There are no issues at all. Captain, don't you find this a bit suspicious? The captain of Team 6 of the Black Flame Mercenaries, a rank mage, Dung Ha-kyun, asks back, what's wrong? The other replies, this is Ganwon-do. Just step off the paved road and you're in high-level monster territory. Even if someone gets greedy for some artworks, would any thief actually dare to sneak all the way out here? There's no need to be curious about such things. We're getting paid, so we just need to protect this place properly. At most, it's just a self-directed charade for insurance fraud. If you have the time to guess the client's intentions, you're better off figuring out how to recruit Lee So-jun into our group. The subordinate scratches his head. Yes, sir. Suddenly, a strange man appears right behind the captain, his entire body exuding a terrifying aura. Is that so? You've worked hard. Before the two can even react, they are sliced in half in the blink of an eye, unable to utter a single sound. He hoists his blood-drenched blade and says to the person who just walked up, thanks to you guiding the way, we were able to get here so smoothly. The opponent was Dang Di, she spoke up. Lord Sung-chin, please let me kill Lee So-jun. Not until we confirm whether he is the child of prophecy. Take me to him at once. Before he could finish, Lee So-jun suddenly charged in from nowhere, shouting, Senior Min-dae, get out of the way. A bright golden light flashed, severing the demon's hand, and Dang Dae reverted to her human form, tumbling to the ground. He rushed forward with his sword, grabbing her wrist with lightning speed and pulling her away. Senior, run this way. Get inside. As he ran, he thought to himself, when I saw Senior Min-dae go outside, I wondered what was going on. The intruders killed the Black Flame Mercenaries. Moreover, the intruders are demons. I can barely breathe and my bones are starting to ache. This pressure. Although he had never fought one directly, Lee So-jun recognized the gap between himself and the demon. The man stood there, exuding a terrifying aura, an S-rank demon. His power is too overwhelming. Fighting him is certain death. Sung-chin stood still and watched, assessing. Excellent judgment, but this isn't demon-slaying power. Suddenly, a group of people appeared and knelt respectfully at the feet of the S-rank demon, reporting. He asked, is everything taken care of? Subordinate replied, the mercenaries guarding the mansion. We left no one alive, they've all been cleared out. Sung-shin ruthlessly ordered, except for Lee So-jun, kill all the students. This is the king's command. No variables are allowed. With that, his subordinates immediately swarmed into the mansion. Inside, the gathered students heard what Lee So-jun said, and Yu Ara gasped in shock, an S-rank demon. The Black Flame Mercenaries have been completely wiped out, and demons are surrounding the mansion. Senior Min-dae, you saw it too, right? Ah, yeah. If it weren't for Sujin, it would have been really dangerous just now. I would have saved anyone who was there. Lee Sojin and Park Min-dee looked at each other and smiled. Seeing this, Sim Dong-chun heartbreakingly wiped away his tears. A love triangle. Poor Kim Sun-gu. The other two were still discussing. We need to call for outside help. Where is Sala? She went out a few hours ago to buy art supplies. Dang-dee angrily thought to herself, Lee Sojin, even though I am dying to kill you right now, taking on everyone here directly is tantamount to suicide. I can't disobey Lord Sum-chin's orders. Sim Dong-chun held his phone up high. We're in the mountains. There's no cell signal. He collapsed onto the floor in despair. Damn it. We're doomed. Lee Sojin looked toward the bed and asked, Kim Sun-gu, what do you think? But there was absolutely no response, and an eerie silence fell over the room. Yu Ah-ra furiously threw off the blanket, shouting, Kim Sun-gu, wake up right now. How can you still be sleeping at a time like this? The bed was completely empty. While everyone was still bewildered, Lee Sojin reacted and anxiously ran out. I'll go find him. As for our main character, while the group was panicking, he was happily stealing items from the mansion. Picking up a book, he smiled and said, This is the last one. A magic beast summoning book, which can summon a hell snake loyal to its master. Spatial bag capacity, 29.7 kilograms out of 30 kilograms. I've stolen everything. The entire secret room was now completely empty. He thought with satisfaction. Although it's not as valuable as a holy relic, I've still managed to get relic-grade equipment. Now I just need to wait for the right time to head back. This incident wasn't caused by Lee Sujin nor the Cha Inn. It will end when a third faction intervenes. In the midst of this chaos, Cha Inn won't have time to care about the things here. The third faction that clashed with Cha Inn was. Just as he crawled out of the secret room, as luck would have it, he bumped right into a towering demon. His eyes widened in shock, breaking into a cold sweat. A demon. The guy gleefully bared his teeth in a savage grin, his eyes bloodshot, exuding a chilling, murderous intent. Found one. The demon swung his sword at him. Kim Sun-gu immediately dodged and thought, why are demons here? What the hell is going on? In the critical moment, he immediately pulled out the magic beast summoning book he had just stolen. Summoned the mighty and absolutely loyal hell snake. A giant snake appeared and tightly constricted the demon, opening its ferocious jaws. Unable to struggle, he screamed in terror, Urgh. What is this? Looking at the scene before him, he marveled. I only intended to use it as a distraction. I didn't expect such a formidable snake to appear. The snake continued to constrict its juicy prey, while our MC slowly walked up to the guy. He asked coldly, judging by your mana, you must be at least B rank. Answer my question, what is your purpose in attacking this place? He laughed maniacally. You think I'll tell you? Anyway, you guys will all die at the hands of Lord Sung-chin. Hearing that, he ordered the beast to bite the guy's head off. If you don't want to talk, then cut the crap. Then he sprinted away. If they've made it this far inside, it means the mercenaries guarding outside have been wiped out. To kill veteran mercenaries in the blink of an eye without a sound. Besides him, there are definitely other demons. The right hand of the King Sung-chin. He's a villain who doesn't appear until the mid to late stages of the original plot. It's unclear why he led demons to attack this place. His expression turned grave, fists clenching tight. I absolutely cannot let them lay a finger on Sujin. The scene shifts to the students. Sim Dong-chun was desperately barricading the door to keep the demons from breaking in as they yelled, the humans are here. Kill them all. The entrance is too narrow. We can't all get in at once. A guy in the back was gathering mana, wanting to break down the wall to widen the path, shouting, move aside, let me do it. As the terrifying power shot forward, in a hair-raising moment, a fiery red flame suddenly burst out and shattered the attack. With a loud boom, the explosion's shockwave sent several nearby demons flying, knocking them unconscious. Sim Dong-chun turned around in shock and hollered, couldn't you have given me a warning? Damn it. Yu Ah-ra replied coldly, with your skills, you could have dodged it. She breathed a sigh of relief. Unlike before, my attack actually worked. Risking my life and training wasn't in vain. But the firepower still isn't enough. The demons standing further away, unaffected by the flames, swarm forward again. Here they come again. Keep your focus forward. Senior Min-dee, let me protect you. Dang-dee smiled from behind and replied, yeah, thanks, juniors. But a terrifying glint flashed in her eyes as she thought, you guys just stay right here. Sharp claws sprouted from her hands. She smirked and lunged forward to attack. I'm going to kill all of you, and then I'll go kill Lee Sujin. But before she could make her move, a strange blue stream of mana suddenly appeared before their eyes, leaving the entire group dumbfounded. What? The stream of mana carried incredibly terrifying power, like a hurricane sweeping away everything in its path. Everyone present was shocked, not understanding what was happening, their eyes wide and jaws dropped. As the stream of mana dissipated, a long, deep gouge appeared in the hallway, and all the demons had vanished without a trace. What? What exactly is going on? Meanwhile, Lee Seojin was frantically running everywhere looking for our MC, panting heavily as he glanced around. Kim Sun-gu, where did you run off to at a time like this? Could it be? Was he attacked by a demon? A figure suddenly appeared, resting a large blade on his shoulder, and asked, "Are you planning to save your companions?" Lee Seojin looked over in alarm. "The S-rank demon I encountered at the main gate." The man merely stated calmly, "I knew I'd find you here." He pointed his blade at his face. "Lee Seojin, draw your sword. Before I kill you, I'll give you a chance to fight me." Faced with that challenge, he could only grit his teeth. I'm absolutely no match for him. But still, I can't run away. With a determined expression, I must stop him and keep him from finding the others. With that thought, he decisively lunged forward to attack Sung Chin, but was immediately forced back as the man's blade came crashing down. He then quickly swung his sword to strike, drawing praise from the man, a counterattack right away. How amusing. But the attack failed, and instead he received a devastating kick straight to the gut from his opponent. Unable to withstand the terrifying strength of an S-rank demon, Lee Seojin was sent flying back several meters. He hit the ground, watching helplessly as Sung Chin raised his blade, preparing to bring it down right on his head. In a few years, no demon would be able to stop you. Refusing to accept death, he hastily sprang up and leaped in the opposite direction, while the massive blade plunged straight into the ground. Suddenly, the man spoke up. "However, this doesn't look like demon-slaying power. It's at best light magic. Are you saying I'm not worth fighting for real?" Not understanding a thing, he yelled as he charged at the man. "Demon-slaying power? What's that?" Sung Chin roared furiously. "Stop playing dumb." The two of them then charged straight at each other at breakneck speed. This heavy collision instantly caused an earth-shattering explosion, sending smoke and flames billowing up. The man said coldly, "I came to this remote place on orders to kill the child of prophecy. My king says you are the child of prophecy. You just need to prove it, Lee Seojin." Lee Seojin blocked desperately, his whole body trembling, his expression extremely grim. "Damn it, my sword." Sung Chin still refused to let up. "You think you can fool me with lies?" He gritted his teeth. "I have no idea what demon-slaying power or the child of prophecy is." Putting all his strength into knocking the man's blade away, Lee Seojin yelled, "Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you." Counterattack just now had exhausted him, rendering him momentarily unable to resist, dropping to one knee on the ground. The demon coldly brought his blade down. "Then I have no use for you." At that exact moment, a blue stream of mana shot over from out of nowhere, blasting straight into Sung Chin and causing him to stagger. This strike saved Lee Seojin from certain defeat. His eyes went wide with astonishment. A snipe? Who was it? The S-rank demon turned his head, roaring in anger. Who dares to interfere with this battle? Hiding behind a wall on the second floor, Kim Sun-gu thought silently. This monster dodged a fatal blow in the blink of an eye. Right now, he was simultaneously using two types of potions, the mana-enhancing panacea and the low-grade mana-concealing elixir, combining the heart of nature with potions, launching an all-out attack. He sat on the floor panting, having depleted his mana. Having overheard the conversation, he was bewildered and thought, but why would they mistake Lee Seojin for the child of prophecy? Receiving no answer, Sung Chin furiously declared, "If you don't want to show yourself, then I'll slice this entire building to pieces." He thought anxiously, "No, I have to stop him. But there's nothing I can do. There's only one way left." Just as the demon was about to attack, a brilliant golden light suddenly shot forward, forcing him to block with his sword. This stream of mana contained an overbearing power, instantly putting Sung Chin in a desperate situation. With his clothes torn, he said angrily, "A cowardly attack from behind. State your name and your purpose immediately." Someone stepped forward lightly, saying coldly, "That's the very question I was going to ask you." At the same time, outside, the demons were being attacked by members of the Cha-In organization. The one who stepped forward was Sa-La, who was actually Berut of Cha-In. "Why are you targeting Lee Seojin?" Seeing that he had achieved his goal, our MC smiled smugly, using the enemy against the enemy. "Now go kill each other." Sung Chin didn't bother to answer, giving a cold snort before swinging his blade at his opponent. Rut wasn't just going to stand there and die. She immediately unleashed a strike, sneering. It seems you have no intention of confessing honestly. The intense streams of mana collided, causing a massive explosion in mid-air as the two of them dashed out of the mansion together. The demon swung his blade and leaped into the air. It'll kill anyone who gets in the way of the king's orders. Lee Sujin was still standing inside, staring blankly, thinking, Sala is fighting on par with an S-rank demon. At that moment, Sim Dung Chun suddenly ran up from behind in a panic, shouting, Lee Sujin, are you okay? Yu Ra looked around in shock. Everything is a complete mess. He replied softly, I was almost killed by an S-rank demon. Sala, save me. Sim Dung Chun was startled to hear that. Isn't Sala just an ordinary person? We need to go help her. Right then, Kim Sun-gu suddenly walked down the stairs and said, Let's get out of here first. The group exclaimed in surprise, Kim Sun-gu, thank goodness you're safe. Yu Ra yelled angrily, Where on earth did you go? He replied, I was hiding in a corner just now. Let's get out of here quickly. She disagreed. You're saying we should run away. Are you planning to just leave Sala behind? Unable to explain, he stammered, that is. While thinking to himself, I can't exactly tell them that both of them are enemies. Dang De suddenly spoke up, Junior Sun-gu is right. She trembled, feigning extreme panic with tears in her eyes. What just happened? I'm so scared. Everyone immediately gathered around to comfort her. Senior Min Dae, it must have been so hard for you. Seeing this, he couldn't help but be surprised, wondering why she was agreeing with him. Dang Di, why? No one knew what she was actually calculating in her head. Even though I hate Kim Sun-gu, he isn't wrong this time. Since an unexpected variable has occurred, Lord Sung Chin's plan is already a failure. Getting involved recklessly will only make things worse. At the very least, I need to survive and increase my strength to take revenge myself. He spoke up. I found a way to sneak out. Follow me. Deep down, he remained vigilant. Dang Di, what scheme are you plotting now? Given the current situation, neither of us can do anything anyway. It's time to retreat. He then turned around to lead the way. Outside in the courtyard, those two were still engaged in a fierce standoff. The battle was intensely brutal. Rut channeled her magic, bringing down a powerful bolt of lightning upon her opponent. However, a terrifying dark purple aura began to radiate from his entire body. Darkification? Unexpectedly, Sum Chin managed to dodge the attack. In the blink of an eye, he charged forward with his blade, appearing right in front of Rut. But he couldn't lay a finger on her. Just at that moment, members of the Cha-in organization arrived right on time. He roared furiously, I told you not to get in my way. The newcomer retorted sharply, who's the one getting in the way here? While he was struggling against the person in front of him, another one suddenly appeared behind his back. He thought in astonishment, with this level of strength, are they all S-rank mages? The one who sniped at me earlier must be among them. Sum Chin quickly spun around, pointing his blade at Natasa, and furiously shouted, Get lost. Taking them on 1 against 2, the scene instantly erupted into a chaotic melee, with swords and blades clashing wildly. Chin reported, the demons on the first floor have been taken care of. Sika is probably finishing up on the second floor as well. Rut crossed her arms and asked, where is Lee Sojin? He's very safe right now. It's been confirmed that he and the other students have escaped. I have a lot of things I want to interrogate them about. She commanded with a stern face. Baek Unsung, Natasa, you two end this quickly. Just as Sung Chin swung his sword to finish off Baek Unsung, Natasa hooked her scythe onto his blade, making him grit his teeth in anger. You damn bitch. She said coldly, do you think just because you can regenerate you can defeat everyone? Being continuously blocked, the S-rank demon went berserk, screaming wildly, I'll kill you all. But before he could react, Baek Unsung immediately thrust his spear repeatedly into the opponent's exposed body. A single S-rank demon clearly couldn't fight against 2 S-rank mages. Under their relentless assault, he was finally exhausted and roared, you damn humans. Meanwhile, the students who were sneaking out through the back door suddenly heard an earth-shattering explosion as smoke and fire billowed into the sky. Demons survive on human blood. When pushed to their limits, they will resort to any means necessary to live. Berserk. Sum Chin activated that state. Baek Unsung was horrified. Damn it, this is dangerous. This guy has completely lost control. The deafening explosion startled Kim Sunba's group, who were still escaping from the back door. Lee Sojin paused slightly, looking back with a face full of worry, unsure of what was happening. On the other side, the Cha-in members were facing a new problem. Although losing control strips a demon of their sanity, all their stats will simultaneously skyrocket. Powerful demons of A rank and above even alter their physical appearance to fight. By this point, Sung Chin's entire body had transformed, covered in a sturdy layer of armor. Chin, this guy doesn't look normal at all, does he? The stronger the demon, the exponentially more dangerous they become after losing control. B. Rut, what do we do? She remained standing with her arms crossed and said, a dangerous enemy has appeared. Anyone want to fight him? Suddenly, Sika appeared, clenching his fists and charging forward at breakneck speed. Dangerous? Let me take him on.
He closed in on the demon, getting extremely close, ready to show this bastard a world of pain.
But unexpectedly, his attack failed. Instead, the opponent punched him so hard he went flying dozens of meters away. He bounced right back up, rubbing the back of his neck with a cocky smirk. That's one impressive way to say hello. He waved and shouted loudly, "Be Rut Chin. Are you two okay?" Shin, furious with him, snapped, "You idiot, don't just call out our real names." Sika jogged over to join the other three. Following orders, I didn't lay a hand on the students and only killed the demons. You guys weren't planning on leaving me out of the fight, were you? Nah, just warming up a bit. Sun Shin swung his blade and charged, radiating a dense, murderous aura. B. Rut said coldly, "It begins now."
The four took their stances, preparing for a decisive battle. We'll play with you for a bit in the name of Cha-in. Elsewhere, Kim Sun-Gu's group had fled to a forest. The sky was covered in dark clouds, flashing with continuous bolts of lightning. Yua Ra, trailing behind, felt a crushing sense of oppression. With demonic energy burning up the atmosphere, every breath makes my limbs go numb. She looked up. The sky right now is exactly like the scenery on the day they killed my parents. Kim Sun-gu and Lee Seojin also felt that oppressive aura, their expressions grave. This is it. S rank. The immense weight we have to endure from now on. The enemy possesses overwhelming power. The gap between us and them is so massive it can't even be measured. But what I truly want you, Ra, and Lee Seojin to see is absolutely not this sight of despair. Back on the other side, the four of them were still ganging up on Sung Chin. Various magic spells were simultaneously binding and fiercely attacking him. Birut raised her hand into the air and a terrifying lightning bolt struck down from the sky right onto the demon's head. Unable to withstand the barrage of attacks compounded by the agonizing lightning, he opened his mouth and roared in pain. A moment later, he was beaten back into his human form, completely drained of strength and kneeling on the ground. It's over. A berserk demon reverting to their original state is truly a rare sight. We got to watch quite the show. Sika cheerfully threw an arm over the person next to him. Pacing the attacks based on his recovery speed, great job. Right? Baek Unsung. The person called out simply shook his head in exhaustion. Sung Chin suddenly spoke. Those names, I remember now. You're the remnants of Cha-in, the losers who vanished after being defeated by Kim Din-chun. Sika scratched his head. This damn popularity, he ended up recognizing us anyway. Nata-sa furious yelled, "That's because you blurted it out yourself." She angrily stomped hard on the demon's chest, knocking him flat on his back, coughing violently. She demanded, "But still, who are you calling a loser?" Sung Chin lay on the ground, offering no resistance, and merely said, "Kill me." Birut replied coldly, "No, you can't die yet. Until you tell us why you're trying to kill Lee Seojun, I won't let you die." He smirked. "No, I have to die, whether I want to or not. And not just me, but all of you too. You will all lose your lives here." As soon as he finished speaking, a fiery red halo suddenly flashed across the sky, which was already thick with swirling dark clouds. Natasa stomped angrily on the demon again. "You bastard, you still have accomplices." Birut immediately countered, "No, this magic." The halo in the sky fully revealed itself, and something resembling a blazing red fireball appeared mid-air, plummeting downwards. Birut looked at the strange halo, her face turning serious as she said, "It seems like this mansion has received a new guest." At this moment, Kim Sun-Gu's group on the hillside had also spotted the giant fireball appearing in the sky. Everyone looked bewildered, except for him who fought the third faction. They've arrived exactly as I predicted. The strength of S-rank villains is truly terrifying. I don't even know how we can possibly defeat them. But I hope a protagonist of this story will not be subjugated by the villain's power, and won't let this experience become a trauma. What I want them to see is that no matter how strong the villains are, there are always people powerful enough to defeat them who will step up to help. And one day, they themselves will grow up and become even stronger than those villains. That is hope. Looking at the person emerging amidst the blazing rain of fire, Birut frowned and gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "The Fire Witch."
This sight left Yu Ra dumbfounded. She called out in confusion, "Sister?" That woman was none other than the leader of Dawn's Blade, the Guild of Cha-In's victims, the global pinnacle of the fire attribute, the fire witch, Yu Adan. The guild formed by the victims of Cha-In, Dawn's Blade. The leader commanding this elite guild, with all its members ranked from A to S, is the one standing at the very summit of fire mages worldwide, Yu Adan. Her expression was icy as she looked down from above and declared, "Cha-In. This time I will definitely annihilate you all." A troublesome guest has arrived. Natasa grabbed Bi-Rut's shoulder and cried out anxiously, "Bi-Rut, let's run." Sung Shin lay on the ground laughing heartily. Trying to escape from a spell of this scale? You're daydreaming. At least the journey to the afterlife won't be lonely, because I'll get to see you all burn to death with my own eyes. Sika snapped angrily. I should have smashed that guy's mouth first. Baek Unsung held him back, idiot. Now is not the time to care about that. Bi-Rut remained calm and said, "Chin, I'm counting on you." Pulling a glowing stone from nowhere, he said, "This can only be used once." Then he immediately crushed it. The stone shattered, and strange sigils suddenly appeared beneath each of their feet. Some Chin never expected them to have a trick like this, startled and shocked. "What?" Their figures slowly faded away as Chin sneered, "Though I'd love to take you along, the head count is limited. Just stay here and die by yourself." Staring at the blazing red sphere in the sky that was right before his eyes, the demon accepted his fate and closed his eyes. "Oh, my king, I pray for your immortality." A horrifying surge of power slammed down, instantly blowing everything to pieces as smoke and fire billowed blindingly. Even though Kim Sung-goo's group was standing far up on the hillside, they were still hit by the shockwave generated by the explosion. They shielded their faces while talking. Our client, Salah, is actually a member of the Cha-In organization on the terrorist watch list. A strange man appeared and stood in front of them, saying, "This must be kept a secret. If this information gets leaked, it will interfere with our hunt for them." That was none other than the member of Dawn's Blade, a rank mage, Dung Ji-Guan. After the shockwave passed, he shouted loudly, "Sister, I found the students!" A voice replied from the other side, "I know, I'll be right there." As soon as she finished speaking, Yu Adan immediately appeared mid-air. Exuding a tremendously dominant aura, she gently landed on the ground. Dung Ji-Guan asked, "Where's Cha-In?" She replied, "They got away. They have a downgraded replica of the teleportation holy relic." Hearing that, he angrily stomped his foot and cursed in frustration. "It's Chin's tech, that damn magic tech scholar." At that moment, Yu Adan saw Ara right in front of her. The two almost called out in unison, "On me. Ara." She rushed over to hug her little sister tightly, sighing in relief. "Thank goodness you're safe and sound." Held tightly in her older sister's embrace, she showed her vulnerability for the first time. They were so strong. I didn't even dare to fight back. Yu Adan immediately said, "Ara, it's okay. I'll get revenge. You just need to live a happy and joyful life." She sighed in response, looking incredibly stubborn, her eyes full of determination. "You know I can't do that. How many times have I told you, yet you still? Unnie, you can't convince me. Not then, and not now." At this moment, Yu Adan astonishingly realized that this wasn't mere stubbornness. This was sheer willpower. A memory from 4 years ago flashed in her mind. Yu Ra holding tightly onto her older sister's bleeding wrist, crying and begging, "Unnie, promise me you won't use a knife to hurt yourself anymore." That was the darkest period of my life, when I lost the will to live because of my helplessness. The little girl shed tears, trembling as she spoke. "Now, I only have you left." Yu Adan also cried in sorrow, saying, "I'm sorry." Her little sister's willpower had saved her. "Ra, one day you will become a mage who far surpasses me." Snapping back to reality, she smiled at Yu Ra standing in front of her. "Let's talk about the future later." Lee Sojun witnessed this scene, let out a sigh, and thought to himself, "Family, huh? I'm so jealous. Can I become that strong too?" Sim Dung Chun suddenly patted his shoulder and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Lee Sojun replied, "Nothing, just random thoughts." He plopped down beside him and comforted him. "Don't overcomplicate things. The Han River incident, the hidden stage, and even this time, didn't they all work out perfectly in the end? Even if you are a genius, you can't solve everything on your own. You just need to return the favor as much as others help you, right?" Lee Sojun smiled and said, "Thanks, handsome." Sim Dum Chun immediately threw an arm around his neck and said, "If you really want to thank me, come over and help me with my homework. Do it yourself."
Kim Sun-gu stood behind them, watching everything, and smiled to himself. Good thing I intervened early. If I hadn't anonymously tipped off Dawn's blade, things might have gotten a lot messier. You are Raz's future issues and the impact on Lee Sojin. Even though the plot has changed, looking at the outcome, this serves as a really good stepping stone. The system chimed with a series of notifications, continuously adding reward points, contributed to the elimination of the S-rank demon Sung Chin. The storyline has changed. Stats increased by 1.2. Until now, even though the story had changed before, no event had directly impacted Lee Sojin quite like this. It seems the time has come to start preparing for potential variables in the future. The scene shifted to the Dawn's Blade headquarters in South Korea. Yua Dawn and another member were talking. Just as expected, the details of this incident, wildfire in the suburbs of Gangwon province, multiple casualties in the Black Flame mercenary group weren't disclosed to the public. Chairman Kim Din-chun of the Magic Association stepped in personally so that the secret connection between Lee Sojin and Cha-in wouldn't become a topic of gossip. Nothing special was found in the ruins of Cha-in's secret base. The important stuff must have been hidden somewhere else. Their goal this time was probably just to approach Lee Sojin. She slammed the file folder onto the desk and ordered, "Withdraw all personnel sent to the scene and begin pursuit immediately." "Aren't you going to see your sister? Even if you don't show it, you always want to see her, right? She's very busy. I don't want to waste her time."
"We're going to be very busy from now on. Keep a close eye on Lee Sojin and the people around him." "My sweet little sister, I can't let you fall into danger ever again." Thinking this, her expression turned icy. "I will burn all of those Violet Cloud bastards to ashes." Scene transition. In a dark, ruined hallway, Shin from the Cha-in organization returned to the previous villa. Those annoying Dawn's Blade bastards have completely swept this place clean. The paintings by B. Rutt are all burned to a crisp. He slowly walked over to an old clock, which was the door leading into the secret room containing all sorts of treasures. He stepped inside, saying smugly, "But they definitely didn't find this. The real treasure is hidden behind the artworks." Looking extremely confident, he continued, "Well, of course, they didn't even consider who designed this." Unexpectedly, what greeted him was nothing but an entirely empty room, accompanied by a bleak, chilling wind blowing through. Stunned and furious to the extreme, he stood in the middle of the completely stripped room and roared in anger. Who did this? It was none other than our main character, who was currently sitting and admiring the loot he had stolen. A ring slipped onto his finger. It was the Invisible Spirit's legacy holy relic. It could store attributes within the ring, one attribute at a time. Once certain conditions are met, that attribute is acquired permanently. Looking at the sparkling ring on his finger, he smirked and said, "I'll put this to good use." Mystery. It is the primordial power of the world that science and magic cannot explain. Items possessing that mysterious power are called relics. This Invisible Spirit's legacy ring was the only relic among the items Cha-in had hoarded. The light attribute and the non-attribute are the only two attributes that cannot be adapted through training. Kim Sun-gu raised his hand and a golden beam of light slowly gathered in his palm. Therefore, the first thing I'll choose is definitely the light attribute. Light attribute control skill has been added. When certain conditions are met, light attribute magic can be used. He could learn all attributes through this relic. Added to that was the power he had painstakingly trained for. After the battle in Gangwon last time, he had realized something. Even if it's limited to when he uses elixirs or skills, by concentrating his mana to the maximum, he could briefly reach a rank. The reason Sung Shin detected his sneak attack was because his mana at that moment had surpassed the C rank level, so he was exposed. From A rank magic onwards, a silver aura appears. The system modified. You have achieved silver mana. Receive 5,000 points. Mana control skill proficiency increased by 30%. Mana increased by 2 points. Looking down in his hands, he silently made a resolution. I just need to master the secret to freely controlling this power. After a period of practice, he exhaustedly plopped down on his bed, thinking, my mana is drained again. Even with the Heart of Nature and mana potions, because I lack time, I can't compress the energy to the target power level. He looked at the potion bottles again, practicing continuously like this. I barely have any of these left. He decisively lay down on the bed, raising the hand wearing the ring into the air. I can't repeat the same mistakes. I have to become stronger right now. Otherwise, with my current strength, I fundamentally won't be able to help Lee Sojin. Waking up the next morning, our main character was still lost in thought. I spent the whole night thinking about what I can do right now. Among the items stolen from Cha-in, aside from the relic ring, the demonic beast summoning book, and the Sun and Moon Pharmacy book are the only usable things. The demonic beast summoning book's performance has been tested in combat, and as for this Sun and Moon Pharmacy book, Han Se-dam will definitely be thrilled if I give it to her. Walking to the academy's outdoor training field, a large crowd of other students had already gathered there.
Yesterday, he had used his last accumulated points to buy a trait that would be useful to him. It was the skill to see through others. Can confirm the basic information of the target. From afar, his friend Dun Ha-dung spotted him and waved, calling out loudly, "Ah, Sun-gu, you're here." He smiled and said, "Sorry, am I late?" In his mind, he suddenly felt the urge to test out his new skill. Some basic info like name, age, status, magic level, and interests popped up above the two girls' heads. Dun Ha-dung smiled and said, "I saved a spot for you." Meanwhile, Yu Ara coldly scolded, "Sun-gu, what took you so long?" He was slightly disappointed. "Is this all I can see?" Outwardly, he scratched his head and replied, "I didn't sleep well last night." He thought to himself, "But I still have to make do with this anyway. I have to use every method possible." Dun Ha-dung asked worriedly, "You're not sick, are you?" Yu Ara chimed in, "Meditating before bed will help you." This morning, Year 2 Class A, Manifestation Magic class, the students stood neatly lined up in the middle of the training ground. Ms. Li Hai-dung smiled and said, "The topic we'll be studying in today's Manifestation Magic class is the form transformation of mana. Create a mana sphere in your hand, and then transform that sphere into other shapes." After she finished speaking, she raised her hand high and mana burst forth, turning into powerful bolts of lightning. Seeing this, the students stared in awe, jaws dropping and eyes wide with amazement. She continued, "Now, let's begin practicing on your own. I hope you can maximize your imagination." When it came time to practice, some students sweat bullets, trying over and over to no avail. I didn't expect it to be this hard. Manifesting a shape instantly is hard enough, but now we have to change an already manifested shape into something else. Yu Ara concentrated. The flame in her hand shot up into the air and immediately blossomed, looking like a brilliant flower of fire. The surrounding crowd immediately marveled. Yu Ara is so good. She's our age, how does she do that? Dun Ha-dung also shaped her mana into a heart. The classmates gasped again. She succeeded on her first try. Since the midterms, her skills have improved quite a bit. Form transformation is a very useful technique for manifestation mages. Through it, they can both attack and defend. Even manifestation mages who aren't good at close combat can flexibly control the flow of the battle. But transformation is a harder technique than manifestation. Only those with innate talent can do it well from the start. Since our MC wasn't some genius, he failed and immediately heard mockery. "Kim Sun-gu, your skills are really lacking. I thought he was going to show off." He retorted in annoyance, "Geez, is this your first time seeing someone who can't do form transformation?" Yu Ara replied, "No, I was just a little surprised. I know you have your own struggles. You already know the sphere compression technique, so why can't you transform shapes? Those are two completely different things. Sphere compression is about control capacity. It can be improved through repetitive training. But form transformation is the ability to control one's own flow of mana. This relies on imagination. What's needed is innate talent." Dun Ha-dung then asked, "In other words, sphere compression just takes effort, while form transformation is the realm of talent." He sighed. "You hit the nail on the head. Talent and effort." Kim Sun-gu and Dun Ha-dung chatted happily. "Are you always practicing? Then let's practice together this weekend." Yu Ara just watched quietly, thinking to herself, "Even though I've never seen it, Kim Sun-gu, the effort he puts in far exceeds even mine. That's how he can break through his limits." Suddenly, he spoke up. "Yu Ara, instead of form transformation, you should pour all your focus into manifestation and emission." Hearing that, she immediately turned around. "What did you say?" He replied, "I think you're already very perfect in this aspect. Haven't you noticed that your firepower isn't enough?" She was startled. That's exactly it. When fighting the demons in Gangwon province, seeing my sister fight, I felt that my firepower was still lacking. She nodded. "Yeah, you make sense. After hearing your advice, I can already see my training direction. It's exactly like Ha-dung said." Hearing her name mentioned, Dun Ha-dung said happily, "I told you, whenever you're in a bind, Sun-gu will solve it all." He smiled faintly and replied, "My observation skills are pretty good. Most mages can't look at their own abilities objectively. Now that I pointed out the issue for her, Yu Ara will grow very quickly." Suddenly, she spoke up again. "By the way, I have a question. Aren't you facing any difficulties?" Scene transition. The MC was currently walking down the hallway thinking about Yu Ara's question.
She really hit the bullseye. The difficulties I am facing, huh? I know very well what my problem is. My mana pool is too small.
To make up for this flaw, I've been using potions and the heart of Mother Nature to drastically boost my mana recovery during combat. However, I'll be facing enemies even stronger than Sung Chin in the future. In real combat, I won't always have that much time to compress mana. If that's the case, he decided to seek help from the manifestation magic teacher, Li Haidong. Hearing his request, she asked, "You want to increase your mana compression speed?" He scratched his head and replied, "I'm thinking of a way to improve my sphere compression technique. The faster I compress it, the more I can fire off. I figured you'd know the secret, so that's why I came to ask." She set down the book in her hand and mused. "You're usually helping out the other students. I didn't expect you to have these kinds of worries too." To be honest, there's no secret. The answer in magic is simply talent, time, and effort. Hearing the answer, he felt a bit dejected. I knew it. Then she rested her chin on her hand and continued. "However, Sun Gu, to improve beyond just speed, there is another way." Leaving the teacher's office, our main character went out to the middle of the sports field to practice alone, thinking to himself, "Increasing manifestation speed requires time and effort, but I don't have that kind of time. The bad guys targeting Lee Sojin aren't going to wait." He took out a potion bottle, tilted his head back, and downed it in one gulp. Then he began to concentrate his power. From Ms. Li Haidong's advice, the conclusion he drew was, detailing during manifestation. Recalling that conversation, she had said, "Aras flames, even without compression, still have highly destructive power, and the same goes for Haidong's ice." He asked her, "Do you mean detailing during manifestation?" Even with the same form, the details crafted according to the attribute determine the destructive power of the magic. Hearing this, he hurriedly said, "But with my abilities, I can only create the most basic sphere." She explained, "Because it's simpler, it requires even more detail. For anyone, it's very difficult to make it perfect. If you can't make it perfect, you have to make it sharper. The compression time remains the same, but the sphere's sharpness must be increased." How to reach the maximization stage. Get as close to perfection as possible. Following her instructions, he practiced manifesting his mana, and a tiny dark blue sphere gradually appeared in his palm. Then he decisively swung his arm to release it, sending a powerful stream of blue mana shooting straight forward. Less than greater than. The training dummy was hit by the attack and instantly shattered to pieces, sending fragments flying everywhere. He panted in exhaustion as the system notified him again. "You have completed magic comprehension. Mana control skill increased by 20%. Received 3,000 reward points." He looked at his hand, feeling his increased power. Is it going to get busy from now on? Kim Sun-gu disguised himself as Kim Chin-gu again to meet Han Si-dan, and they were currently sitting together at a dining table. A few days ago, through training, he had reached the A-rank realm, but it was only a fleeting moment. To fully grasp the secret and become an A-rank, he still needed to take potions and then train, so he desperately needed a large amount of potions. Han Si-dan opened the large chest on the table and said, "Here you go, check them. The 100 potions you requested." He spoke up, "I know my request was unreasonable. You really live up to your name as a genius pharmacist." She replied, "If you hadn't asked, I wouldn't have made this many. Thanks to the information you provided, I found the blackmailer. Just consider this a repayment. Thank you." Han Si-dan rested her chin on her hand and offered again, "Do you really not want to come work for me? I'll treat you very well." He calmly replied, "Thank you for the kind offer, but I have to decline." Seeing that he still hadn't changed his mind, she raised an eyebrow. "Chin-gu, if you're waiting for me to take over Hansung, it'll be too late by then." He asked back, "Are you planning a new business project?" Han Si-dan immediately replied, "I'm only telling you this. You know a large-scale dungeon recently appeared in the provinces, right? I'm planning to build a grand hotel inside it. Providing accommodation plus auctioning various items, the added value will be astonishingly high." Hearing this, he asked in surprise, "A dungeon hotel?" Not noticing his strange reaction, she continued, "That's right, that dungeon is so huge it'll take 30 years to clear, guaranteeing long-term profits." My brother. No, to keep Han Se-chin from stealing the project, I haven't even been able to get a good night's sleep. In contrast to her excitement, Kim Sun-gu suddenly slammed the table, stood up, and shouted, "This project. Stop it right now." His attitude left her bewildered, not understanding what was going on, and she asked, "Huh, what did you just say?" His expression was extremely serious as he answered in a low voice, "The Dungeon Hotel business project is guaranteed to fail." He thought to himself, before regressing, I read a news report. The Handsome Group spent a massive amount of money to build a hotel in a provincial dungeon,
But 3 months later, a larger dungeon appeared right in Seoul, turning it into a pointless vanity project. The one pushing this project was Han Si-dan. Even though she can't predict the future, competing with Han Si-chin over this will negatively affect her. Hearing that, Han Si-dan immediately questioned him. You're saying the dungeon hotel will fail. Can you be more clear? On what basis are you making that conclusion? Faced with her barrage of questions, the MC was a bit flustered. On what basis? I can't just tell her I read the novel.
He closed his eyes and blurted out nonsense. Dungeons. Even though it's hard to find such a large dungeon right now, what if a bigger one suddenly appears one day? Who can say for sure? She obviously disagreed. This project is about to be announced. I can't cancel it based on mere speculation. Doing business requires accurate data. Suddenly, she saw him pat his chest and smile, asking, Han Se-dan, nothing I've ever told you has been wrong, right? She began to waver. That's true, but... Before she could finish, she was interrupted. As long as you trust me, I'll give you this. Saying that, he pulled a book from his chest. This is very valuable. Seeing it, she couldn't help but be startled and shocked. This is the Sun and Moon Pharmacy, the pharmaceutical secret manual that disappeared 50 years ago. With just this, we can improve the quality of all products at Handsome. Who would have expected the pharmaceutical secret manual of the prestigious Sun and Moon family to fall into the hands of Cha-in? He shook the book in his hand and asked with a smile, So, have you changed your mind? Han Se-dan was intensely swayed, calculating non-stop in her mind. The Dungeon Hotel project may be famous, but there's no absolute guarantee of success. However, the book in front of me is the authentic Sun and Moon Pharmacy. My pride as a pharmacist absolutely won't allow me to miss out on this book. Shingu, why are you using this to tempt me? I'm so mad. Arg, seriously. She angrily picked up her wine glass and gulped it down as if to cool off. Then she frustratedly slammed the table and yelled, Do you know how much money I've invested in that? Seeing this scene, he only sighed and smiled, thinking to himself. Turns out she's the type who gets cute after a little drink. Finally, she looked up, hugging the book, her face full of reluctance as she said, You are truly shameless. The information about the Dungeon Hotel project failing. You have to take responsibility for it, okay? Of course, so consider this settled? He replied with a smile, thinking to himself, Even though I had originally planned to give it to her anyway, thanks to this, I was able to reduce the variables. She continued, You wouldn't say these things for no reason, so I'll believe you this time. But this project is about to be announced. It's a shame to just abandon it like this. Since we've come this far, I'd rather sell it to Han Se-chin. This time, he fully supported her, smiling happily as he said, What a brilliant decision. After ending his meeting with Han Se-dan, Kim Sun-gu walked back and thought, Han Se-chin colluding with the demons will definitely be a huge blow to him. To prevent a situation like what happened in Gangwon province, I absolutely must suppress the demon faction a bit. Using the clairvoyance skill on others at school to constantly monitor Dang Di, I'll publicly declare that I have a one-sided crush on her. Even if it's a bit embarrassing, no one will suspect a thing. But is just this really okay? How much of the main plot can I change? He looked up at the moon high above and let out a long sigh. It's been a while since I drank, so my brain isn't working at all now. Damn it. Choi So-dun suddenly appeared behind him like a ghost, asking, Sungu Sunbae, what are you doing here? Ah? The MC turned around and scolded, Choi So-dun, you scared me half to death. She smiled mischievously. Are you stalking Min to Sunbae? It's written all over your face. I'm just taking a walk. What about you? I just came up from home. At this time, Choi So-dun was being tormented by her own family, one of the 5 great prestigious magic families. The networking event for high society mages, Night of the Pioneers, was about to be held. Choi So-dun's father, Choi Ji-hyung, used expanding connections as an excuse to force her to attend. She gently tucked her hair back, her tone full of regret. I also wanted to join the experiential activities with the upperclassmen. He perceptively noticed that Choi So-dun hadn't even had time to remove her makeup after the party before rushing back to school, so he comforted her. You had it tough. She couldn't help but be startled, thinking to herself, when being treated like a prop to attend various family events, I can't help but think about this. Why is my life like this? Every time it's like this, I think of that person, someone who sets his own goals and desperately works hard for them. Looking up at the MC, she thought, I want to become someone like him too. Someday, I'll also. Suddenly, smelling something strange, she was startled and covered her nose. The smell of alcohol? He was also flustered and smelled his own collar.
Ah, it really does. Don't tell anyone else about this, okay? Sure, but I have one condition. Sunbae, can I call you Appa affectionately? H, how insolent. All right, fine, whatever you want. Hee hee. Appa, now we have two more secrets together. I'll head back first. Appa, don't drink too much alcohol.
She blushed and thought to herself, I didn't expect Sungu Appa to know how to drink. I didn't expect him to have a side like this. Seeing that Choi So-dun had left, he shook his head and let out a sigh of relief, muttering to himself, time to continue training. Then he tilted his head back and down the potion. Constantly worrying about Dang De's problem is pointless. I just need to get stronger. I need to mentally prepare myself to intervene in the main plot. As soon as Dang De shows even a hint of suspicion, I will personally kill her. Meanwhile, the B-rank demon, Dang De, was currently kneeling on the ground in fear, her whole body trembling. An S-rank demon wearing a cloak, with a hood completely covering his head except for his blood-red eyes, spoke in a terrifyingly sinister voice. Go on and speak. The ones who killed my loyal servant Sum Chin, was it really Chayan? This man was the Demon King. Dang De bowed her head and truthfully reported everything. They had already dug a trap waiting for us. Right when Lord Sum Chin was about to kill Lee Sojin, Cha-in suddenly ambushed us. While Lord Sum Chin was fighting with Cha-in, he was killed by Dawn's Blade, the one who was pursuing Cha-in. Gathered here were many S-rank demons of the 10 Demons Council, including Ha Ri-ong and Quan Hyok. Quan Hyok said angrily, My king, this is a provocation from the purple cloud against us demons. For the prestige of our race, we must fight them head-on. Ha Ri-ong gritted his teeth and thought angrily, this old geezer is using revenge as an excuse to find an opportunity to cause chaos. If this blows up, it will come to the point where Kim Din Chun personally steps in. The entire demon race might end up being exterminated. But this Quan Hyok is very brutal. When he's in a bad mood, he dares to kill even his own kind. I'll just quietly observe for now. Dang De suddenly spoke up. If we want to avenge Lord Sung Chin, we must take care of Lee Sujin first. The old man Quan Hyok frowned in anger. A mere defeated soldier dares to interrupt the meeting of the 10 Demons Council. The Demon King sitting on high was extremely calm, looking down at Dang De as he ordered, continue speaking. I will base my decision on your exploitative value whether to take your blood or not. Hearing that, she immediately replied, revenge must be rational and justified. Killing the child of prophecy, Lee Sujin. Lord Sung Chin's unfinished mission is also the long-held desire of the entire demon race. Once we know that Lee Sojin is an important figure to Cha-in, using Lee Sojin to take revenge on them will make Cha-in feel utterly humiliated. I am the easiest person to approach Lee Sojin. Inheriting Lord Sum Chin's will, I will kill Lee Sojin. Chan, he suddenly spoke up to stop her. My king. Dang De is only B rank. I believe she is too young and too weak to be entrusted with such a heavy responsibility. The Demon King disagreed. Chan He, your worries are smearing Dang De's noble determination. If she doesn't have enough power, then granting her power is fine, right? Saying that, he immediately raised his hand and fired a blazing red stream of mana into Dang De's body. I have implanted a bloodstone made from the blood of an A-rank mage into your body. You were supposed to take time to absorb it slowly, but since you have decided to shoulder the destiny of our clan, then I believe you will be able to endure the side effects of absorbing it all at once. Dang De collapsed to the ground, her body writhing in agony. Blood flowing from her eyes and mouth, she resolutely gritted her teeth and endured, her heart full of resentment as she thought, I must hold on. The person I want to kill is not only Lee Seojin. Kill the child of prophecy, Lee Seojin, and gain the recognition of the 10 Demons Council. Dung Hyun Soo, Kim Chin Gu, Sim Dung Chun, until I personally kill them with my own hands. My revenge will never end. The Demon King's gloomy voice like a call from hell echoed. Stand up. For all of us, kill Lee Seojin. Dang De had now become exponentially stronger, her blood-red eyes terrifying, her whole body emitting an extremely horrifying aura, and she replied, as you command. The scene shifted to a bright room where a man was standing by the glass window looking out. Lee Seojin entered. I heard you called for me, grandfather. The man turned around. It was the chairman of the Magic Association. The strongest magician, Kim Din Chun. With a face as cold as ice, he spoke. Even though you just encountered a bizarre incident, you still look fine. He politely replied, yes, Captain Kim Da-hyun must have already reported the incident in Gangwon province to you. Suddenly, he appeared right behind Lee Seojin out of nowhere.
Words can distort memories. I will check for myself. With that, he placed his hand on the boy's forehead and exerted his mana, giving his opponent no chance to react. Kim Din-chun's trait was mana scan. Just by touching, he could know what magic the other person used.
It could even trace back the past, seeing both the memories and emotions of the other person. Every event in Lee Sojin's memories appeared right before his eyes. He said nothing and finally pulled his hand back. He only just snapped back to his senses, saying with some anger, "Grandfather, I told you not to casually read my memories." He casually asked back, "What do you have to hide?" He thought to himself, his movements were so fast that I couldn't react in time at all. He truly deserves the title of the strongest magician, the one standing at the absolute peak of all three fields: enhancement, support, and manifestation. Suddenly, he reached out and patted his head, asking gently, "Are you troubled by the family matters that B-Rut mentioned?" Lee Sojin immediately smiled back. "No, I've never felt lonely before. You adopted me. Everyone in the special ops unit always takes care of me. And I even have friends at school." That's what my disciples should be like. Speaking of which, you are the strongest among the students, right? Of course I am. He continued, but a rather interesting name frequently appears in your memories. Do you mean Sun-gu? Although he acts inexplicably at times, he's very reliable in emergencies. He's someone who always brings out the best results at the last minute. I didn't notice it in my first year, but his grades suddenly skyrocketed. Once he gets stronger, I want to spar with him. Hearing this, he gently rubbed his chin. Sparring, you say? It won't be long before he reaches your current level. He was a bit startled, but then smiled and replied, "Well, even if Sun-gu is someone who loves to strike by surprise, he's not at that level yet." His grandfather didn't object, only explaining slowly. When people see the moment a flower blooms, they think everything was completed overnight. But the process of the seed sprouting and enduring the long winter is entirely hidden beneath the surface. His eyes harbor many secrets. He must have been working his hardest where no one could see. He said while turning his head to look at a photo. It was him with his two students. Usually, those with such eyes, for better or worse, will eventually bloom their own flower of talent. Keep a close eye on that kid named Sun-gu. He will surely make up for your shortcomings. Yes, grandfather. Lee Sojun suddenly spoke up again. Before I leave, I want to ask you something. You read my memories. Do you know anything about the demon-slaying power? The scene shifted to the classroom. Lee Sojun was sitting in the lecture hall, sighing inwardly. Grandfather really is something. Why did he say it was just an oral legend? 300 years ago, there were rumors of a human possessing a power that counters demons, but who knows if it's true or not? An attribute capable of slaying demons that is different from the light attribute. Could the power that saved me from the demon that day be the demon-slaying power? After recalling it, he immediately denied it. No, that was just normal A-rank non-attribute magic. Then who in the world was it? The MC looked at his friend who was resting his chin on his hand in serious contemplation, just keeping silent without saying a word. Kim Sun-gu was using his clairvoyance to monitor Lee Sojun, thinking to himself, Lee Sojun has no issues today. The teacher suddenly called out, "Everyone pay attention. I will announce the format for the second midterm exam that the whole school will participate in next week. Hunt monsters on the school's deserted island and collect the mana stones inside their bodies. Scores will be based on the quality and quantity of the mana stones. Regardless of your grade, you can freely form parties. Dueling between students is strictly prohibited. To ensure safety, the school has deployed flycams to monitor the island, so don't do anything reckless. That's all for the announcement." Hearing the announcement, the students began to murmur. Did they deliberately arrange the midterm exam on a deserted island because of the demon attack, forbidding students from fighting, and there are even flycams monitoring? The school put a lot of effort into safety, didn't they? Meanwhile, the MC was deep in his own thoughts about the plot. The second midterm exam is just like in the original work. All students are participating. Senior Dangdi will definitely participate too. Thinking about what happened in Gangwon province, we can't rest easy relying just on flycams. Are there any surveillance items in the point's shop? Suddenly, his phone vibrated, receiving a new message. Junior Sun-gu, you have some time. He was stunned. Senior Dangdi? The two arranged to meet privately. Dangdi was strangely gentle as she asked him, "After the incident in Gangwon province, I haven't seen you at the gym. I was really worried about you. How have you been lately?" He scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "Of course. My mind is only filled with thoughts of you, senior." While thinking to himself, I took medicine and trained every night. A few days ago, Dangde's mana level was only B rank. Now she's no match for me, so there's no need to be tense.
He then asked, "Senior, what did you want to see me about?" But after using his clairvoyance, he was startled to discover that her mana level had risen to A rank. This left him utterly shocked. Dangda's mana level. Has it already risen to A rank?
Mana level is comprehensively calculated based on manifestation ability and mana control. Generally, reaching B rank means achieving an expert level where one can make a living with magic. Reaching B rank as a teenager is enough to be praised as an outstanding talent. A rank and above are key personnel in government agencies, or they are the main combat force of guilds and mercenaries. S-rank individuals are incredibly rare worldwide. Each person has an influence equivalent to a major event and will be recorded in the annals of history. Ranking up mana can take a few years if fast, or sometimes an entire lifetime if slow. That's why Lee Seojin, starting at A rank, is a genius on a completely different level. A few days ago, Dangda was still only B rank, so how does she reach A rank? Suddenly, Dangda spoke up and asked, "Junior Sun-gu, your complexion hasn't looked very good for a while now." She suddenly leaned her face close to his. "Does talking to me make you uncomfortable?" The MC could only scratch his head and ears, making up an excuse. Being alone with you, senior, makes my heart beat so fast." "Is that so? Should we sit down and chat for a bit?" He broke into a cold sweat, thinking, what should I do? Do we have to fight right here? But I can only use A-rank mana for a short amount of time. Can I defeat an A-rank demon in a head-on clash? The two sat down on a bench, and Dang Di patted his shoulder, asking, "Junior Sun-gu, for the second midterm exam, do you want to team up with me? In this exam, I want to give Seojin, you, and Dong Chun, the three of you, a wonderful experience." Hearing this, Kim Sun-gu immediately understood the situation. She wanted to use him to get closer to Lee Seojin, and lumped together Sim Dong Chun, who was related to her father's death, along with him, the one who kept getting in the way, to finish them all off in one fell swoop. After a moment of thought, he replied, "Senior, I refuse. For this kind of exam, rather than forming a group to share the rewards, it's more beneficial to monopolize them alone." Seeing him like that, Dang Di resorted to provocation. "You usually follow me around so persistently, but now that I am taking the initiative, you're backing off. Or is it that you know you're no match for Seojin and want to run away? In the hidden stage, you were just a useless piece of trash who passed out and had to be rescued by Seojin." Unfortunately for her, she met someone with thick skin. Not only did he not take offense, but he fully accepted it. "Yes, it's just as you know, senior. I'm a useless piece of trash who always passes out and has to be saved by Lee Seojin." He then nonchalantly turned away. "I'll take my leave this time. It's time for the written exam." He left Dang Di grinding her teeth in anger. "Kim Sun-gu, you useless clown." During the first midterm written exam, Lee Seojin was still seriously working on his paper, while a few other students had begun to yawn and give up. Kim Sun-gu wrote intently while thinking about what had just happened. "She wants to use me to get closer to Lee Seojin. This might just be a good opportunity." Dangda suddenly got stronger. The 10 Demons Council must definitely be involved. I have to assassinate Dangda during this exam before she gets any stronger. But how should I resolve this problem? His expression turned serious, and the pen in his hand stopped with a click. While the others were still diligently writing, the MC had already brought his exam paper up to submit it to the teacher. Seeing this, the teacher sighed and said, "Student Kim Sun-gu, the exam has only been going for 10 minutes. Did you just give up without even bothering to read the questions?" No one knew he had activated his exclusive trait Outlander's benefit. He smiled confidently and replied, "Not at all, sir. I've finished everything." The scene shifted, night fell, and the moonlight illuminated a deserted street corner without a single soul in sight. No one knew Dang Di had appeared there. At her feet lay an unfortunate man, motionless in a massive pool of blood. She lightly licked her fingers, stained with fresh blood, and smirked. "To think I could become this strong relying on the power of the bloodstone." Chani suddenly appeared and warned her, "Dang Di, don't act impulsively just because you're immersed in power." He held out a sparkling, glowing object. "This is what you need. It can neutralize all electronic devices within a 30-meter radius." "Is this a relic?" "It's an item provided by a human who sponsored the 10 Demons Council a long time ago. This mission concerns the fate of our race. You must prepare well." She took the object and arrogantly replied, "There's no need to prepare. The power granted by the king. I just need power on par with Lee Seojin." Chani patted her shoulder. "Power is very important, but strategy is equally crucial. To lower others' guard and gather intelligence, you have always maintained a quiet image at school. Dang Di, observe your surroundings carefully. If there is someone who lies to you, that person is the child of prophecy." She smiled brightly and answered,
Lord Chan. You don't need to worry. This time I will definitely kill Lee Sujin. On the day of the midterm exam, all the students were transported to the deserted island through a spatial portal. After all the students had passed through, the two teachers checked the head count. Is everyone here? Confirmed all 450 students. You can close the spatial portal. The teacher called out, everyone pay attention here. For this exam, please move to your assigned areas. The exam period will run from this morning until tomorrow afternoon. As announced earlier, surveillance drones have been deployed on the island, and you are requested not to cheat. Does anyone have any further questions?
Recalling his grandfather's reminder, Lee Sujin called out, Sungu, have you formed a team with anyone for this exam yet? He immediately received the answer, not yet. Seeing this, he immediately asked, then how about forming a team with me? This sudden proposal slightly surprised Kim Sungu. Then he smiled and replied, sorry, I have other plans. He sighed, what? Whatever plans you have, let's do them together. His expression suddenly turned serious. Then let me give you a piece of advice. You absolutely have to act alone. Hearing him say that, Lee Sujin couldn't help but ponder, go alone. But that makes sense. Unlike the dungeon training at the beginning of the semester, there are no bonus points this time. Teaming up with others will only waste time meeting up and dividing the rewards. For top students, it's better to spend that time killing another monster. On this side, Dun Ha Dong cheerfully suggested, Ra, let's go together, shall we? Yu Ra also smiled in response, yeah, sure. Lee Sojin sighed inwardly. Kim Sungu, you really? Then looked at the message he just received on his phone. It was an offer from Dang D. Junior Sojin, if possible, let's form a team together. He texted back, sorry, senior. On the other side, the teacher raised his hand and shouted, well then, starting from right now, the second midterm exam's monster hunting begins. Drones hovered in the sky. All the students were fully prepared to enter the midterm exam on the deserted island. There were many monsters in the forest. The students continuously used their mana to eliminate them while collecting mana stones. A group of students in the distance were calling out to each other to hunt monsters. A pack of monsters spotted over there. They'll be right there. The MC stood alone on the back of a monster, quietly gazing into the distance, thinking to himself, everyone is busy hunting. Less than greater than. Scoring high in this exam is not important. The top priority mission is to kill Dang D. He had to find where Dang D was somewhere on this island, then obscure the vision of those monitoring from the school's camera room, mainly the eyes of the teachers. At this time, the teachers inside the room were observing him, constantly discussing, taking down a high-level monster that fast, Sunba's growth rate is truly astonishing. It's only been 3 hours since it started, and he's already at this pace. He'll definitely make it into the top ranks easily. Did you see that? That kid prepared mountaineering gear for the exam on a deserted island. A compass and a trekking pole, how cute. But doesn't that violate the exam rules? Those are just survival tools. They won't affect the exam. But the teachers had no idea that the item in his hand was actually the demon tracking compass, which has the effect of finding the nearest demon's location within 2 hours. The item becomes inactive when the duration ends. He used the compass to search for Dang De's location, west. Is Dang De in the forest? I have to act quickly and find her before she manages to find Lee Sujin. Even though she's reached a rank just like Lee Sujin, I absolutely cannot be complacent. Before Dang De attacks Lee Sujin, she'll definitely have to grasp his fighting habits first. On the other side, Dang De was continuously taking down monsters, thinking, I have no time to play around with them. I need to find Lee Sujin quickly. She frustratingly licked the blood off her hand. If Kim Sun-gu had been even a little bit useful, this could have ended much sooner. Suddenly, she noticed someone approaching and turning around saw Choi So-dun walking towards her. Huh? Is that Senior Min D? You're so amazing. Have you already killed this many? Dang D returned to her human demeanor and replied, it's So-dun. She thought to herself, Choi So-dun, a loud and annoying human, just like a child. Even though we've never spoken, I've always respected you, Senior. You're usually so innocent, but incredibly cold when you fight. Dang D thought inwardly. If only she had just died in the hidden stage, that would have been great. Wait a minute, compared to Kim Sun-gu, she might actually be more useful. She immediately asked, come to think of it, So-dun. During the hidden stage, you fought alongside Sujin, right? The younger girl replied blankly. Huh? That's right. Dang De pressed forward, asking, what did you think of Sojin? I have a lot of things I want to know about him. Choi So-dun was startled, thinking, I happened to learn a few things. Recalling what Sim Dung-chun had told her,
You absolutely cannot tell anyone else, okay? An S-rank demon along with Cha-In and Dawn's Blade. Everything that happened in Gangwon was astonishing. Among them, the thing Choi So-dun was most interested in was, if what Senior Dong Chun said is true, then are the three of them really in a love triangle? What a thrilling story. Seeing the younger girl's excited expression, Dangda couldn't help but be taken aback. What is wrong with this human? The words reached her lips, but she hesitated. About that, what I'm curious about is, how did Lee Sujin fight in the hidden stage, his combat habits? Did you meet him on your way here? Choi So-dun happily replied, of course. You want to know about the charm of Sujin, the one who saved me, right? From his smallest habits, you want to know everything about him. But senior, before we talk about someone else, shouldn't you listen to Sunbae's true feelings for you first? Dang. Des' expression changed and she said with disgust, he's a powerless person who's of no help. Huh? He's just a clown who always wants recognition from those around him and causes trouble. I hate people like Kim Sun-gu the most. I've never had any interest in him. Does this answer satisfy you? Now I want to hear what you have to say about Lee Sujin. Unexpectedly, the junior angrily went on a long rant. Senior, you're really bad at judging people. Senior Sun-gu might be arbitrary at times, but when it comes to achieving his goals, he's more serious than anyone else. He always silently helps others. Please don't jump to the conclusion that he's a clown just because he does things that seem excessive, doesn't fit the status you see him in, or because he stays up all night. Moreover, Senior Sun-gu saved me. She thought to herself seriously, why am I defending him? You don't know how fierce the battle in the hidden stage was. This sentence made Dang to startle in astonishment, as if she had just realized something. Choi So-dun continued chattering. Senior Sun-gu told me to keep this a secret. You absolutely must not tell anyone else, okay? Senior Minda. But as soon as she finished speaking, she turned around to find the other person had vanished without a trace. Dangdi was frantically running away, recalling what had happened as she ran. I'd been tricked by him from the very beginning. The person who cleared the hidden stage with Lee Sojin wasn't Choi So-dun, but Kim Sun-gu. Chan-hee's instruction resurfaced in her mind. If someone lies to you, that person is the child of prophecy. By the time I realized I was fooled, it was too late. To escape danger, the only way is to run for my life. The reason he didn't hesitate to lie to hide his true strength, his talent for dismantling barriers, along with his unspeakable struggles. The hunted target has been me all along. She tremblingly pulled out her phone to make a call, and when the other end picked up, she screamed, Sir Chan-hee, we've been tricked. Lee Sojin is not the child of prophecy. Hearing this, Chan-hee stood up in shock. What do you mean by that? What on earth happened, Dang-di? Dang-di hurriedly said, the real child of prophecy is. But before she could finish, the call was cut off. Chan-hee on the other side didn't hear the crucial information and gritted his teeth in anger. Signal interference. She looked up at the sky in shock, discovering that she was surrounded by a barrier above her head. Nothing could pass through it. And the one who created it was none other than our MC, currently looking down from above. Kim Sun-gu looked down from above, his hands slowly raising as a massive amount of mana gradually gathered. An earth-shattering explosion echoed through the mountains and forests, with thick pillars of smoke rising densely. Dang-di couldn't escape and was hit by a heavy blow that made her collapse to the ground, her clothes torn to shreds. She trembled and gritted her teeth. He has something that can jam electronic devices, just like my blue condensed core. He prepared everything meticulously to kill me. Waves of terrifying power continuously struck down to attack Dang-di. She could only desperately stand up and run to dodge the attacks. Dang-di flew into a rage, frantically wanting to counterattack, screaming, a lowly human dares to hunt a demon. Kim Sun-gu. Behind his back was plugged the communications signal jammer to disable the flying cams, while simultaneously using the invisible spirit legacy, a light attribute magic. The performance was indeed impressive. Confirm that there are no other students around. It'll probably be a while before they realize the situation here. The school will definitely panic, but that has nothing to do with him. He took out a high-grade mana concealment potion and an all-purpose mana enhancement potion too. Now it begins. Going all out. Then he leaped down, his right hand swinging out, as waves of powerful magic immediately shot forth like sharp swords. Relentless attacks made it impossible for Dang-di to dodge. She could only endure screaming madly in pain. She gritted her teeth, wanting to counterattack, but the MC immediately took out the demonic beast summoning book. Bursts of mana were unleashed like a torrent, continuously attacking Dang-di, beating her to the brink of death before she could even react. Looking at his opponent struggling to crawl on the ground, he stayed focused, thinking, even at the same level, attacking first guarantees victory. But I can't let my guard down.
Before completely finishing off Dang Dae, he immediately raised his hand again. Power condensed into a blue sphere and was then fired at the opponent. Another massive explosion went off inside the barrier, with blazing red smoke billowing up. Dang Dae was still not dead. The MC covered his face from the shockwave with one hand, his eyes darkening. It seems an attack of this caliber can't kill an A-rank demon. Suddenly, Dang Dae stepped out, her body transformed, covered entirely in a bizarre red armor. Not non-attribute, but light attribute. You dare to play the clown to deceive me, Kim Sun-gu. Seeing that sight, he thought to himself, rampage? No, she still retains some reason. Is it a partial rampage? He said aloud, looks like that last hit still wasn't enough. I can only kill you with one strike. As he finished speaking, he immediately launched a stronger direct attack. Dang Dae couldn't dodge. She gritted her teeth, trying to endure it, unable to stop thinking. Mana is pouring out endlessly. It's just like that person when fighting my father, such an annoying fighting style. But he seems to be in a rush. Could he be under some restriction? Come to think of it, when that person fought my father, they also suddenly stopped attacking. There's definitely a time limit. Realizing this, she changed her tactic and pretended to say, not enough blood. I need to find new prey. Then she immediately vanished without a trace, and his attack struck thin air. Witnessing this, he was shocked, panting as he thought, darkness transformation. I didn't expect her to have learned teleportation, a technique only a few A-rank demons and above can use. He immediately opened the compass to search for Dang Dae. She keeps changing positions. Is she on the move? The Dang Dae he knew would never let go of the prey she had targeted. Aiming for another prey was just a ploy to bait him into exposing an opening. However, most of the things I've experienced so far have been different from the original work. According to the original plot, Dang Dae wouldn't attack Lee Seo-jun on this island. What if the plot changes have affected Dang Dae's actions? Did she give up on me and go suck the blood of other students? Looking at his watch, his expression turned serious as he thought, only 2 minutes left. After the duration ends, I'll fall into a state of mana depletion for 30 minutes. If I can't kill Dang Dae before the potion wears off, the one who dies will be me. No, Dang Dae is definitely still around here. He wasn't like those characters in novels who were born geniuses. That was exactly why he had to work even harder, resorting to any means necessary to achieve his goals. He had to calculate the situation many times before stepping into battle. What he trusted the most wasn't the original content, nor was it momentary intuition. It was experience. If I can't predict the situation, then I'll create a predictable situation myself. Kim Sun-gu calmly took out the disguise glasses and put them on. I have to draw her attention, right? Seeing this appearance of his, Dang Dae went mad, her eyes bloodshot, veins bulging on her forehead, angrily screaming, "Burn." He kept staring at the compass to observe his opponent's position and movements, thinking to himself, "Come at me, Dang Dae." She lunged at him madly. So the target has been you from the very beginning, the child of prophecy and the enemy who killed my father. Right at that moment, Dang Dae suddenly appeared mid-air right in front of the MC's eyes, screaming loudly, "Kim Chin-gu." He wasn't afraid at all. His right hand went up, mana gradually gathering into a sphere in his palm. "I'll send you to be with your father." As soon as he spoke, he swung his hand. The magic sphere turned into a powerful attack, carrying a terrifying force that pierced right through Dang Dae's body. In Dang Dae's memories, Dang Han was sitting in the dressing room, preparing for the Chongal opera performance. Dang Dae suddenly appeared at the door, cheerfully calling out, "Dad, is the preparation for the performance going smoothly?" He smiled brightly and patted his daughter's head as they chatted happily. "I told you not to call me Dad outside. There are no humans here, so why worry? Why did you come here? Sir Chan-hee and Uncle Baek Kang brought me." "Hey, Dang Han." Just then, the 2 demons of the 10 Demons Council, Chan-hee and Baek Kang, also appeared. "Your daughter has become so well-behaved and polite since becoming Chan-he's subordinate. She used to call me Uncle Chan-hee when she was little. I'm different from you, Uncle. I separate public and private matters." Dang Han sighed. "I don't know if sending her to the Magic Academy was a wise decision. She's too young. I don't know if she'll cause any trouble." Chan-hee replied, "Dang Dae is completing her infiltration mission perfectly. She's already reached her final year. With her talent, she will one day become a crucial asset to the 10 Demons Council. Graduating from the Magic Academy will make it easier for her to blend into the human world. You also know the reason why we absolutely must succeed in human society. It's not a choice, it's for survival. Have you been eating well lately? you look terrible. It's getting harder and harder to hunt." He frowned and replied, "There's a festival at the Han River in the coming days, so too many humans are gathering there. I was planning to change my territory, but that would mean fewer chances to see my daughter. I could only push through it desperately. You need to manage your body well. If you don't eat properly, a rampage will occur. Let me know if you need help. You guys should pay more attention to your own territories. I haven't reached the point where I need to beg for your help yet." Dangda clenched her fists and said, "Dad, don't worry. Once I join the 10 Demons Council, I'll definitely let you live a good life." Hearing this, he smiled brightly. "Thank you, my daughter. One day we'll build a world where our demons can live with dignity." The memories ended, and in the present, only Dang Di was left trembling and struggling in a life-or-death battle. She thought, that day I should have shared some fresh blood with Dad. She painfully collapsed to her knees on the ground, facing Kim Sun-gu, who was still standing tall, completely unharmed. Dang Di shrieked madly, "Kim Sun-gu, I will kill you. My father's enemy. You were right in front of my eyes, and yet I failed to recognize you." She crawled towards him like a madwoman. "Why did you do it? Why do you treat us like this?" The MC replied coldly, "Go ask the people you've killed." Then he reached out his hand, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Dang Di only had time to scream out a resentful cry, "Kim Sun-gu," before immediately spitting out blood and dying on the spot. Her head detached from her neck, and the system notification rang out. Defeated a rank villain, Dang De Solo. The plot has slightly changed, causality increased by 0.85. Light attribute proficiency increased by 23%. You obtained the blue condensed core. The MC stumbled away from the scene, panting as he thought, a demon's tears. There was no such thing in the original work. I'm not going to be blinded by emotions. Just like how Dangda's father died by my hands. Demons have robbed someone else of their family. What I need to do is save Lee Seojin and return to my original world. Therefore, there is no need to. Go easy on the wicked. Lost in thought along with his depleted mana, he carelessly slipped and plunged down the cliff. Luckily, he managed to grab onto a tree branch to break his fall. Scared out of his wits, he thought, the most important thing right now is to ensure my own safety while my mana is depleted. Even though I've taken care of Dang Di, this isn't over yet. I must change locations while the communicators are still jammed. I have to forge evidence proving that Dang Di's death had nothing to do with me. Right at this moment, a massive monster suddenly appeared behind him, its eyes bloodshot, baring its terrifyingly sharp teeth. He hurriedly used the system to pull out a paralyzing dagger. Even though it's just a low-level monster, why did it have to appear exactly when my mana is depleted? I won't just stand here and let you kill me. The monster opened its disgusting mouth full of sharp teeth, and the MC also got into a stance, preparing for a fight to the death. Suddenly, an ice arrow tore through the wind and pierced right through the beast's mouth, killing it instantly. He was shocked. He suddenly heard a familiar voice ringing out from behind. "Ah, Senior Sun-gu?" Choi So-dun stepped out and retrieved the mana stone from the monster's corpse, clicking her tongue in awe. "It's really small." Then she asked him, "Senior, have you finished collecting mana stones?" "No, I barely got any." "Huh? Then what have you been doing all this time?" "I went looking for monsters." "Your luck is really bad, but I killed this monster, so I'm not giving it to you. It's fine, you don't need to worry about it." Seeing Kim Sun-gu, she couldn't help but think about what happened earlier. Seriously, I intended to forget about Senior Min Di, so why do I keep remembering it? Should I just tell him directly? No, he'll be hurt. Meanwhile, the MC didn't understand the junior's inner turmoil and was busy thinking about something else. Monsters become more brutal at night. I can't hold out for 20 minutes with just a dagger. I have no choice but to rely on a mercenary. Having figured things out, he leaned his head close to the junior beside him and said, "Choi So-dun, about that." She was startled. "Yet yes? Huh?" He suddenly made a proposal. "Starting now, can you stay by my side for 20 minutes? She replied, flustered, that's a bit. He scratched his head. "I just need someone to talk to." She continued, "Normally, spending 20 minutes with you wouldn't be a problem. But ever since that hidden stage, my family's expectations have grown even higher. I want to meet my father's expectations. This time, I have to use overwhelming strength to defeat Kwon Min Ki." Hearing this, he slipped his hand into his pocket. "You just need to keep first place, right?" "What do you mean, just keep first place?" "I'm under immense pressure because of this." Before she could finish, he cut her off, and a sparkling mana stone appeared before her eyes. "Make a deal with me. 1 stone for every 5 minutes, so in 20 minutes, you'll get 4. Choi So-dun couldn't help but waver. High-grade mana stones.
Hunting a high-grade monster takes at least 3 hours. The exam only says no fighting. It doesn't say no trading. But she still tried to negotiate. After the exam, I can chat with you. How about that? He firmly shook his head. No, it has to be right now. Looking up with a smile, his tone was incredibly resolute. Choi So-dun, please stay by my side.
She immediately blushed, shyly touching her hair but still playing hard to get. I'll make an exception for you, but you have to pay me in advance. After striking the deal, Kim Sun-gu started a fire and casually sat down. Choi So-dun forced a polite smile and asked, Sunbae, what are we going to talk about? Sun-gu Sunbae. She was met with silence. It seemed he was lost in his own world, oblivious to her words. Choi So-dun sighed and sat down next to him. Honestly, you asked me to chat, but for the past 10 minutes, you've just been staring blankly. Quietly observing him, she thought to herself, Sun-gu Sunbae has so many small scratches. He must have fought desperately to impress Min de Sunbae. Huh. But he handed over the mana stones he worked so hard to get to me. I guess he finally realizes that Min de Sunbae doesn't like him. She spoke up, asking, Is this about Min de Sunbae? Hearing that, he sighed dejectedly without answering and turned his head away. This reaction led Choi So-dun to misunderstand, covering her mouth in emotion as she thought, it seems he really liked her. Human sincerity. To me, that never mattered at all. Looks and grades. I was always taught that maintaining a noble status fitting of my background is the only thing that creates my worth. But just to convey the purity in his heart, he dared to challenge impossible goals time and time again. His utmost dedication is nobler than anyone else's in this world. To be able to monopolize his heart, even I would feel jealous. Choi So-dun spoke up. If you're ready to tell it, go ahead. I've received my payment, so I'll always be by your side, Sun-gu Sunbae. The MC, however, was just busy watching the clock. As soon as it beeped, he immediately pushed himself up. Has it been 20 minutes already? Choi So-dun, thank you for listening to such a long story. She was dumbfounded, asking in confusion. Huh? We haven't even talked about anything. This is enough. I'll take my leave now. With that, he turned and dashed off, making her grind her teeth in sheer curiosity. What the heck? What was all that about? Then she smiled happily. Whatever. I got the mana stones anyway. Now it's time to focus on the exam. What a strange guy. 10 a.m. the next day. All students had gathered at the assembly point on the deserted island's beach. Seeing the pile of mana stones pouring out of Lee Sojin's bag, the crowd immediately broke into an uproar, as expected of Lee Sojin. He took down the boss all by himself. Yu Ah-ra and Dun Ha-dung are amazing too. Dun Ha-dung thought happily. My hard training really paid off. Beside her, Yu Ah-ra sighed, if only I hadn't gotten lost. First place among the first years is indeed so done again. Coming from one of the 5 great magic families really shows. She smiled proudly. Of course. Overwhelming victory is my family's motto. Quan Min Ki, do you finally understand the gap in our strength? He gritted his teeth in anger. Are my muscles still not enough? The 2 teachers were checking the attendance, their expressions somewhat grave, as if waiting for news. A student ran up from afar, Miss. Seeing this, Miss Lee Hai-dung asked, have they found Park Min-dae? The student replied while panting, not yet, Mr. Dang A-chun is still looking. He should find her soon. The magnetic field is weakening. Dispatch more drones. It'll take the students back to the academy first. Is this Mr. Dang A-chun's number? The male teacher's expression was incredibly serious as he said, I found her. The other end rejoiced, really? That's great. He continued, I just don't know how to explain this situation. He was currently standing in front of Dang De's corpse, speaking hesitantly first. Listen, report to the special ops immediately. A demon has been discovered. On this side, the one who killed Dang De, Kim Sun-gu, just quietly glanced back, then stepped through the spatial portal to return with the other students. The scene shifted to the lair of the 10 Demons Council, the Demon King sitting on his throne, with Chan-hee kneeling on the ground before him. He bowed his head low and said, Lee Sojin is not the child of prophecy. This is the final intelligence Dang De sent. Suddenly, waves of powerful magic struck Chan-hee, making him groan in agony. The Demon King coldly ordered, keep talking. He bowed his head, gritting his teeth to endure the torture, and shouted, This mission failed. I deserve death. It's all my fault. Because of my misjudgment, poor Dang De was driven to a dead end. The Demon King raged, Chan-hee, you're only an A rank, but the 10 Demons Council took you in because you've always been so efficient. But in the end, Sum Chin is dead.
The bloodstone and relic are also gone. Next time, take responsibility with your life. His power descended with increasing terror, causing the ground to crack, unable to withstand it. He coughed up blood and pain, yelling in submission, "My king, I will obey your command." His hands clenched into trembling fists, hatred surging in his heart. "I definitely will. Dang Di, I will avenge you." The scene transitioned. The incident regarding Dang Di became breaking news, with countless media outlets reporting continuously. Her death and true identity caused a massive public uproar. After the midterm exams, because a demon had infiltrated, the Magic Academy tightened its security to absolutely prevent a second intrusion. Coupled with the fact that the MC had a close relationship with Dang Di, he was suddenly seen as a tragic male lead. Walking down the street, he couldn't help but hear the whispers that Sunbae is. Really? Oh my. Of course, his becoming gloomy after the Dang Di incident was a fact. Recalling the items he had used, he couldn't help but sigh sadly. To hunt down Dang Di, I burned through all the points ID earned so far.
To make up for it, he obtained a blue condensed core that had the effect of jamming nearby electronics. Although getting a relic with a similar effect to a comms jammer was good, just relying on this wouldn't be enough to handle what was to come. While he was lost in thought, Dun Ha Dung suddenly pounced on him from behind, nearly making him faceplant. "Hey! Dun Ha Dung." She happily patted his shoulder, holding out her results sheet to show off. "In this second midterm exam, I've climbed to 32nd place overall." The two laughed and chatted. "Congratulations, seems like you put in a lot of effort. It's all thanks to you." Yu A-Ra walked over from afar, asking with a stone-cold face, "Kim Sun-gu, what rank did you get?" He could only smile wryly and reply, 60. "Just bad luck, I didn't run into a single monster." With your strength, this rank is way too low, isn't it?
"What can I do? There are good days and bad days. Next time, I'm sure you'll be able to defeat Lee Seujin. I'll cheer for you. Don't comfort me, worry about yourself first." After saying that, she suddenly patted his shoulder to console him, leaving him dumbfounded, completely clueless as to what she was doing. Dun Ha Dum explained, "Ra wants to encourage you, so you don't get too depressed over Min de Sunbae's matter. You guys." The system announced the character Yu Ra has developed empathy towards you. You receive 1,500 bonus points. He immediately smiled brightly and said, "Thank you so much," while thinking, bringing me such precious points. Suddenly, Yu Ra spoke up, "Mr. Dang Chun is looking for you. Go check it out." "Mr. Dang Chun is looking for me."
Standing in the office, he silently thought to himself, I clearly explained to him that Dang Di and I only had a normal relationship. No, before that. Facing him right now was not only Mr. Dang A. Chun, but also another person standing right behind the teacher. He looked like a complete stranger, someone he'd never seen before, so he couldn't help but wonder, who exactly is this man? After a staring contest with the teacher, Kim Sun-gu finally spoke up first. "Sir, if this is about Dang Di, I have nothing more to say." The other replied, "I didn't call you here for that, this time." "Sun-gu, your theory score this time," the teacher said as he placed the transcript on the desk, making him startle slightly. "First place in theory." Then he just shrugged, acting nonchalant. "Oh well, isn't it the same as usual?" For a while now, he had always held the first place spot in theory assignments and exams. Originally, the magic world was a place that nurtured rough diamonds. The difficulty of the theory assignments and exams at the Magic Academy was beyond imagination. But for someone with the Outlander's benefit like him, these questions were absolutely no problem, because he had the system buff. Although the response rate was quite low, it was very useful for boosting his grades. He heard the teacher ask, "Sun-gu, did you know that your assignments and exams are always the topic of discussion among the teachers?" Sun-gu's assignments are practically at the level of a PhD thesis. This isn't an exam anymore, this is truly art. How could a genius like this not join the support track? I have to report this to academia. This theory exam is rated as having the highest level of perfection in the history of the Magic Academy. The outside world is also very interested in your theory scores. As soon as the teacher finished speaking, the man beside him smiled brightly, extending his hand and added, "RSCS broadcast station will be in charge of producing a documentary about you." Hearing this proposal, he didn't answer right away, but silently used his insight ability to observe the person in front of him. The other man was still rambling on. "What do you think? Don't you want to be on TV once while you're still young?" After checking and realizing he's not a villain or a demon, he heard the teacher say, "Sun-gu, if you don't want to, you have the right to decline." Because of recent events, he probably doesn't want to draw attention from others. We should ask his opinion first.
Hearing those words, he knew exactly what the teacher was thinking. The academy wants to restore its damaged image from the Dang D incident. He says that, but he actually hopes it'll agree to shoot the documentary.
Of course, I want to film it too. He happily shook hands with the broadcasting guy, replying, "It's fine, I agree." When will the shooting start? The reason he was so excited was that he could collect bonus points. Just gotta work hard to farm more points. 2 weeks later, at the Magic Academy library, Choi So-dun was sitting in a daze thinking, I never expected Min Sunbae to be a demon. Sung-gu Sunbae seems so depressed lately. Since the exam, I haven't talked to him. She sighed heavily in annoyance. How should I console him? No, even if I try to console him. Her friend beside her suddenly leaned in and asked, So-dun, are you thinking about that person again? She startled and stammered, Whoosh, who are you talking about? Who else could it be? Sujin Sunbae, of course. Hearing that name, Choi So-dun immediately sighed in relief. No, it's not. Her friend was bewildered. You're always talking about Sojin Sunbae, and you even planned to recruit him as a subordinate for your dad, didn't you? Choi So-dun thought to herself, that's true. It's not wrong. When school just started, I always tailed him. When did I give up on that? She herself didn't understand how it turned out this way, biting her pen in wonder. Suddenly, Kim Sung-ga's image popped into her head, and Choi So-dun jolted, immediately blushing in fluster. She stammered to her friend, Let's stop talking in the library and start studying, okay? Right. The final exams are coming up soon. Stop having wild thoughts. If I want to maintain my grades and gain my father's recognition, I have to focus on studying. Suddenly, a crowd walked into the library. The noisy chatter and laughter immediately caught the two's attention. Why is it so noisy over there? I heard a broadcasting station came to film today. Is it Sujin Sunbae again this time? Honestly, this isn't the first or second time. Why is everyone so hyped up? The director instructed, all right, let's start rolling. Please look at the camera over here. Cadet Kim Sun-gu. No one expected the protagonist of this report to be the MC, and right now all eyes were glued to him. Hearing that name, Choi So-dun immediately whipped her head around and saw him walking in with a smile, Sung-gu Sunbae. Holding a Foundations of Magic Theory book in his hands, he said, My regular studies are mostly based on textbooks. Actually, all the knowledge is right there in the books. Then he walked over to a bookshelf. No matter how many times I come to the library, there are always so many fascinating materials here. At first, I only searched based on my own interests. He spoke while turning his head to smile at the camera, looking incredibly studious. Now, this place feels almost like my home. Those who knew the truth just stared dumbfoundedly, thinking, Sunbae, you haven't shown your face in the library for the entire semester. The camera lens suddenly turned towards her direction, and the reporter asked, You're Cadet Choi So-dun from one of the 5 prestigious magic families, right? What are your thoughts on Kim Sung-gu Sunbae? Caught off guard by the sudden interview, she blanked out for a moment, turned her head to look at the smiling MC, and then answered, I feel that. He's a very respectable Sunbae. That night, listening to her own voice in the broadcast, Choi So-dun turned beet red, punching her pillow while screaming, I'm not going to school tomorrow. His friends, meanwhile, were huddled together looking at a phone. Social media is flooded with articles about Kim Sun-gu. The article is becoming a hot topic online. I heard that because the viewership is so high, they're going to broadcast a follow-up to this special documentary. Lee Seojin said, Why do I get the feeling? I've seen something similar before. Could he be PR-inging himself? Haha. How could that be? Sun-gu isn't the type to pull a trick like that. Meanwhile, the MC, operating under his Kim Chin-gu persona, was continuously receiving reward points from the system thanks to that documentary. He looked at the news on his phone, thinking with satisfaction. Self-PR is just basic common sense in this day and age. Recalling his conversation with that man, You're asking me why I chose to make a documentary about you. My theoretical scores are decent, but there are quite a few people with higher overall scores than me. Hearing that question, the man explained, because it's interesting, of course. People usually love it when someone who seems ordinary suddenly reveals unexpected talent. My job is to find that kind of material, to find that unexpected genius in ordinary people. The memory ended and he let out a sigh, thinking to himself, I don't actually have anything like that, but the feeling isn't bad. He continued walking down the street. Walking toward him was an old woman pulling a cart full of scrap paper, about to pass by. He smiled and suddenly manifested his magic, a blue energy slowly gathering in the palm of his hand. Then he launched his attack, swiftly throwing the magic sphere at his target, causing the person to immediately tumble to the ground without a chance to react. Fresh blood splattered into the air as he smirked. Well then, Time to start operating on this side, right? Kim Sung's powerful attack sent the old woman crashing to the ground, shattering the pavement beneath her. Seeing this, enraged passersby pointed at his face and yelled, "Hey, are you crazy? Why would you do that to a poor old woman?" The old woman scrambled up from the ground, then ripped off a mask to reveal a man's face. Gritting his teeth, he said, "You've got quite an eye. How did you spot me?" The passersby gaped in shock. The old woman? He gathered another sphere of magic in his hand and said coldly, "Do Hyun Si Oke, 34 years old, B-rank enhancement mage and smuggler. You were planning to move those magical artifacts to Incheon and smuggle them overseas, weren't you?" The man flinched. "No one knows about that. How did you?" The onlookers began buzzing with chatter. Wait, is this mage Kim Chin-gu? Kim Chin-gu, the hero of the Han River who stops any crime within 10 minutes. I'm your fan. The smuggler drew a short sword from his hip. So you're that famous Kim Chin-gu. I don't know how you found out. But you've messed with the wrong guy today, you bastard. With that, he charged forward furiously, spit flying from his wide-open mouth. Ever since he became able to use A-rank magic, his operational time under the Kim Chin-gu persona had increased. Based on the original novel's plot, he waited where villains were meant to appear and upon spotting them, launch a preemptive strike. But everything had to be resolved while the elixir and the heart of nature were still in effect. Without hesitation, the MC threw a devastating punch, sending the smuggler flying backwards several meters. The crowd grew loud again. He wrapped it up in under 10 minutes again. That's amazing. Ah, he smiled this way. He's so handsome. Ignoring the chatter, he only thought, everyone sees me as a problem solver. This way, Lee Seojin won't have to bother catching these small fries and can just focus on the main villains. I also get to reap the karma and reward points. Right at that moment, members of the Special Ops rushed in, shouting, "Please make way, we receive a report of a terrorist attack." Seeing this scene, Dong Hyun-soo communicated via his earpiece, "Report the situation. Is it a terrorist attack?" "Yes, Captain. The current situation is. Everything is under control. Mage Kim Chin-gu has already handed him over to us." Thank goodness it wasn't a terrorist attack. The smuggler was quickly escorted away by the Special Ops agents. Kim Sun-gu stayed to chat with Dong Hyun-soo. "That guy is incredibly cunning, so people misunderstood when I attacked. Sorry for causing trouble for your Special Ops team. It's fine. Compared to back at the Han River, your strength has increased quite a bit. Yeah, I'm thinking of submitting an application for an A-rank promotion soon." Hearing this, he was stunned. Just a few months ago at the Han River, he was completely overwhelmed by a B-rank demon. If that's true, his talent might be on par with Lee Seojin's. He covered his mouth and coughed awkwardly. "I understand. The handover procedures are done and your reward will be transferred today. Thank you." He was about to leave when he heard Dong Hyun-soo speak up. "Before we wrap up, Mage Kim Chin-gu, I have a personal question. With your power, you could easily receive great treatment at a major guild. Why do you only hunt down these small fries?" He just smiled mysteriously, then turned and walked away, waving his hand as he replied, "It's all just for myself." The scene shifted to the Special Ops headquarters. In the meeting room, Dong Hyun-soo pushed the door open and entered. In back. Two people were sitting inside. The Special Ops captain, S-rank mage Kim Dok-hyun, and A-rank mage Baek Chin. Seeing him, they said, "You're back. Have a seat." Baek Chin asked excitedly, "Sunbae, did you get to meet Mage Kim Chin-gu? I'm so jealous of you. He secretly appears at crime scenes every time and cleanly resolves everything within 10 minutes. Don't you think he's incredibly cool? He's overdoing the image building a bit. That just proves how formidable his strength is. What kind of person is he anyway? I was curious about him before, so I looked up his registered identity in the archives. There's absolutely no information, as if someone who didn't even exist suddenly appeared. Identity management is very strict these days. That's impossible. Well, about that, he isn't the only case like this. There's someone exactly like Mage Kim Chin-gu. He doesn't have any information either. I heard that people without relatives sometimes get left out of the system. How pitiful. Those two look so similar and neither has any records. It's so strange. Maybe they're long-lost relatives. Technically speaking, Lee Seojin is also. The two were gossiping passionately when they looked up and suddenly met Kim Dok-hyun's dagger-like glare, frightening them into silence. He asked coldly, "Are you done gossiping?" Their hearts skipped a beat. "Yes, Captain." The three got down to business. Baek Chin pointed at the screen and said, "The one using the fake identity Parkmin de at the Magic Academy, she is a demon, real name Dang Dae.
She's the only daughter of the demon Dang Han, the one who was shot and killed at the Han River not long ago. Autopsy results show she was killed by A-rank or higher light attribute magic. Among the students, the only one who uses light attribute magic is Lee Seojin. Furthermore, if it's A-rank, traces of B-rank magic were also found on Dang De's body. It seems that person instantly amplified their magic to unleash A-rank power. At the time of the incident, Lee Seojin was outside the suspicious magnetic field that appeared on the island. He has a solid alibi. That magnetic field was probably man-made, right? To avoid the drone surveillance cameras and destroy any traces of themselves.
To sum it all up, a B+ rank light mage assassinated Dang D. Moreover, this was a premeditated plan after confirming the target was a demon. Lee Sojin's alibi is crystal clear. Now let's proceed with the investigation, including the possibility of an outside intruder. Alright, we'll now begin investigating why the attacker hid their identity and what Dang D's purpose for infiltrating was. An outside intruder. At this point, the conversation from earlier suddenly flashed through Deng Hyun-su's mind. Why am I suddenly thinking of Mage Kim Chin-gu, an outsider with A-rank strength connected to Dang Han? He immediately shook his head in denial. No, that's just absurd. This reaction caught the attention of the other two. Hyun-soo, where's your head at during a meeting? Come on, Sunbae, I worked really hard to prepare these documents. Ah, you're being so noisy. He sighed again. But it makes sense. There's no way it's that guy Kim Chin-gu. He doesn't use the light attribute. No one knew that the real culprit was currently in the light attribute magic training room, a golden sphere of light glowing in the palm of his hand. After killing Dang De last time, his light attribute proficiency had drastically increased in an instant. Only by defeating opponents with corresponding attributes could his proficiency rise rapidly. Just then, a news broadcast suddenly played on the screen. After the development of Holy Herb, Handsome Pharmaceuticals has once again become a hot topic. Looking at the headline on the screen, Handsome Pharmaceuticals discovers the Sun and Moon pharmacopoeia lost 50 years ago. Along with Han Se-dan's voice, I want to restore the forgotten pharmaceutical techniques to elevate Handsome's reputation to new heights. He thought to himself, the gift I gave her is being put to pretty good use. About the dungeon hotel incident, she'll have to thank me later. First, I need to figure out what to demand from her. Suddenly, he received a message from Yu-Ara. Hey Kim Sung-gu, is this really you? Accompanied by a link. It was an article about him. Below, netizens were fervently discussing, suspecting that the account that posted the video smearing him on opening day and the account promoting the documentary were the same. Right after, he received his system notification. 4,263 people are paying attention to you. You have received 3,000 reward points. The next day, as soon as he got to class, the MC was surrounded by his friends. He thought with a headache. The youth these days are seriously too smart. Sim Dong-chun interrogated him with wide eyes. Kim Sung-gu, tell us, is that really you? No, how could it be? Lee Sojin spoke up, the account promoting Sung-gu's documentary and the account that posted the video of him during the opening ceremony. Both of them are KSW123. Could it be that Sung-gu, wanting to attract everyone's attention, willingly humiliated himself to forcefully self-promote? Faced with his friend's relentless questions, he could only sigh in frustration and think, the youth these days are seriously. Then he held out his phone. I just need to show you this, right? My student account on my phone. In this world, a smart account functions as an ID card. Each person only has one account, directly managed by the Magic Association. Although the Security Act might seem too strict with the terrorist attacks and demons, coupled with this being a world ravaged by magical beasts that can't be handled by human strength alone, controlling this aspect is mandatory to maintain human social order. This system was established by the strongest magician Kim Din-chun and is managed by the Magic Association of the world's most powerful armed organization, the Special Ops. Therefore, it's absolutely impossible for anyone in this world to have two accounts. That was exactly why Kim Sung-gu confidently showed his phone. I just need to show you this, right? My student account on my phone. The account displayed was SWK1234, leaving his friends bewildered. Isn't the account KSW123? How is this possible? He had logged in using Kim Chin-gus's account, thinking smugly to himself, of course. I'm not from this world, so I can bypass things like the Security Act. Seeing this, the group dispersed. What? So it's not you? If it really was him, that would have been hilarious, haha. Feigning anger, he pointed at Sim Dong-chun and asked, do you think I'm the type of person who'd pull those stunts online just for attention? While internally thinking, it was me. And I've done it many times too.
Lee Sojin said, "See, I told you it wasn't him, right? I even told you guys," to verify the account. Sim Dong-chun scratched his head apologetically. "Sun-gu, sorry about that." Dun Ha-dung smiled happily. "That's right. How could our Sun-gu do something like that? Of course he wouldn't. Besides, he looks so handsome on screen. What are you talking about? He's even more handsome in person."
Yu Ara brought up a crucial point. If it wasn't Kim Sun-gu doing the self-promotion, then who is this KSW123 account causing all this commotion? Lee Sujin scratched his chin and thought, there is still that issue. She continued her deduction. Judging by the current situation, there is only one answer. With that, she pointed directly at his face and concluded, "Kim Sun-gu, you're being targeted by a stalker." The whole group instantly panicked, breaking out in cold sweat with shocked expressions. Sun-gu, a stalker? The scene shifted to the mountain behind the Magic Academy. At the entrance to the ruins, students were gathering to prepare for their training session. Recalling Yu Ra's confident tone, "You should be thanking my deductive skills, Kim Sun-gu." The MC scratched his head and sighed. "What stalker?" "Less than if I had one of those, I could have earned more points." Lee Seojin walked over and asked, "Are you stressing over what happened earlier today? I've been stalked a few times myself, so I completely understand how you feel. It's a huge pain, but you absolutely must not be afraid. If you're scared, I'll report this to the special ops." He was speechless at his friend's enthusiasm. "I'm not scared, don't worry about nothing." Seeing his fearless attitude, Lee Seojin marveled in surprise. "The first time a stalker followed me, I had to ask my grandfather for help. He's got some serious guts." He just groaned, "Just leave me alone." In front of the dungeon gate, the teacher suddenly shouted, "Is everyone here? Now I'll brief you on today's training method. I'm sure you all remember this is the dungeon located next to the artificial dungeon we used for our dungeon exploration class back when the semester started. Inside the ruins stage where we'll be training today, there are no monsters placed like last time. Grades will be evaluated based on the number of relics you find hidden everywhere. That is today's relic exploration training. Although there are no monsters, be careful of the traps and illusion magic circles hiding the relics." After hearing the instructions, the students below started murmuring, "So it's a treasure hunt. Looks like the focus is on mana sensing and stamina management, huh? Sir, these aren't real relics, right? Of course, these are training relics created by the Academy, Dong-chun. If you want to find real relics, you shouldn't go to the mountain behind the school. You should go to a real ruin, right? Haha." Surprisingly, later on in a place very close to the mountain behind the school, a real ruin was discovered. Although when it was found, it had been completely looted by grave robbers. However, at this current time, there should still be quite a few items left. The reason I could deduce this outcome is all thanks to Lee Seojin. In the original story, Lee Seojin discovered strange mana during the relic exploration training. He thought he was hallucinating because his mana-sensing ability was too strong. But right at that moment, grave robbers happened to have sneaked into the ruins. In other words, the ruins on the mountain behind the school were robbed today. The teacher yelled, "Everyone, let's go in." Kim Sun-gu glanced at the guy behind him and thought running into grave robbers would be a huge pain. I need to act separately from Lee Seojin this time. Before the grave robbers can sweep it clean, I'll take the sleeping artifact in these ruins first. Looks like I'll have to rob the grave before they do. Thinking that, he got fired up and immediately dashed toward the dungeon entrance, surpassing everyone to charge in first. Seeing that, the students scrambled to follow. Did Kim Sun-gu just run in there alone? Let's spread out and find the relics too. Only Lee Seojin remained standing there, recalling his grandfather's words. Those are eyes hiding many secrets. He has definitely been training relentlessly where no one can see. Stay by Sun-gu's side and observe him closely. He will certainly make up for your shortcomings. Yes, grandfather. He smiled and also stepped inside. It seems there really is something, grandfather. I will stay by his side and learn from him earnestly. Meanwhile, our MC was walking and looking around. The location of the ruins in the original story is definitely around here. Less than greater than. He reached out and felt the surrounding walls. There has to be an entrance. Let's look carefully. Suddenly, he heard someone ask, "Are you looking for relics? Here you go." He instinctively reached out to take it and replied, "Ah, thanks." After seeing that it was Lee Seojin, he was startled and shouted, You, why are you here?" He smiled and said, "I was wondering if I could help you with anything, so I followed you here, haha. Thanks to your reminder during the second midterm exam, I was able to easily keep my first place rank." He got flustered. No, that was. He thought to himself, I only did that to make it easier to assassinate Dang D. Lee Seojin added, "So let me help you during this training." Unexpectedly, he threw the relic back at him. He waved his hand. Sorry. Relying on others for help isn't my style. Looking incredibly cool, he was actually thinking, I just need to find an excuse and slip away. However, Lee Sojin misunderstood and marveled. He insists on finishing his own business with his own hands. This pride, this work style of his, this must be what grandfather was talking about. My shortcoming, perhaps. Kim Sun-gu, you really are an interesting guy. He then decisively tailed him, leaving the MC speechless and frustrated, grumbling inwardly, I have a mountain of things to do. Finally, unable to take it anymore, he asked, just how long are you planning to follow me? He kept smiling and said, what's wrong? Let's just go together. While the two were busy bickering inside, no one knew that at this moment, deep within the ruins, a large dragon was coiled around a massive tree. Outside, the grave robbers also appeared. They were members of the criminal organization God Win, and they had found the entrance to the ruins. They consisted of several rank mages, Lee Chun-hee and Kim Chang-kwan. They were extremely smug. The S-rank elixir and the golden fruit are all ours now. A loud noise echoed overhead, startling the grave robbers. Has the Guardian awakened? The Guardian won't wake up unless we touch the relic. Must be those brats. The Magic Academy is right next door. What if we run into the students? Should we kill them? Unless they come here on purpose, we probably won't run into them. After saying that, they continued striking the wall with their shovels. A blinding golden light quickly flashed from the crack. Their faces revealed obvious greed. The golden fruit. As long as we get this. That's right. That person will definitely reward us. On the other side, Lee Seojin was still creeping behind Kim Sun-gu. He turned his head and thought, I can't believe he actually offered to help me. Looking at his friend's foolishly grinning face, he gritted his teeth in anger. How do I shake him off? I don't need his help for this kind of test. He then activated his exclusive trait, Outlander's Benefit. Using manifestation magic, a magic circle appeared with a strange purple-blue sigil in the center. By simply touching the center of that sigil, he instantly extracted a relic. Lee Seojin, watching from the side, was stunned. He waved his hand dismissively. See, you don't need to help me, go somewhere else and mind your own business. Shoo shoo. His friend's eyes went wide in awe. Amazing. Such fast and precise mana sensing. This is also one of the things I can learn from Sun-gu. All right, I'll expand my range. With that said, he cast his mana to sense the surrounding space, and every brick beneath their feet suddenly lit up. After sensing the traces of the relics, his eyes snapped open, and he darted off like an arrow. 2 relics instantly appeared in his hands as he smiled brightly. Is this good enough? Ta-da! The entire process happened in the blink of an eye. Witnessing that, our MC couldn't help but feel angry. This genius actually outdid me in the one thing I was always confident in. Lee Seojin's exclusive trait was genius. The symbolic trait value of a protagonist, genius, possesses unparalleled talent, reaching the ultimate limits of humanity. Looking at the information on the system screen, he sighed, and it costs a whopping 1 million points. He spoke up again, Lee Sojin, I know you won't give up the first place spot. Don't act like some guardian knight saying you want to help me. What is it that you really want? His friend surprisingly asked back, what, you noticed? Then he pointed to his chest and said, compete against me with your training results this time. Let's go all out. He froze upon hearing that, his eyes wide open, having no idea what was going through this guy's head to make such a proposal. But why? You? Haven't you already figured out that I'm hiding my true strength? Lee Sojin replied, no one will know here. Unlike dungeon explorations, the teachers don't monitor relic dungeons. He still firmly refused, I don't want to waste my energy on pointless things. Is it really that big of a deal? Inwardly, he cursed, go all out my ass. Flatly rejected like that, Lee Sojun still refused to give up. He rested his chin on his hand and thought, looks like that won't work. Dun Chun taught me a critical keyword for times like this. Acting on his thoughts, he immediately put it into practice. Just one word made the MC in front of him freeze. Chicken? Blatantly provoked, he turned his head to look at the guy behind him, his mouth twitching as he said angrily, follow me. Having achieved the desired result, Lee Sojun rejoiced inwardly. Sweet. Even though I don't know what it means, thanks anyway. Dung Chun. As they were walking, he suddenly stepped on a glowing red circular sigil, and a barrier immediately sprang up, separating the two. Seeing that, Lee Sojun asked in a panic, Sun-gu, what is this? Why is there a barrier? He just calmly replied, because you stepped on a trap. This is a barrier that only reacts to mana. It only reacts to the stronger one between the two of us. And right now, the MC was using a high-grade mana concealment elixir.
Once consumed, it could hide mana signatures of A rank and below. His friend angrily punched the barrier. I really thought I could learn something from you by competing with you. He smirked. Training is just like real combat. Remember that well. Suddenly, the guy asked, I've always been very curious. Why do you use your talent just to be a background character for others? Even if you have some hidden circumstances that force you to hide your strength, but taking it this far is just ridiculous. He didn't answer that question, merely waving his hand as he walked away. I'm leaving. The barrier will dissolve in an hour, don't follow me. Sun-gu, in your own life, don't you want to be the main character instead of an irrelevant supporting character? On his way, Kim Sun-gu kept thinking about that question. Soon he arrived at the ruins entrance, which looked like a human face missing one eye. He activated his exclusive perk, Outlander's Benefit. Inwardly, he thought, not a main character, but a supporting one. But that's how I've always lived my life. That is my role. His mana shot straight into that empty eye, and the face-shaped door shifted, slowly opening up. Inside was a large dragon coiled around a massive tree, like the guardian deity of this place. He looked at the scene and thought, as expected, the grave robbers haven't made it here yet. In the dragon's mouth was the golden fruit, a type of elixir. Consuming it would instantly boost stamina, strength, and explosive power. He marveled, it looks way more full of life than when it appeared in the original story. Then, with a thud, he leaped straight onto the dragon's head. Sitting on the dragon's head, he rested his chin in his hand and fell into deep thought. If I touch the treasure, the guardian will awaken and seal off the ruins. If I want to get the S-rank elixir without taking any damage, then I need a different plan. At the same time, those grave robbers on the other side were also digging frantically to find an entrance to the ruins, and soon enough they crawled their way in. A huge hole was smashed into the wall, and the two guys rushed in, shouting, Finally, we're finally here. My 10 years of searching for this place didn't go to waste. The legendary elixir that every enhancement mage craves. One of them pointed at the dragon's mouth. Li Chun-hee, look over there. The golden fruit is right there. The other guy adjusted the lamp in his hand. Kim Chang-kwan, don't yell so loudly. It's not over yet. Let's just do it our usual way. The lamp lit up and a burst of mana shot toward the tunnel they had just dug out, conjuring a strange barrier around it. He frowned and said with a serious expression, It won't hold for long, so grab the loot and we bounce immediately. Kim Chang-kwan rested the shovel on his shoulder and said confidently, You're a support type, so you focus on maintaining the exit, while I, an enhancement type, will go grab the golden fruit. A flawless plan. Right at that moment, a third voice suddenly echoed. Isn't it? Truly a flawless plan. Our MC, standing on the dragon's head, reached in and pulled the golden fruit out of its mouth, instantly startling the two men. He gripped his spoils tightly and sneered. But who said this belongs to you? Seeing Kim Sun-gu, the two grave robbers were dumbfounded. The guardian looks like a student. He is a student. What are you just standing there staring for? After snapping back to reality, they shouted, Kill him. Following the order, the big fat guy immediately charged forward with his shovel. A streak of golden light shot forth. He quickly pushed off his toes and leaped up to dodge the attack. The two guys yelled in astonishment. He can actually fly in mid-air? You insolent brat. Beneath the MC's feet were two blue magic circles supporting him, and the mana radiating fiercely from his back looked just like a pair of wings. Not giving the two guys any time to react, he leaped right in front of the huge hole they had just dug out. Still holding the blindingly radiant golden fruit in his hand, he smirked and said, Well then, thanks for the hard work. The moment he finished speaking, he vanished. Right then, everything around them started shaking, and the hole sealed shut, completely trapping the two grave robbers in there. It was only then that they realized in horror. Did this guy intentionally seize the moment the ruins would be sealed off after picking the golden fruit? Did he wait for us here just for this? Then the only ones left in here are us and the Guardian. The two guys looked up only to find the massive, ferocious dragon charging at them. The exit was completely blocked, leaving no way to retreat. Talk about rotten luck running into the MC. Not only did they fail to get the loot, but they were also forced to stay behind and take the fall for someone else. Kim Sun-gu had made it outside by now, happily holding his loot and thinking. An S-rank elixir is a priceless treasure on the market. It's incredibly hard to find. Defeating the guardian of a sealed ruin to escape is also very difficult. Of course, if I don't have to fight the guardian, then that's a different story. It massively boosts the stats of enhancement mages. If I give this to Lee Sojin, his strength will become even greater than it is now. If I give it to Lee Sojin, suddenly he remembered the words he had spoken. Compete with me during the next training, let's go all out. For some reason, I feel like if I compete with you, I'll be able to learn a lot. Sun-gu, don't you want to be the main character in your own life, instead of settling for being a fading background character? He stood in silence for a moment, the golden fruit glowing in his hand, and began to recall everything he had been through. His goal was to return to Earth after this story ended. That was why he chose to live the life of a supporting character. For the past 10 years, he didn't associate with anyone, always keeping to himself. He just tried to hold on and survive day by day. He gripped the fruit tightly and gritted his teeth, but still, an insignificant extra. Even though I'm doing this to protect you guys, you're looking down on me way too much. So I'll be the one eating this elixir. He unhesitatingly tossed the golden goodness fruit into his mouth, and the system notification immediately rang out. You have absorbed the highest grade elixir and achieved a milestone. You have received 3,000 reward points. His heart pounded violently as his body rapidly transformed, feeling an unprecedented surge of power spreading through his veins. He closed his eyes to focus. It felt as if powerful streams of mana were gradually gathering in his left chest.
Smirking, he thought, what could an insignificant extra possibly do? Right now I'm going to teach the male lead a lesson. On the other side, Lee Sujin stood within the barrier and sighed. What a pity. It would have been quite interesting if we sparred. It seems my grandfather's eye for people isn't always accurate. As he spoke, he drew his sword and delivered a decisive slash. The barrier was cleaved in half, opening a path. He thought, there's still time. For now, I should focus on the exam. I'll talk to Sunbu later. Unexpectedly, right at that moment, he spotted the MC casually strolling over, his entire body radiating an intimidating aura. He couldn't help but marvel. This is the mana I've seen a few times before. But this time, something is different. At this very moment, as Lee Sujin faced Kim Sun-gu, what he sensed was a competitiveness he hadn't even seen in Yue Ra. The two of them looked together at the relic glowing with a blue-purple light hovering in midair. There was no need for explanation or understanding. As if telepathically linked, they both dashed toward it in perfect unison. The purple crest was still glowing when a sudden gust of wind swept past, and the relic above it instantly vanished. Lee Sujin smiled and said, "It seems you've changed your mind. I thought you were going to run away from me." He replied instantly, "I'm a guy driven by my emotions, after all." Kim Sun-gu, holding two relics in his hands, asked, "This isn't your top speed, is it?" Lee Sujin, having also snatched two relics, raised an eyebrow and replied, "This? How about it?" His entire body erupted with immense power. "Not even close. I haven't even really started yet." The MC also smirked with brimming confidence. Placing his hand on his chest, he activated Heart of Nature, fully prepared for battle. Somewhere else, Sim Dong-chun was currently standing alone, nervously looking around and searching everywhere, a worried expression on his face. He suddenly spotted his target hovering in mid-air and cheered joyfully. "Finally, I found a relic." He snorted proudly. "Other than enhancement magic, I don't have any other talents. In training sessions like this, I have to work several times harder than anyone else. This should be enough to maintain my grades." While he was busy muttering to himself, two gusts of power suddenly tore through the air, flashing past at breakneck speed. Sim Dong-chun looked up. The spot from just a moment ago was now empty, the relic having disappeared without a trace. He was utterly dumbfounded, a massive question mark plastered on his face, having no idea what just happened. Then he furiously tore at his hair and screamed in indignation, "No!" Meanwhile, the two culprits were busy clashing with each other. Glancing at the person beside him, Lee Sujin thought, what fearsome speed. He really is more than just an interesting guy. Kim Sun-gu. The two engaged in a fierce rivalry, doing everything they could to snatch every single relic, neither willing to yield an inch. With a determined, "I'm going to show this guy who's boss" expression, he thought to himself, "Let's go all out and face this head-on." During the filming of a documentary about Kim Sun-gu, the broadcasting station interviewed a few of his friends, asking them to share their thoughts on him. Resting her chin on her hand, Yu Ara said, "Kim Sun-gu. Although he seems frivolous on the outside, he has his own struggles and is a good person. No, actually, he's really amazing." Dun Ha-dung smiled brightly and replied, "He discovered my talent. He's the greatest mentor of my life. I will follow him forever." Choi So-dun answered, "Sun-gu Sunbae is a very strange person. The more you interact with him, the more new things you discover. Furthermore, for some reason, I find him really cool. I think he is a very respectable upperclassman." Please delete what I just said. The recording played and the reporter said, "These are the reactions of the surrounding students." He looked at the person sitting across from him. "May I ask for your evaluation of student Kim Sun-gu?"
student Lee Seojin. Lee Seojin smiled and replied, he's a good person, but he's always hiding his true strength. Suddenly he paused, falling deep into thought. The atmosphere grew silent before the reporter continued. Do you have any other thoughts? He answered again, I don't understand it. Sun-gu is a good person, but he acts so cautiously. Rather than calling him a friend, it would be more accurate to say, there's a saying that suits him perfectly. The flashback to the past ended, returning to the present where Lee Seojin and Kim Sun-gu were still competing fiercely. Having acquired 11 relics, Lee Seojin wiped the sweat from his forehead. I finally understand the personal weakness my grandfather pointed out. I need to know how to treat training as a source of enjoyment, just like right now. Kim Sun-gu, who had also secured 11 relics, rested his hands on his knees and panted heavily, thinking, what the hell are you talking about? I'm completely out of breath over here. And trying every method in the book, yet to Lee Seojin, this is just a game. That was what he thought, but out loud he asked, is this all? This isn't your full strength, is it? His friend cracked his shoulder joints and excitedly replied, of course not. I could do this all day. The MC turned pale. Damn it, he had provoked his stamina monster. I'm doomed. However, I absolutely refuse to be defeated by him this easily. Activating exclusive privilege, Outlander's benefit. Up until now, we've collected the same number of relics. Considering the remaining time, taking just one more will decide the victor. This ruined stage features a spatial structure broken into puzzle pieces, then reassembled together. The place that hasn't been found until now. Lee Seojin suddenly spoke up, over there. He thought to himself, as expected, he'll definitely bolt out right away. The Lee Seojin from the original is not a character who just stays obedient. The defining trait of Lee Seojin is a fierce competitive spirit that matches his immense talent. It's precisely because this personality perfectly aligns with his talent that he can grow endlessly. Even before transmigrating, I had always admired that growth of Lee Seojin's. Kim Sun-gu bent down, his hand touching the ground, activating exclusive trait, Outlander's benefit. So if that's what he needs, I'm willing to help. Even if it means hacking into the Academy's stage settings, that's just the role of a supporting character like me. Lee Seojin flinched in shock as inexplicably, a crack suddenly appeared on the ground beneath his feet. When the MC reached out to grab the relic, his friend instantly charged forward, swinging his sword to shatter the stone pedestal. At that very moment, two hands reached out simultaneously, both wanting to snatch this final relic to determine the victor. The training session concluded, and all the students had now returned to gather in front of the dungeon entrance. The teacher crossed his arms and announced the results. Unbelievable. In this relic exploration training, Sun-gu has claimed first place once again. Kim Sun-gu collected 11 relics, ranking first in relic exploration training. Lee Seojin collected 11 relics, ranking 13th in relic exploration training, due to point deductions. Hearing this result, the crowd gasped in awe. Dun Ha-dung smiled and said, Sun-gu, congratulations. How did you manage to compete against and beat Seojin? He gave a vague reply. Well, observation skills are very important. He had depleted his mana to instantly restore the ruined stage to its original state, so he wasn't caught. Sim Dong-chun grabbed Lee Seojin's shoulders and shook him. Hey Seojin, you collected the same number of relics, so why are you ranked 13th? Yu Ah-ra answered for him. Because he destroyed school property, he got points deducted. Ah-ra, you look pretty happy, huh? You must be seeing things. Probably not. Go console Seojin a bit. The intellect in his eyes has completely vanished. I don't want to. Less than great then. While his friends were arguing, the protagonist of the story remained silent, lost in thought. Grandfather was right. Sun-gu can make up for my shortcomings. It's definitely not about the mindset of enjoying the process or utilizing mana. Instead, he is a rival I can fiercely compete with and grow alongside. Moreover, this experience of losing to him is what I truly need. He let out a sigh, unable to help but wonder. Grandpa, could it be that you had already seen through all of this? The MC walked up to his friend and asked, did you get what you wanted? Yeah, thanks Sun-gu. As the system notifications chimed continuously, he immersed himself in his thoughts once more. Once I resolved to stand beside the protagonist as a supporting character. I don't know what the outcome will be, but one thing is for sure, no matter how the plot develops from now on. Lee Seojin smiled and held out his hand. If you want, I'll keep playing with you in the future. He shook his friend's hand, only to hear him add, someday, you absolutely have to spar with me. Kim Sun-gu didn't reply, still lost in his own train of thought. I will continuously grow stronger, until this novel comes to an end, and I will definitely protect them. Turning home, he flopped onto his bed with a sigh. Ugh, if I have to compete against Lee Seojin again, I'll seriously die.
He thought again, at this rate, this should be enough to salvage the terrible grades from the second midterm exam, right? He received a text message on his phone from Lee Seojin. Sungu, are you free this weekend? Let's spar. The MC felt utterly helpless, wondering where this guy got so much energy. He had gone all out against him, and it hadn't even been a few hours. Besides, he already had prior plans for this weekend. On the screen were messages from Han Si-dan. Shingu, can you make some time to meet me this weekend? Sure, what's up? I'm hosting a small party. I have a gift I want to give you, so contact me when you arrive. Because of this invitation, he dressed incredibly sharp to attend the grand opening anniversary party of the Dungeon Hotel hosted by the Hansun family. Standing in the middle of the crowded hall, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. That suit suits you quite well, doesn't it, Chingu? Turning around, he immediately saw Han Si-dan smiling. Today, she was wearing a breathtakingly elegant evening gown, looking absolutely stunning. He tugged at his suit jacket and said, "When you gifted me this suit, I should have known for sure this wasn't an ordinary occasion." She smiled and replied, "In places like this, if you don't shine, you'll be swallowed whole." The two sat down to chat. "The thing you wanted me to see with you, is it that?" "Yeah, you'll get to see something interesting tonight." At that moment, Han Si-chin approached from afar, speaking with a smile. "Did you come here specifically to brighten up the party, little sister?" Han Se-dan replied, "Hello, older brother," but her expression and tone were extremely distant, clearly showing she did not welcome him. Observing this tense, hostile atmosphere, he smirked and thought, "It seems things are about to get interesting." The Handsome Group, under the leadership of Chairman Han Dae-hyun, controlling commerce, military supplies, finance, arts, and countless other industries, forming an empire. Although they always appeared as a harmonious chaebol family on the outside, it was nothing but a fake facade. These two siblings have long ceased to be family. To Han Se-chin, who had already inherited shares and taken the vice chairman's seat, Han Se-dan is merely a tool to flaunt his own power, just a toy. Han Se-chin smiled and said, "Se-dan, deciding to hand over the Dungeon Hotel to me was truly a brilliant move. I've taken over such a massive project, shouldn't you be thanking me? For you, Handsome Pharmaceuticals is more than enough." Han Se-dan clenched her hands, her body trembling slightly. Despite her reluctance, she still had to thank him. "I am always grateful to you." He spoke again. "Come to think of it, the guest Han Se-dan invited is the magician Kim Chin-gu, isn't it?" Then he handed over a business card. "I've always been keeping an eye on your performances. Have I introduced myself to you yet? Han Se-chin, vice chairman of the Hansung Group." He's blatantly looking down on me. The way he hands out a business card is really obnoxious. That was what he thought, but outwardly, he politely bowed to accept it and replied with a smile. "Of course, I know the heir to the Hansung Group. Thank you for preparing such a magnificent venue. Today's party is to celebrate the grand opening of the Dungeon Hotel, and at the same time it serves as a gathering place for the magicians sponsored by the Hansun family. Socializing with talented magicians. It's also the secret pathway for Han Se-chin to conduct deals with demons. He used his clairvoyance ability and discovered that the group of people behind him were all demons. He patted his younger sister's shoulder. "To be precise, this is a place for qualified individuals to discuss business. Isn't that right, Si-dan?" She replied, "If you find me to be a nuisance, I'll go somewhere else later. After all, the main character of this party isn't me, but you, right?" Hearing that, he was satisfied, smirking in an extremely punchable way. "Yeah, that's what I expect from my family. Just continue being an obedient little sister like you are now. If not, you'll lose something important again." Watching her scumbag brother walk away, Han Se-dan finally relaxed her body and let out a weary sigh. She muttered a curse. That jerk. The guy sitting opposite her spoke up. "Is not easy to deal with." She continued, "Han Se-chin has a strange charisma, completely different from someone like me, who has no shares and just stays cooped up in the lab." Suddenly, he asked, "What do you mean by losing something important again?" She replied, "It's from when we were young." That was the first time I realized the gap between Han Se-chin and me. Since our father was always busy with business, Han Se-chin took charge of taking care of me. As long as I was a good girl, he would grant all my requests. Rare pets, expensive snacks, and even luxurious clothes that make me cringe when I think about them now. He satisfied all my desires. As long as I listened to him, I could live happily forever. I never dreamed that it was actually a trick to tie me down. Just once that night I told him I wanted to participate in the group's business when I grew up. After seeing the cat he gave me killed, I understood. If this man made up his mind, he could do the exact same thing to me. All this time, the things he gave me weren't gifts. They were a warning not to touch his belongings, meaning the Hansung family. Since then, in front of Han Se-chin, I never dared to show my ambition and just focused entirely on pharmaceutical research. After hearing her story, he understood the situation and said, Han Se-chin took the Dungeon Hotel, thinking you had completely submitted to him. Holding her face, she sighed, the Dungeon Hotel business is booming, giving Han Se-chin wings like a tiger. I don't know what this choice will bring. Han Se-don, you have to keep your hopes up. The dice have been rolled. All we can do is quietly wait for the outcome. Hearing this, she was stunned, her eyes wide as she looked at him and asked, what did you just say? Scene change. In an office, a group of people respectfully reported. After opening dungeon hotels in the provinces, dungeons of a similar scale have appeared all over Seoul and Gyeonggi province. Analysis shows that if we don't cancel this project within a month, we will suffer massive losses, Vice Chairman. The person in charge who first proposed taking over the dungeon hotel project has been dealt with. If this reaches the chairman's ears. Before you could finish, Han Se-chin furiously shouted, enough. He quickly gave orders, father is in the hospital, you don't need to worry. Put pressure on the branches to cover the losses caused by the hotels. Gag the reporters immediately. Absolutely do not cause any trouble for my handsome family. The group could only respectfully obey, yes, Vice Chairman. Leaving the office, Han Se-chin asked suspiciously, is it possible? My sister anticipated this situation and that's why she handed this project over to me. The subordinate behind him replied immediately, even with demon technology, we can't predict the appearance of dungeons. Right, that makes sense. But everything points to one possibility. I think we need to be suspicious of that, right? If we need the 10 Demons Council's help, he interrupted her. Leave it for later. Even if she inherited our father's personality, she only has one subsidiary in her hands. Down in the main hall, Han Se-don was preparing to leave the party, walking and chatting happily with Kim Chin-gu beside her. Standing from above and looking down at the scene, Han Se-chin asserted in a firm tone, there's no way she can swallow my empire. On the other side, as the two stepped outside, Han Se-don smiled brightly and exclaimed, Chin-gu, did you see that? That's the first time I've ever seen Han Se-chin so panicked. Seeing her so happy, he smiled back and replied, just as you said, it was quite an entertaining sight. At that time, accepting the Sun and Moon pharmacology book and handing the dungeon hotel to Han Se-chin was a drunken gamble. A gamble, huh? So how's the result now? Very thrilling. I guess I can understand how you felt when you threw 500 million into the arena. He continued. Although this dungeon hotel incident caused him heavy losses, Han Se-chin still holds dozens of subsidiaries in his hands. If we only rely on handsome pharmaceuticals, this battle will be very difficult. She suddenly grabbed his hand. Don't I still have you? Her beautiful face suddenly closed in, startling him. Han Se-don. She looked up and said, I'm a very greedy person. Much greedier than you think. Even though I don't know what you plan to achieve by using me. But I don't want to give up this opportunity I just grasped. Are you ready to climb higher with me? Han Se-don, just as she said, is a woman full of ambition. Even if she didn't say it herself in the original work, what Han Se-don demanded from Han Se-chin as a child wasn't simply management rights. It was the position of heir to the Hansung family. Han Se-chin, who always treated Han Se-don as a puppet in his hands, felt threatened by his own sister for the first time. He smiled, goodness, you really are greedy. A system notification chimed again. Character Han Se-don's interest in you has reached level 2. He squeezed her hand back and said, Han Se-don, let's walk this path together to the very end. On his way back, the MC was deep in thought. If Han Se-don becomes the master of the Hansung family, it will be incredibly helpful for the plot's progression. Although it will be a long time before those two meet again. In the original story, Han Se-don was Lee Soo-jin's biggest sponsor. So the remaining issue is, while lost in thought, the system screen suddenly popped up. Character B. Rut has grown suspicious of you. You have received 3,000 bonus points. He couldn't help but be shocked, breaking into a cold sweat. What on earth is going on? At the Cha and organization's hideout, everyone was standing around a table with a stack of documents laid out on it. The first thing that caught the eye was the handsome ID photo and meme of Kim Sun-gu. This was undoubtedly an investigation file on him.